Ona lel o basha chamo kila na tukashila. Itkachi yana kashila wiya na wichasha wogla kapi kila na tukashila hina. Yohila wichoza ni mo blakya. Tukashila o yapia. Na tukashila lisa lembetuki. Tukashila ake ohan gli kan tukashila oyate ki wachiapi. Yita wa akip kaki le tukashila. Oya kiabna wa chikana wa blaza washte. Takashila lembetuki ayaglu tabna wa shila hukupiya takashila. Na Asian lenda na Russell tukashila betuki le. Dakuku akip kapi hena tukashila. Oichaki na wichozani wong blake tukashila wichak. Na oyateki wana tukashila dablo tukashila oya oichayaki. Duani lochi omani chunchi tukashila na dona wa akip na washigla uyapi. Na oichaki tukashila. Na dona le woglaka upik de yita na elhila yisha wichozani omani washte wikat. Na wakaijaki le oichaki na wong lake mogabkaya tukashila wikat the ketchel yokya oyapi the lana tukashila the wayabalachniki shkatelavna tukashila the wong laka wikat the betuki. Ketchel hoya chicha tukashila na wachekeki. I chispea tukashila hechel hoya chicha midakinas. Okay.
We have Sherry that is requesting to be excused today and tomorrow. Tammy called in and will be late. Royal called in will be late. Is there anyone else that needs to be excused today? Lila?
I need to leave by noon.
Anyone else? Willie?
You believe that too.
Anyone else that needs to be excused today or prior? The last meeting? No? Yeah. If not, I need a motion. Oh, Todd?
Morning. I need to leave by 1:30 or so.
Okay. If that's all, need a motion to excuse Wayne, second. Ben, question? Cowboy? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed? Zero. Not voting? Zero. Council, I need a motion to have Liana be our Sergeant at Arms. Yesterday, I received a resignation from Martina. She had a major surgery on her knee and she needs time to heal. So she did an official resignation. So we're going to, we already advertised it per the changes at our last meeting on the 28th. So for today and tomorrow, we'll need a motion to have Liana be our Sergeant at Arms. Ben, Emily, Willie, with compensation. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting?
Zero.
Motion approved. We have a very, very loaded agenda for today and tomorrow. Because of that, it's going to be really hard to make any additions to the meeting. So starting this morning at 10 a.m., we have Mahoney Group Insurance. Are they here?
Yeah, I'm here. But the two other guys that are with me, they got stuck in construction and they'll be here in like 5-10 minutes.
Okay, we can wait.
Could I
All right.
propose we just hold off for just a little bit here?
Sure.
They just texted and said they're on their way. They got stuck on the I-90 construction, so my apologies.
Okay.
They're about 5 minutes out.
I need a motion to approve the agenda.
Can I ask the council to move the general manager position to tomorrow. I messed up, I told him tomorrow, he not set.
Okay.
Motion with the adjustment.
Motion by Ben, second. Wayne, question? Todd, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting? Motion carried. Lisa would like to say a few words.
I just want to thank council for reaching out and taking some time with me and just tremendously from the bottom of my heart for visiting and your kind words. And, you know, going through this loss was really hard, and my heart is with the people, and that's where I'm going to get my strength from. So I ask for patience and time when I need it. Thank you so much. So.
Is Joe here?
Good morning. Joe also got stuck in construction south of Cadoga, so he said he's about 45 minutes out. And Willie's somewhere between here and Oak Creek. But you have myself, Dale Knudsen, the deputy director for Great Plains area, and Kathleen and Dr. Martin here as well.
Okay. All the people that are scheduled right in a row aren't here at the moment. Yes, folks.
Good morning, everyone, and to the listeners. You know, we haven't been meeting, and we're really in crucial times. And I don't know about all of you guys, but our people are asking what our plans are. Do we have a plan for what's coming? And I've been telling them no, because there's no communication. So we really need to sit down at this table. We need to plan more meetings to discuss what we're going to do come October and how we're going to help the people when these cuts come through. We need to plan. We need to plan. And what is your role and what is our role? You know, there's been a lot of travel done, more travel done within 9 months than there have been in some of the 3 years that have been here. You know, we have elders that we need to address, the elder committee. We've been talking about, there was supposed to be youth affairs. We have enrollment. We have the HUD. You know, there's all sorts of issues that are happening here. And look at this agenda here. We're not even going to get to our agenda today, probably. If we do, it's going to be very, very minimum because of all of the presentations that are the people that we're going to be listening to. We should have been listening to them a long time ago because there's some serious issues here. So I think that and to the listeners, you know what? There should be no power struggle or nothing. We all work for the people, so we better bring it together for the people. This isn't a scolding. We need to work together. People are coming to us asking questions. They're probably going to admin too. We need to find a solution, and we need to have a plan for the people. We owe it to them. We should be doing PSAs, letting them know. And I want to give a shout out to Colt because they're doing an excellent job for us, for the Sitangoy out there, for the Ocheti Shakoi. But we do, you guys, we really need to have more meetings. We haven't even heard the directors out to see how we can help them or how their effects, 30% is going to affect their program. We're a business. We need to start running it like a business because Trump's after us and we need to work together to find a solution for what's coming up ahead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'll start with Ben if we have to or not, but I think this is a formality. I'll fire it off that the council accepts the resignation of the sergeant at arms.
Yep.
I'm not sure if we need to do
Yeah,
that.
we need a motion. Motion to accept the resignation. Vote second. Question? Lila, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 15.
15?
Right.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
What?
Motion carried. Yep. Where you made a motion. There was already a motion in place to advertise the sergeant at arms at our last meeting on the 28th, so we'll get that in and get that taken care of. And so. While we have the time, while we're waiting for the two presenters to come, we have some council appointments that need to be filled. If we could do that while we're waiting. We need to fill the casino member on the casino board of directors, the treaty council, enrollment committee, and election board, one at large. So do you guys want to fill those while we're waiting? Ben?
I need Chris for that board. Casino
Which
board
one?
directors.
Casino?
Casino board directors.
Do we have some sticky tabs? Tammy?
I'll nominate myself.
Any more nominations for the casino board?
You nominate people that aren't here?
Yep.
Sherry. What was that? Casino board and what were the other two?
Treaty council.
Election board business to be advertised.
Oh, it needs to be advertised. Okay.
We also need at some point to discuss the ethics as well.
And one of the other things that I wanted to bring up today is within the Constitution, the Rosebud Fair is the fourth Thursday. Is that the Thursday? And the election is the fourth Friday, right?
Election's the fourth
Fourth Thursday. Oh,
Thursday, and then there's a fourth Friday.
but the way that the calendar works for August, the election is after the fair. So the council needs to make the decision if we're going to move the election. Is that right? How it went? Up to the council to move it. So it's up to the council to move it. Otherwise, the election this year is going to be after Rosebud Fair. Emily?
I'd like to move to make it so they coincide.
You have to make that as motion.
Motion to, so the election will coincide with the fair date.
Okay, second, Lila? Question? Totes, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, Marion, 14.
Opposed?
1,
Not voting?
what?
Motion carried. So for the casino manager, we have 3 nominees total. We have,
Board directors.
for the casino board of directors, we have Chris, Tammy, and Sherry, so take your selections.
Make a motion to cease nominations.
Motion to cease nominations. Second. Wayne, question, votes. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting? 0. Thank you.
Actually, want some to coincide, so.
You ready? Chris? Okay. Tammy? Chris? Chris? Blank? Chris? Chris? Sherry? Sherry? Chris? Sherry? Tammy? Chris? Chris? And Chris?
You have Chris with 9, Tammy with 2, and Sherry with 3. Motion by Wayne to see.
See,
Motion by Wayne to seat, second Ben, question, Totes, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
What?
Motion carried. The next is the treaty council. Any nominations?
It's all on there now.
Oh. Emily?
I just had a question. The last several meetings, there's been discussion on what bylaws and what charter and whatever we're going off of for the treaty council. To my knowledge, that hasn't been clarified and they are still operating without the charter. So I just wanted to check, what are we following under this?
The information that I got from the secretary's office is that they were supposed to have made some amendments to it years ago, and it never happened, so it's still by the old one.
If we get that emailed out, because I've asked several times, just for clarification to know which one we're following.
I have them.
Thank you.
Oh, my office,
Okay. Nicole will have her office, mail them out to you.
Thank you.
Yes, Rob.
Yeah, I have a comment on treaty. Chale, Dakula Hotel, treaty Tata, Otta, Dukta Watcha, Cheshka, Hektakia. I want to comment on whenever I hear from different people, then I hear about consultations or DC, when I go to DC or things like this, and then I hear comments, we stand on treaty. But I want to know when it comes to the office, and then even as we amend ordinances or bylaws. Watoshna hektakia government affairs wapa ithacha makaga. When I chaired governmental affairs at the time, Russell and different elderly, they said that whenever we do our bylaws or anything or ordinances, should always cite the treaty and maybe even write some of that in some of our work. Then we could say that we stand on treaty if we have it written in our constitution or anything that we make in our law and order code, or even when I was director of that office, now I'm saying it because I was held at that standard of trying to involve treaty amongst our tribe and look sovereign and have it written in our laws or any of our ordinances. Hey, we're gonna. So I just want to voice that much as far as trying to look sovereign and talk sovereign. Hey, we're gonna. Maybe that office can try to take part in those law. Even the forums or try to involve that language, even the Lakota organization, not just the written law, but also try to involve a lot of that within there to look sovereign, and try to act sovereign, rather than just saying it. I stand by my treaty. Hey, we're gonna. I'll say that much.
So we need nominations for the treaty. Council. Lionel?
I'd like to nominate Alvin.
Alvin? Anyone else?
Can you find out who's on it?
Todd, Nick, Fremont, Rose, Philip, Delano, Henry, Dwight, Pam, and then the vacancy.
Ryan?
Yeah.
I was trying to find it. I was trying to find what meeting, the casino even meets on. It's the beginning.
They usually just call them when they need them.
We're supposed to be so far? We're supposed to be standard.
Motion to seat.
Close the nomination, let's see.
Wayne makes motion to seat Alvin, second by Ben, question by Tammy.
Elvin accepted it, right?
Did he hear? Yeah.
Okay. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
What?
Motion carried. The next is Enrollment Committee. Nominations.
No, Charlie.
Charlie?
Ask him if he wants it.
He's not here.
He's not here.
He's not here.
He did.
Yeah, yeah.
Do they have to be here to accept? Charlie might.
Currently, it's Alvin, Marion, Ben, and Sherry that sit on the Enrollment Committee.
They need a Charles.
You good one?
They need a Charles.
Yeah.
They need a
Charles fit right in.
Yeah, he's the missing piece. There you go.
More nominations?
Option to cease nominations.
Well, then I gotta,
We can't nominate him.
do they meet on the same day as education?
We nominated Sheriff earlier. You want to question it?
They did. Yeah, you did that one.
Yeah, you do it all the time.
Because he's on judiciary too. I don't know if it'll come
Text him.
same day.
Isn't it after judiciary or is it same?
He's always.
It's that one that's
Is that judiciary and enrollment on the same day?
Yeah, one's at 10 and one's at 1.
Oh, okay, that should be okay then.
I think that's why Ben stepped off the judiciary when he got on enrollment.
All right, Wayne.
Motion to seat. Darrell? Wayne? Ben? Question? Chris?
All the way down.
All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Oh!
And 1, not voting.
Thanks
for calling me out. But just for accuracy, my hand is
So for the last one, before we start on the visitors, on the election board, we just need to make a motion to advertise that at-large position. Motion by Coates, second. Chris? Question? Ben, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
How long? You want to advertise it?
2 weeks.
2
weeks.
2 weeks?
as amended? Opposed?
Illegal. 16.
Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting?
Zero.
Zero. Thank you. All right, we'll start with our visitors. Mahoney Group Insurance.
And
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you? Good morning. How you doing? Yes. How you been?
I don't know exactly how many days we can get.
Good morning. Good morning.
that's just here, right?
Good morning. How are you? Good morning. Good morning. Let me see if I got something on it. Good morning.
I think we got enough. Yeah, I think we might have discussed enough.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Do we have access to these computers?
IT guy in there?
Is there access to a computer?
There it is.
He's trying to stay, trying to have a trying to get on the same page I don't know, same page. The big thing though is to try to figure out.
Can I have one now?
Where would you like us to scan? Perfect. You've read that.
Yeah.
You can introduce yourself
I'm Nick.
to the.
Nice to meet you.
Are you doing a Zoom? I mean,
We're gonna
presentation.
Yeah, we have a little presentation.
Okay.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for having us today. I appreciate this opportunity. My name is Nick Flores. I'm sure you can see some of my colleagues running around to make sure we get you guys all a cup and some documents, and we're trying to log in right now on the laptop. Apologize for being a little late here. We had construction, and then I came from Rapid City and did my math a little wrong. I was planning on being here about 40 minutes early and got here 20 minutes late, so our apologies for that. Thanks a lot for giving this opportunity to present to you. My name is Nick Flores, and I lead the tribal practice for the Mahoney Group in the Great Plains. So I've been working out here with tribal governments, casinos, schools for about 12 years. We work with the Cheyenne River Sioux tribe. We work with the Oglala Sioux tribe. We work with Winnebago. We work with Lower Brule. We work with just about every single tribe in this area, except for the Rosebud Sioux tribe. And so we're very excited to be here to present to you guys today. Like I said, my name is Nick Flores. I lead this region. This is Mitchell Brown. He leads our risk management department. And then my associate, Chad Fowler, who will be coming in here shortly. He's our client executive. Chad lives in Chadron, Nebraska, so he's been working this region for quite some time. The Mahoney Group specializes in tribal insurance, Native American insurance. We work with about 300 Native American tribes, enterprises, and casinos across the country. And I'm actually just going to share my screen real quick to show you a quick list of some of our tribal clients. So you can see here, This is a list of some of our tribal clients that we work with. Let me see if I can make this a little bigger. In the country. And so you'll see some clients here that you know, you'll see some that you don't know, but just kind of goes to show you all of the different organizations that we work with within Indian country. And it's like you said, like I said, it's a pretty big list of different tribes. We also have a group of Native American schools that we insure called the Native American Schools Insurance Program. We have about 65 schools that participate in our program. We have an annual conference where we invite the schools, and a lot of the schools come and visit. So it's been a really great program for our tribal schools. The reason we're here today is because in March of 2025, the council met, or the Budget and Finance Committee, I'm not quite sure, and made a motion to allow us to go out and get some quotes to present to you guys. And we were able to do that. We were actually able to get a very competitive proposal for the tribe. Again, working with different tribes around this region, we're very familiar with the different coverages you guys need, the different exposures you guys have. I always joke about Sitting Bull College in Fort Yates, North Dakota. They've got a buffalo herd, they've got a rodeo, they have windmills, they've got Sitting Bull's headdress, and so the insurance needs for tribes is very unique. Again, this is Chad Fowler. He's our client executive. The document you guys have in front of you is just basically a brief overview of what we do for our tribal governments. We're very, very big on risk management. So we visited with Cynthia Gary. I've met with Wayne in the past and a lot of different folks in this organization. We've been calling on the tribe for a long time. I used to visit with Jim White and Muriel Fasthorse and a lot of different folks within your organization. But what's really important to us is risk management. You'll see in that document that I shared with you that's in front of you, a list of safety services that we provide to our clients. I'm not quite sure what page it is, so I'm going to pull it up here on our document here. But these are a list of safety services we provide to our clients. I'm on page 10. Yes, 10. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Just some of the things that we do. So we have on-site risk management, people that will come around and provide safety trainings for you, do those site inspections, they'll help you with policies and procedures. Oftentimes tribes will develop new policies where it's like, hey, we want to review our entire employee handbook, or we need to create a driver safety policy, or we need to do some trainings for our staff because they're not talking so nice to each other. All of those are real stories. With the Winnebago tribe in Nebraska, we reviewed their employee handbook, and they wanted to implement some cultural preferences into the handbook, so we were able to help them with that. Over at Cheyenne River, they said, hey, Nick, we need to do customer service training. I'm like, great, for your customers? They said, no, for our employees, because they're not talking very nice to each other. So we rolled up our sleeves and worked with them on that. We've provided active shooter trainings for some of our casinos. We've done abuse and neglect trainings. So risk management is really a big component of what we do. And it's not just websites, it's actually real people on site. Our safety director's name is Wayne Carroll. He could not be here today. He was here last week. He visited with Cynthia a little bit. But we would introduce him to different teams and different departments and help them become a safe organization. When it comes to insurance, there's only a couple things that you can control. The real one we want to focus on is your insurance rates. If you guys add a bunch of buildings, you have more values, that's an exposure. But we want to be able to control your rates to drive down your premiums. Today we have about a 7 to 8% cost savings, or about $75,000 in reduction in cost. And we're going to be able to increase that savings with our risk management offering in the future. So working with the Mahoney Group, that's something that we really focus on, is helping the tribe be a safe organization and preventing any losses that you guys would have. So that's a big component of what we do, is that risk management. Something else that's very important to us is our timeline. So working with tribal governments and working in Indian country in general, we know it's very important to be on site. So we're oftentimes going to be visiting you guys. What we would commit to you is 4 quarterly visits with the guys in the suits here. I don't know why Chad didn't wear one, but 4 quarterly visits with the guys in the suit. I told him to wear boots too. He didn't listen. So I don't know. I'm herding cats a little bit up here. But you'll get 4 quarterly visits with us. We'll meet with Cynthia. We'll meet with the treasurer. We'll meet with the different departments to talk about what's going on within the insurance. And we'll talk about what exposures you guys have and what needs to change. On top of that, we're going to offer 6 visits with our risk manager. So he'll be out here 6 times a year, providing safety training, providing site inspection, whatever you guys need, we're going to be able to support you. And then we're also going to do a 12 monthly claims call with our claims specialist. Her name is Mary Wells. Her picture's on the very back of this document. That call is going to be mainly with the insurance folks, just talking about claims that are going on. In visiting with Cynthia, it seemed that there was a high deductible. There was a hailstorm that occurred recently, and that caused some pain. So we want to work through that process. Claims aren't always easy, and sometimes they're a pain in your butt. And so it's really important for us to have someone that negotiates on your guys' side with claims. So you'll see us 4 times a year. You can say no. You'll see our safety director 6 times a year. You'll probably say yes. And then the claims calls with Mary as well. So that's our commitment as far as visiting the tribe and working with the tribe. But our timeline is also very important when you see us. So on page 9, you can kind of see what it looks like to work with the Mahoney Group. First month, we'll bind your insurance policies, renew it, we'll get auto ID cards out. Next month, we'll start to develop a strategic plan to prevent risk and lower any claims that you're having. We'll use your current claims data to identify where your exposures are, and we'll work around that. So if we see that you're having a lot of auto accidents, we'll roll out a driver training. If we see that we're having a lot of, workplace injuries, we'll try to identify how those are occurring, and then we'll develop some trainings and policies based around that. And then again, you can see there's 12 months of services, so it's a lot. The nice thing is you guys can always say no, we don't want to see you, we're busy. We'll still provide the information and make sure that you guys are prepared for any of that information you'd like to see. Chad, did you want to comment on anything, or do you?
Oh, about the timeline a little bit too. I know, these guys can get out here anytime they want, but I'm from Shatter, Nebraska, so, just basically just down the road. So anytime you might have a claim and you want somebody here on hand, take pictures, do whatever, or, any type of, just hands-on thing, you guys might want me here to meet with the department. I'm just a couple hours away and, can be here fairly quickly to, help manage any problems that you might have, so.
And one of the things I think is unique about us is we don't just report to one person. I mean, obviously we report to council and we will take instruction from whoever the leader is, but we really try to get involved with different departments. Obviously, tribes are large organizations. I'm not quite sure how many departments you have, but I would guess it's upwards of 40 or 50 departments. And so each department's going to have its own problems, right? Roads, for instance, or, the transportation, maybe it's finance, maybe it's the Head Start, maybe it's whatever department it is, they're going to have some unique challenges. And so we really try to work with each department. Not all departments are as needy as others, but we try to really work with each department to make it easier on your insurance team. And so I believe your insurance team is managed out of the finance office where a lot of that's done. So we really try to support those folks with any questions they have. I can tell you right now, at Sioux Tribe, they've had quite a few water losses, and it's with 3 different departments, and so that's 3 different buildings, 3 different people, and the insurance person is going, I can't get a hold of anyone. What do I do? And it's just like, Seville, give me the contact information, and I'll run the play for you. So we have one water loss where we rolled out our preferred restoration contractor. They got out there within 72 hours. They're cleaning up the water, and the building's getting rebuilt. And then the question becomes, well, how do we get through this claims process? Well, we work with them on that as well. And so insurance is a complicated process, and there's a lot of moving parts to it. So we try to make sure that we're engaging with different departments to make it an easier lift for everybody. I'd love for this conversation to be interactive. So if there's any questions you guys have regarding anything that we've talked about, please feel free to ask those. I mentioned a little bit about the Mahoney Group, but the Mahoney Group's a privately held insurance firm. We're based out of Chandler, Arizona. I've been there for about 21 years. Yes, I'm old enough to have been there for 21 years. I get that joke sometimes, but as I'm getting older, I don't get that joke as much. Like I see someone like, you look a lot older. It's like, what do I look like? But again, our tribal practice is our largest practice. I'm going to share another document. You don't have this one in front of you, but I'm just going to share it with you here really quickly. And just talk a little bit about our
tribe. We have a counselor that has a question.
Oh, yes, please.
Emily?
Thank you. Good morning.
Hi.
Anastasia Stephanie. Thank you for coming and thank you for your presentation. I just had a few quick questions. I'll ask them quickly and then you can answer it if that's okay. The first one just has to do with, is there any opportunities within your realm, I guess, to help us fill the gap regarding health insurance, or Medicaid, even if you, not personally with your group, but maybe partners that you work with? So that's kind of like my first one, what options would we have to explore that? And then, so that's kind of our biggest gap right now. And then the second question I have is, this would obviously be replacing, something that we currently have. So what would that process look like to make sure that there's no loss or gap in service for our employees?
Fantastic question. So the Mahoney Group is a full service insurance agency. We do property casualty, we do health benefits, we do unemployment insurance, we do risk management. Absolutely, there's an opportunity for you guys to do health insurance. I believe I've talked to some folks in the past about health insurance. I don't know that you're currently carrying it. I can tell you right now that the FEHB, the Federal Employee Health Benefit Plan, is a very attractive and very affordable plan for tribal governments. FEHB is only accessible to federal entities and tribal governments. So about, 10, 12 years ago, there was a lady named Cecilia Fire Thunder that worked at the Ogallala Sioux tribe. She was the chairwoman over there. And she was very vocal. If you've ever met Cecilia, you know she's vocal. She's very vocal on getting FEHB for the schools. And in about 2015-ish, that rolled out. And so the schools were granted access to that, along with the tribal governments, if they had a 638 contract. So we now place the Federal Employee Health Benefit Plan with quite a few tribes, including Standing Rock and some of the surrounding schools. We have a partner in this region that also does FEHB quite a bit. So we're very, very familiar with the FEHB program. It's a great question. Obviously, there's Wellmark in South Dakota, which everyone knows about. And then there's self-funding in this area as well. Self-funding has always gotten a really negative response, because it's like, we don't want to self-fund. Well, it's not that you're paying all your bills, it's that you're structuring your insurance policy to do that. The nice thing about self-funding is, as a tribal government, you all can utilize things like Indian Health Services and Medicare-like rates. So tribal governments have the ability to reprice their claims and save money that way. So the shorter answer is absolutely, we could help you get some health benefits coverages, but certainly there's a cost with it, and we could talk about what that looks like. I'm sorry, I didn't answer your second question, though.
The question was about if we do, it would be replacing something currently, and so what would that process be to ensure there's no gap or loss of service for?
Absolutely, it's a great question. So one thing that we do when we do look at your insurance policies is we actually are going to make recommendations. I don't know that the tribe is currently carrying a cyber liability insurance policy, for instance. That's something we would recommend. We're going to make sure that all your building values are correct. We're going to make sure that all of your vehicles are on there correct. We have the information from your current or your previous policies, and so we've made sure there is no gaps in coverages and there'd be no problem with the transition. Because we work with so many tribes in this region, and because we work with the large tribal insurers, we've got a big stick when it comes to Indian country. And so there would absolutely be no gaps, and there would be no issues getting insurance renewed.
Just one final follow-up. Did I hear you say?
You only did 3 questions.
I could talk all day, but did I hear you say cyber security?
Yes.
Like that? Okay, awesome.
Yeah, so cybersecurity is a big deal right now. We had a tribe that we insure in eastern South Dakota. We didn't insure the tribe at the time. We insured the college. The college had a cyber hack, and the tribe had the same cyber hack on the same day. We got the college a check for $90,000. The tribe had to write a check for $90,000. Cyber is a tough coverage. It's one that's very challenging to work with, but it's something that will help you get if you decide you want it. We'll work with your IT team to fill out applications. We also work with a third-party cyber firm called Nerds on Site that will do cyber inspections of your organization. They'll do a dark web search. They'll find out if there's any issues.
So does that coverage include assistance like TA for policy making, or is it just only for the coverage in case of an attack or something?
Great question. Keep asking. You get 5. Okay. You get 5 minutes. That's a good question. No, you're this is what a so. Yeah. So one of the things that we would develop for you is what's called an incident response plan. It's a document that costs anywhere between $1,000 and $3,000. We will pay for the cost on your behalf, and essentially it tells you what to do at time of a cyber breach. So this is a critical point of you're bringing up, Emily, is that what do we do if we have a cyber breach? Maybe we don't have cyber insurance, but how do we know that we're best protected? So we'll talk through all the different things, like, is the tribe using multi-factor authentication? Do you have endpoint response? Do you have an instant response plan? We can help you get through all those steps and help you mentally. Now, some of them, like I say, you need multi-factor authentication, and it's like, well, that's going to cost us $50,000. Well, we may not do that then, but we'll talk about what the best practices are. At worst, I would recommend we implement an instant response plan, and that's something that we can develop on your guys' behalf. Thank you.
Next question is from Royal.
Yeah, така още една чиста але моя геочал hopefully let blow up. Thank you for coming and doing a presentation. You work with other tribes, so for me, when I look at healthcare insurance, and we look at the nation, or at the United States, and we look at non-native, and so we look at healthcare, and a lot of people do not have healthcare nationwide, and so when it comes to your diet, and then when it comes to exercising, and it comes to not going to the hospital, people who cannot afford health care, they have no choice but to eat healthy, exercise, and do those things so they can stay away from the hospital. So do you agree that when it comes to health care and then working with other tribes that they're able to get the health insurance that you guys provide versus other people that don't have health insurance have to take better care of themselves? So when it comes to health care, when you do these presentations and things like this, some of the stuff that you guys go out to tribal communities, do you guys teach some of that about not having to go to the hospital and being more understanding them how to quality of life and all those things? Because as a tribal people, being when we look at our history, when we look at trauma and historical trauma, all these things, so all of that plays a big effect on healthcare and our people for generations. So when it comes to insurance, tribes, and then the food that our local stores have, and not being healthy, and then things that people who can't afford health insurance, you guys try to provide services like that in your trainings and things like that when you work with other tribes?
Yeah, that's a great question, and absolutely we have. You know, we're here to talk about property and liability insurance, but on the health insurance side, we absolutely will support you. It's a really good question. We'll give you trainings on anything you want if you're willing to listen to us. You know, obviously working with different tribal communities, there's a lot of different preference. There's a lot of different ways of doing things, and so we certainly don't want to come into your tribe. We don't want to come here and tell you what to do. But if we can provide value to your members and your employees, we absolutely will. We've got a pretty robust wellness program that we talk about with health insurance. We talk about ways of staying fit. We also talk about ways of navigating the health insurance marketplace. So even if you don't have insurance, are you going to the ER versus an emergent or an urgent care? You know, are you getting your prescription drugs from the most expensive pharmacy in town, or are you utilizing drugs that may have come from Canada at a cheaper rate? So we absolutely can help you navigate that and help your people stay healthy, because that's an important component of it. I can tell you that when we visited with Winnebago tribe earlier or late last month, the question of who was allowed to drive came up. And, you know, the insurance companies are pretty stringent on different aspects of a driver's record. And the chairwoman said, well, Nick, alcoholism is a disease. We now know that. And it's a disease that our tribe, she was referencing Winnebago, has struggled with for years. I don't think it's fair that our tribal members can't drive because they had a DUI. And I said, Tori, you're absolutely right, and we support that decision. If the tribe makes a decision to let folks with DUIs drive, we will support that because we understand that is a disease and we understand that we need to navigate that. So when it comes to the wellness and health and safety of your employees and tribal members, that is the most important thing for us, because if we can keep your employees safe, they don't have accidents, they don't get hurt, they don't go to the emergency room, it's going to lower your insurance costs, and it makes these meetings a lot easier when we come in here. So that's a great question. Thank you, Royal.
Royal, one other thing to back in just a little bit, when you talk, like we talked to risk services, like sometimes, like Wayne is kind of the head guy that will probably come out here most of the time because he does all the schools, he does all the tribes that we have. A lot of times, if I'm not saying he could be certified in health or anything like that, but a lot of times, if there's something that he has to be certified in, he can do it, and he will, and he can then come in and give certificates out, whatever he needs to do. But I'm just saying, if he's not certified in something like, say, health, or he can't come in here and talk about it, he'll find a way to make sure to get somebody in here that can do it for you.
Yep. And so Wayne has got his master's degree in education, and that's important because he's able to create trainings. And so we've had clients come to us. My funniest one was, hey, I need a hygiene policy. People aren't coming to work, with shaved and put together well. And I just thought that was really unique. That was not a tribe, that was a nonprofit. But it's like, Wayne, do you have anything like that? And he built it. So Wayne's got a pretty big team of folks that support him on the risk management side. But if you need something specific, we can do it. Just another story, we were doing quite a few CPR trainings with the tribe down the road, and he kept having to transport the mannequins, and he said, Nick, can I just buy them some mannequins? It's like, of course. So we bought the tribe 3 mannequins. They have them on site now. Every time he comes to do CPR training, he uses their mannequins. So we really try to build our risk management, our safety practices around you. We don't try to put you in a box. And with tribal governments, that never works, right? Because they're all very unique. There's all these different exposures. I have to tell this funny story. One of the first times I come to Rosebud, I was in the parking lot right there, and I saw a pickup truck come by, and I was like, what is that in the back of the truck? And it was a buffalo. And I'd never seen a buffalo in the back of a truck. And I thought, okay, this is a very unique thing. You don't have that in Phoenix, Arizona very often. And so when we're talking about building a strategy of protecting your tribe and your people, we can't put you in a box. So we build it around you. So thank you for that question. I just want to show this quick map to show our reach in Indian country. Like I said, I lead the Great Plains region out here along with Mitchell and Chad and Martin Pilcher, who was on our team. He was sick today. He couldn't make it. He wanted me to say hello to you all. But we work in the Great Plains, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, in Iowa, a little bit down into Oklahoma as well. We work with just about every single tribe up in this way. There's a couple we don't work with. We don't work with our 3 affiliated, Turtle Mountain and Rosebud, but aside from that, we've been engaging with most of the tribes. We have a strong presence in the Southwest as well, Arizona, New Mexico, work with a lot of tribes out there, along as in Washington, and we have offices in all of those regions. We also have a concentration in Michigan and the Midwest area. We're moving to the East Coast, but we're a West Coast-based organization, and so historically we haven't gotten that far. I came out here about 12 years ago, as I've mentioned before. We didn't work with anyone at the time. It's no secret that tribes out here have been underserved for years, and that's something that we committed to changing. And I think if you reach out to some of our current tribal clients, they would agree to that. So that's our tribal map. This is just a little flow chart of just how the regions work and how the different individuals that work across the different tribal regions. We've got a very deep team when it comes to tribal. Our Native American practice is the largest segment of our business, the Mahoney Group. So we are a top 50 insurance broker. We're one of the largest in the country. And our number one focus is on Native American tribes, governments, enterprises, and schools. We're the only insurance agency that I'm aware of in the nation that has got a dedicated tribal practice. There's some large brokers that will have a page on their website that says they work with tribes, but no one's resume is like ours. And so this is just a little flow chart of some of that stuff. We've already talked about this risk management services, but again, this is something that we're really big on. We also have some online services as well, MyWave and Succeed Management. Those are just tools that you can pull up stuff really quick. I got a call from United Tribes Technical College a couple years ago, and they said, Nick, I need to do a sexual abuse training. I said, wonderful, we can help you with that. When is it? They said, in 2 days. I said, oh my gosh, I wish you would have given us a little more notice than that, but we can certainly still help. We were able to go to the Succeed Management site. We were able to pull them a video, a test, and a presentation, and they were able to use that within 2 days. If you give us more than 2 days notice, we can have someone on site. We can do that training for you. But again, we've got the tools where if you need something, we can help you out with that. And again, just going back to creating the policies, that's a really big deal. So if there's any policies you need help with. We're not attorneys. We do have on-staff legal, we do have an on-staff legal attorney, which can review things, but anything that we present to you, we would recommend that you guys present to your legal counsel.
I have a question.
Yes, please.
So on here, it says that you guys have done employee manuals. Have you done those for tribes?
Yes, and in fact, we did one for Winnebago, and they had some specific cultural preferences they wanted included, and we included in those. So we will follow, we will prepare your employee manual according to state guidelines, but then we'll get back to you to make sure we're referencing tribal guidelines, because it's your policy after all. And when we talk about health insurance and things like that, again, we can build your plans. Again, that's not the topic of today's conversation, but we can build your plans around that. For instance, medicine men coverage, things like that. There's ways to build your insurance policies include that. So absolutely, we can help do your employee handbook.
So all of these things that are listed on here, you provide, or are they provided at extra cost, or they're included?
All included, yep. And again, our safety director, Wayne, he does a lot of the traveling. He wanted to be here. The council meeting was supposed to be on the 11th, and then it changed to the 17th. So I was supposed to be here last week, and this week I was supposed to be in Fargo, see Sisseton, and then the council meeting changed, and we were able to move our schedule, but Wayne was already like, hey, so he would have been here. But yes, all these things are included. There's no additional charge. I would commit to you 6 visits from him, and if you said, Nick, we want 12, we would comply with that as well. Because we work with so many tribes in the region, it's easy. Wayne will actually live out of a trailer. He had a trailer that he would carry around with him, and he would go from Sandia to Oglala to Sisseton to Winnebago, all the way up to Standing Rock, and he basically makes big trips. So he spends about 3 or 4 days at a time in Winnebago. He's doing the same thing today at Standing Rock. He's there for about 2 or 3 days. He's visiting with Human Resources, the Finance Department, and their Property and Supply Department. So anything that he can do, we will help you with, and there's no charge for it.
If it's not on there, let us know, and you can probably get it together.
Yep. Yep.
Wayne?
Yeah, I have a question. So, when you were given our statistics to work around or whatever in our lists of employees, was adult corrections and JDC and the police department included in there?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
Theirs is not any separate, but it will be included in the quote?
Yes.
And then, is there do you do an arm that does like a retirement?
We absolutely can help with that. We can do 403Bs and things like that as well. It's not something that we are specialists in, but we have some really strong contacts with that.
Okay.
The 403B, the life insurance, the tribal burial insurance, those are all topics that we can absolutely talk about. Tribal burial insurance has actually become a pretty big conversation. It's a tough conversation. No one wants to talk about it. But we've been able to procure some tribal burial policies that allow tribes to budget their burials. I assume you guys provide a stipend for a burial, call it $1,000 or $5,000. And sometimes 5 people pass and sometimes 100. And so it's a big variance number. So we can help you navigate that as well.
Good, thank you.
Yep. We talked a little bit about risk management. I wanted to just talk a little bit about claims. So we have a 24/7 claims department. We have a 1-800 number you can call to follow your claims. We have people that are working day and night on that. We would, again, roll out a 12-month claims program. So every month we'd be meeting with your team, and probably once a quarter we would meet with various departments. I don't think every month you should meet with every department, but we'll be briefing you on what's going on. If there's a property that burns down in town, everyone knows it. And so if no one knows what's going on with that property, well, guess who gets that heat? Me. So for me, I want to make sure you guys know what's going on. I want to make sure that Cynthia in the insurance department knows what's going on. That way, if anyone asks the question, what's going on with this building, we can address it. We're always happy to come and present in front of you all. So if you have questions or concerns or anything you want to know, we're happy to come and talk through it. So claims is really what insurance is about, right? You pay money, so they pay claims. We want to make sure those claims get covered. Again, in talking to Cynthia recently, it seems that there's been a hailstorm that occurred in the last 120 days, and that's caused some harm because the deductibles were so high. And that's something that we would want to fix. And we would want to work with those departments and say, what's going on? And we want to lower those deductibles. We don't want your insurance to not be usable by the tribe. So that's a big deal. And $25,000 is a big deductible, right? That's a lot of money. If you have a hailstorm and you have a roof and it's 50 grand to put on the roof, well, you're paying for half of it. If we can get a $10,000 or $5,000 deductible, it makes a big difference. So those are always the things that we're kind of trying to navigate on your behalf. So any other questions about that stuff? So this is just a rate comparison of what we're seeing in the marketplace right now. So the insurance market is what we call a hard market. We're seeing rates go up. You can see on property, we're seeing between a flat to 10% increase. On auto, it's about a 5 to 15% increase. So most insurance quotes, and I would guess that every quote you've gotten in the last 5 to 7 years, the premium has gone up. That is what the market is indicating, but it's not what we're proposing to you today. Again, we have a cost savings for you proposed today. But just to kind of give you some insight of what the insurance market is doing, essentially, I always joke, there's 10 billionaires that own the insurance companies. And when you have a claim like what happened at University of Southern California or the MGM Grand Casino shooting, there's a billionaire that goes, I don't like losing money. It goes to 9 billionaires. We all know the billionaires aren't the most generous people, so now your rates go up. So that's what's happening in the insurance market. We're seeing rates increase nationwide and really worldwide. So what we have for you today, though, is a cost savings. Last year, the tribe paid about $945,000 for insurance premiums, and our proposed premium would be about $876,000. Again, this does not contemplate all of the risk management services we're going to do that will help drive down your rates again next year. When we go to an insurance company, they only care about one thing. They care about money. Insurance companies are publicly traded firms. They make money. That's all they care about. All we care about is making you happy, because if you're not happy, we get fired. So it's really in our best interest to make sure we drive down your rates. And the way that we do that, as silly as it sounds, is by telling stories. And the story we tell about your tribe is really what matters in the marketplace. And the story will go something like this. The Rosebud Sioux tribe had worked with the same insurance company for many, many years, and nothing had changed. We are now their broker. You know who we are. We work with every tribe in this region. We're going to roll out a 12-month safety plan, a 12-month claims plan, and we're going to meet with them 4 times a year. This will be a much safer and higher performing tribe for you in the future, Mr. Insurance Man. Give them the best rates possible, because they are now best in class insured. It seems really silly and really simple, but insurance companies are ran by people. The person that runs the insurance company we're talking about today, I've known him for 15 years. You can't lie to people you've known for 15 years. And if you do, they know pretty quick, this guy's a liar. So when you say, give me the best quote, give me the best quote, they're like, you say that every year. You say that every year. When we come to them and say, look what we've done for this tribe, and we show them all the services we provided, we show them all the times we've been on site, they go, oh, wow. And you guys have had a little bit of less claims. They go, wow, this is a best-in-class insured. We will give you your best rates. So us telling your story in the marketplace is how we are able to get this proposed savings. And I think next year we'll have a much better, even a lower number, because of all the risk management services that we'll be providing throughout. Yes, sir.
Yeah, good morning. It's good to see you guys. Happy to trial here. You look like you're 21.
Thank you.
Anyways, no, I was just curious. I know you guys addressed it too, but another thing too that we always like to look at is like, what's the culture behind them? You guys' group,
Mahoney Group.
Mahoney Group. You know, like what? I understand that you guys kind of addressed it here and there, but like, what's it like to be a part of the Mahoney Group? Like, truly, like as a worker, as a person getting up day to day to do this for people like us. Like, what's the culture like?
That's a great question. You're going to make me cry. I started the Mahoney Group when I was 18 years old. I don't know my real dad. I grew up really poor and impoverished. We lived in a very small apartment with about 7 or 8 of us. I started the Mahoney Group when I was 18 years old, and I was the mail boy. So didn't make a lot of money, didn't have a lot of authority, didn't have anything. But the Mahoney Group gave me an opportunity to grow to this position. So I still get treated like the mail boy, but they tell me I run the Great Plains region now for our tribal practice. We're an employee-owned company, and we are committed to be employee-owned as long as we can be. Insurance agencies get bought up a lot by big shops. There's a lot of big publicly traded insurance companies that have offered us a lot of money to buy our firm, and we refuse to do it. So culture is something that we talk about all the time at Mahoney Group. It's very, very important to us. And because our tribal practice is such a big portion of what we do, it becomes the most important component of our agency. And so working in insurance is hard. It sucks sometimes, you know. We have a claim right now at Cheyenne River that's been going on for 3 years, and they're pissed off at me. So I'm battling with the insurance company. So it's not always easy. It's a tough business. But working at the Mahoney Group has changed my life, and it's been the best decision I've ever made. And starting in the mailroom at 18 years old and now 39 years old, leading this practice, being a partner in the firm, I could say that it's changed my life, and it's been the best place I've ever worked. So the only other place was Best Buy, so I don't really have a lot of comparison. And Mitchell's been here for a couple of years. He could probably talk to it. And I know Chad's been here for a while as well. And, you know, funny story about Chad and I is Chad was actually a competitor of mine. When I came out here years ago, he worked for another insurance agency. Obviously, I kicked his butt everywhere we went, but he won a couple. Yeah, exactly. He won a couple. But about 5-6 years ago, I called him and said, hey, man, you guys do a good job. We'd love to work with you. So that's when we partnered with Chad and Martin. We're really interested in making sure that we work with our tribal communities. We actually partner with a Native American woman named Heather Snowflake, who's a Hopi tribal member, and we've created what's called Tribal Risk and Insurance Solutions. Tribal Risk Insurance Solutions is a 51% Native American-owned insurance agency, and it's something that we can absolutely work with you all through to get the money back into tribal communities. Again, on top of that, working with our Native American schools, we give back to them in a variety of different ways. So working with tribes is something that is in our DNA, really. So
I won't talk long either about it, but like working at the Mahoney Group, I really like the freedom that they give me. If you guys call me, you need me here, I just come. I don't need to wonder who's gonna back me up, because we got a great team that back in Chattern, and I'm like, hey, I'm out for a couple days. I'm here if you need me. My dad was a propane heating and air conditioning dealer in Rushville, Nebraska, and he serviced most of the Sioux tribes. So since I've been this high, I've lived with propane and worked on coolers and done all kinds of stuff with the Native American culture, and it's just something that's been kind of in my blood, so to speak, too. I know I can't say that, but I've been around the culture my life.
He's even got a Native American name. They call him Walking Eagle. He's so full of crap he can't fly.
But I won't say it.
That joke hits sometimes. That joke's not bad.
But it's truly, it's a good organization. I just have the freedom to come. If somebody calls, I'm there.
And when it comes to tribes and schools in particular, you know, there's a philosophy in insurance agencies that only work with big accounts. You know, only work with accounts that pay you this much money. Our philosophy is not that, because, you know, the chairperson may be the board director of the small school. You know, we're going to go see Wounded Knee School tonight and go to their board meeting. And that's not a very big account that one would say, right? But we know that it's an important account. So you're never going to see us say, we're not going to help this entity because we don't make enough money on it. That's just not how we operate. We really try to make sure that we service all the tribe and all the communities. Thank you for that question. Sorry I gave you such a long answer.
Royal?
Yeah, so when I think about insurance, and then I think about tribes, and then I think about the word debt, because I have friends, and then my daughters, they went off to college, and then one of PhD said they'll live with a lifetime of debt, paying that school loan. And then I look at my daughters too, and then debt, as far as you compare it to health, and then you compare it to tribes. When you look at tribes, and when you guys work with other tribes, I mean, tribes are underfunded as far as healthcare. And then you look at referrals going out, and then unpaid hospital bills, debt for people in a place where unemployment, all those issues stacked against them. So with things like that, and the things that you're seeing throughout tribes, you look at that billing process with IHS and then the underfunding and all these things. What was your, as far as any kind of insurance you offer and trainings, have you ever heard of anything like that or dealt with anything?
Yeah, what I can tell you is we don't do debt management or consolidation. I do work with a nonprofit that helps with that called Take Charge America. I can say that we work pretty closely with Indian Health Services. We have some folks on our staff that are very familiar with IHS. We can certainly help your employees navigate that system, as archaic as it is. But I think that it goes back to the training of how to manage that and what to do and where to go. And so we're happy to visit with tribal members and employees and talk about how to manage those debts. It's not something that we're experts in, but it's something we can try.
Where I'd like to jump in, I think really when it comes to health insurance, health of an individual, right? The leading indicator is always genetics. It's like, hey, if your family, your parents, someone had diabetes, you're likely to have that, right? So it's leading with a lot of that education is what we focus on here. And that's really what helps individuals, even from like a financial education standpoint, right? So helps people just make better choices. And that's kind of what we like to focus on.
Absolutely.
Ben?
Yeah, good morning. Thank you guys for coming. Appreciate it. I guess for me, I just kind of curious about, I know you guys are coming here for the health insurance part of it, but we've been having issues. Let's say, for example, I know law enforcement has been a big issue with either a pension plan or a benefits package, for us to help keep our law enforcement officers here and stuff. So I am curious to know if you guys would be able to help, support, or maybe even develop something to assist us in that. Because it's been a while, I think, that we've been trying to get something like that going in the past probably 10 years, 5 years. We've been running into a lot of issues with insurance companies not wanting to assist, just because of maybe the sovereignty things that affect. So I know you worked with other tribes, so I'm hoping that maybe you could give us some direction in doing that if we move forward with this or we move forward on that. So, but that's just my.
No, I appreciate that. And right now you're not our client. We don't work with you. This is the first time I've presented to this council. But if you decide to work with us, all of the things that we've talked about, we will enroll. And there's a lot of things that we will work on that aren't about us getting paid. If it's just an education component, if it's just saying this is how we do our 403B. But there's no doubt that hiring, especially in communities like this, your benefits package is critical. And we deal with it with a lot of the schools. The schools, it's hard, right? Because they've got 9 months where they're in school and 3 where they're not. So benefit packages become a critical component of that. What I would say is, like I said earlier, we would engage those departments directly. So we would get with the correctional facility, we would meet with them, we would come up with a plan, and then we would help them present that to you to find out what is doable, right? Everything with insurance costs money. I can tell you, we've got everyone covered. You have health insurance, everyone's on FDHB, write me a check for $3 million. And you're like, wait, what was that last part? And so we want to make sure that we're doing this with you. And if you elect to work with the Mahoney Group, we will do that. We will work with all of your departments, or at least the squeaky wheel ones, and make sure we get the information that they need. So thank you for that question.
Mr. Morris.
Yes.
I have a couple questions, but comment you made earlier, I know there was no, you didn't need any offense on the last name that you said about last name. But we do have people here that do have that last name, and your description of it, I didn't very well agree with it, but maybe in the future, kind of don't be giving anybody last names, especially your last names. But one of the questions that I had was,
So right now, I believe our insurance company is Cali Group. Okay. How is this gonna roll over with Cali Group?
So I think the tribe's been with Kelly for a very, very long time. We are a competitor of theirs, and we have been for many, many years. I think that their family did a great job in this region for a long time, and Rich and Bob were fantastic competitors. I have a lot of respect for both those guys. We've moved a lot of accounts away from them. We're a larger organization. We're still a privately held organization, but this is a region that we serve. And so our proposal today would be to replace them.
Okay. When does our contract end with Cali Group?
I think that July, so the new policy is July.
When did you sign up in July?
July 1st, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so if we decide to do anything today or tomorrow or whenever we have until July?
That's good. They're asking for, they came to budget. They came to Budget and Finance, made their representation, and Budget and Finance authorized Finance to give them all of our data, and then they were supposed to come back with some quotes for us where we can sit down and discuss.
Okay.
I have never seen any quotes. I've never sat down with them. I don't even know what they're offering. So I'm not sure what they're expecting today. I'm a little confused because I'm not sure why they're here. I mean, the process is they would have analyzed the data, which they were given, then they would have give us some quotes on what kind of coverage it would cost, they provide, what it would cost. Then they would come to us and maybe sit down and negotiate or whatever. But that hasn't been followed yet. If we truly want to be fair and we want to look at others, then let's advertise it. But this whole insurance thing is really, really complicated.
Right.
I've been here a long time. We've been through this process twice before. We advertised, we bring in new companies, and we had very, very drastic bad things happen. Bad things. So we need to be very careful on how we proceed here. I mean, these guys are a big company, they could be the best company around there, I don't know. But all I'm saying is they're not following what we agreed to in the Budget and Finance. And so I'm not sure what kind of a action they're asking you guys to take today, but they're not following the process that was established. That's all I'm saying.
Well, if I may, we actually have a quote compared to the data we received.
Why didn't you bring that to us so I could have Cynthia and my staff review it before it came here? These guys don't know a lot about insurance. I'm really upset that it's this far, that you asked these guys to make a decision when we haven't had a chance to review it and explain to them the differences.
Yeah.
And I would really object. I'd ask the chairman to table any kind of a motion that they're going to make today if you ask for that.
Yeah.
Follow the process so that so we're all clear on what we're voting on.
Yeah. So what we would propose is work with the same insurance company, Tribal Court. So there would be no changes to the insurance coverages at all.
Well, then get that to us so that Cynthia and Myrna and my staff and I can sit down with you guys and review what you're proposing. I have no idea what you're proposing. I've heard a lot about you, and you could be the best group around. I'm not saying that. But let's follow the procedure so we all know what we're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, and thank you for that, Wayne. I appreciate that. We tried to collect as much information as we could, and we got information kind of late. I can tell you that we have been calling on the tribe for over 12 years. This is the farthest we've ever gone. I've talked to Jim and the team a lot. I think that what we're offering is same coverage that you have right now at a lower cost with a much more robust risk management and training program. And so you guys have been with the same broker for many, many years, and nothing has changed. And so what we're proposing is a change of broker, a new coach. You guys have got a team right now, which is Tribal First Insurance. We're proposing a new coach change. And with that coach change is going to come 4 quarterly visits, 12 claims reviews, and 6 on-site safety visits, including our team that's local, including all of the different things that we've talked about. So I'm happy to get you all of that information, but as far as the coverages and the changes in any of that information, we're going to use the same insurance company. but we are a much bigger insurance broker with them, not just nationwide. I'm sorry, not just nationwide, here in this region. We write more tribes in this region than they do. And that's how we're able to leverage it. And so I appreciate your comment, and happy to get you anything you'd like to see. But unfortunately, the timelines of what we've seen, we just haven't received the data back. So what we have today is about a 75,000 savings.
Michelle's next.
Go ahead, Michelle.
No, she has,
Oh, sorry.
I've done
I
yet.
still have the floor.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I apologize for you, coming here today and presenting and to me it appears like assuming that we're gonna make a decision when in fact, along the line, the process wasn't followed. But with that said, thank you. There was something else, but.
Yeah, we didn't get any guidelines on the process. The motion that we said was release data and bring some quotes.
Can I just, we have a long agenda and I appreciate your presentation, but there's nothing that we can do. And like Wayne said, it needs to follow the process. And we just spent an hour and a half and we still have a really long agenda to get through. So I'm sorry, but we need to move on.
Lila, Wayne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming and presenting. It's too bad we have a communication flow that's not very, very good. But I myself, I'm the personnel chair. I sit and I'm the personnel chair. And there's a lot of things in here that we have been discussing and talking about that we want better for our employees. We want, the insurance people to come work with us hand in hand to take better care of what the employees we have. We have about 900 employees. And sometimes, we're not really well versed in insurance. It's kind of with the cultures and how we are, sometimes that's a taboo, to talk about those things, especially on human life, But we can incorporate those things, and there's a lot of, especially the trainings that you're willing to come and do. Those are huge, and like you said, the different ways of how you can bring us, money. We have the IHS PRC claims. That's new and that's big. Things like that. That's going to help our employees. We pay insurance. Half the time, I bet you 80% of us don't know what the heck we're paying for, and that's not right. It's not good. It doesn't sit well because we're just handing our money out. That sometimes we don't use it, sometimes we do. But to have that communication with the insurance company, to me is very important. We need to see you, we need to hear from you. We pay good money out for something, and a lot of times, we don't get the results we want. But because we're located, way out here, what else are we supposed to do? So I appreciate, you coming and explaining this to us. But if we could have the information, Wayne's the man to talk to and bring those to us. I'm sure that, we can set another time and look at these things. And, I want to give our employees in our tribe the best that we can. And just, listening to you all, there is an investment there. And looking at all the tribes that you do serve, that's impressive to me. So, I'm sure all of us have, different opinions and how we're going to hold you to it. A lot of times, sometimes, these, like just now, our community building, they want a $50,000, what's that called now? Deductible. I'm like, wow, our community gets what, $1,250, almost $1,500 a month. And it's crazy how we're asked about those things. We need our buildings, we need our structures. If they're burnt or something happens, it shouldn't have to take finance to be doing the legwork. They shouldn't have to. They should be able to pick up the phone and work and things, I mean, we have technology, things shouldn't take a long time. So, I'm just looking at ways to better our services, better things for our employees, and help them, say, hey, I want to work for the Rosebud Sioux tribe because this is what I'm gonna get. We don't really have anything like that yet, but we're working towards that. So an employee comes on board, we're gonna give them all this stuff. And hopefully they stay for 40 years, 30 years. So I appreciate you coming. And I would just like to, say that, if you work with Wayne and get your amount or whatever it is he's requesting to give to us, so we can see where we're sitting at. So I appreciate you guys coming.
Yeah, thank you.
And have Wayne and Ben, and then we need to move on.
So I'll ask them because now I'm going on my 8th year. We've never had another presentation except for Kelly here. Never. And there has never been a process of how this council ever gets to choose whether or not they have an insurance carrier. An insurance carrier has never provided insurance, not whether it's this group or another group that has offered to come here. And literally we keep getting gouged left and right and undercovered. Literally have never been covered to where we should. I've never even heard, and I asked Kelly that last time they were here, if there was an option for burial insurance. They have an option for it. So when it goes to our fleet coverage, you know what? Our fleet coverage, we have wrecks, and then all of a sudden we have these vehicles scattered all over at these different body shops, waiting for Kelly to get evaluations or whoever it is that we're doing those. So when it came to an emergency responders, like our law enforcement, losing them because we haven't seen a health package, a retirement package, and it's directly affecting our retention of our law enforcement. So when budget and finance, this is not something new. We gave that motion for Wayne to give the statistics to these guys. That's been almost like 6 months. And you go back a year ago was when we didn't talk to you gentlemen, Martin Pilcher, when he came to budget and finance and had these ideas of that they could do these types of coverages. We knew that it was literally competitive. So we wanted to hear it, but we gotten to this point, and I guess maybe it's this council meeting, the drama in the nation and everything else going on. But realistically, if it's gonna help us have a cheaper coverage and better coverage, why shouldn't we? Because legitimately, this is affecting us today as well. So I mean, we haven't even got to see his numbers. Maybe you could say speed it up and let's get to the numbers, but then also we have to meet a 3-week window before we sign up with Cali or these guys again. I don't see why that's not doable today.
Thank you, Wayne. And to talk about process, we've been calling on the tribe for 12 years. So for 12 years, I've come to this organization. I've met with Jim White. I've met with Wayne. I've met with Muriel. We've met with Cynthia. We've met with the Dillons. For 12 years, we've been trying to get to this point. And consistently, we've been pushed off, just similar to what's been said earlier today. And so our proposal is a coach change. Our proposal is a coach change, keep your current insurance carrier, and let us do other things that we talked about today. We are who we say we are. We work with all the tribes in this region for a reason. We're good at what we do, and we're committed to what we said we will do. Showing a $75,000 savings.
Ben?
I guess Wayne pretty much summed up everything that I was gonna say. The other thing too is, do thank you guys for coming, and do apologize that if there was a process that was supposed to be followed that we are now hearing about. I'm kind of shocked that, this is what it comes into every time we come into a council meeting. We don't know what's gonna happen. We don't know what the agenda looks like. And then you're on here and then like, well, it wasn't supposed to go this way. And I'm like, really? I mean, so when we have these meetings, that's where I kind of make sure that we make these decisions, especially benefit for our people, our employees, if we said that. So I do apologize if that's what's supposed to be followed. I'm kind of like, well, I thought before it comes here, it should have been followed, but I guess not. So I do thank you guys for coming. Appreciate everything that you guys are doing and also offering for us. I do look forward to hopefully finding some resolution for our law enforcement, our correctional institutions to have benefit packages. Again, we're losing them, so I'm just here for that to make sure that we get I guess those resources to them so they can stay here. We can keep them here. They can keeping our community safe and be able to help out and do what we can to make our tribe a better place. But so that's all I have because again, Wayne had summed it up. So thank you very much.
Before I give the council to Tammy and to Wayne, I just want you all to know that this motion was made back in March for them to come here. And so that's why they're finally on the agenda, because they called in for it. Tammy and then Wayne, and then we need to move on. We're about an hour behind our schedule.
It's just one quick question, will it be will it be quick enough for you in 3 weeks to get your numbers together and then print that and forward them to Wayne, and then he can bring it back in the meantime, that way we can start looking at, we have 3 weeks, we can start looking at different options.
Yeah, I mean, right now, we're showing a cost savings. Those are our numbers right now. I can get you copies of all the policies and procedures. The reality is that the insurance company that you're working with right now, the insurance broker that you're working with, isn't going to do the things that we talked about. They haven't done them in many, many years. We're going to mimic the same insurance policy. These are our premiums that we're offering. We were not aware of any process, no one shared any process with us. Yeah.
So, just really quick, can you work with Wayne closely to get all your stuff together and all the other options that these guys have asked for?
Yeah.
And then they can
What exactly would you like to see from us?
what Wayne brought up, what Ben brought up about, offering, what was it, insurance for our law enforcement, some retirement packages, things like that.
Yeah. And really what this is it's simple. It's a letter sign. The letter signs that we're changing coaches to the Mahoney Group. That's what this is about. And so whether you do that today or tomorrow, we have enough time to do it. We are happy to start working with the tribe right away. You let me know what you want to see, I can provide it to you. But the reality is this council is the one that will make a decision. And
I'll move to have Cali and Mahoney Group's quotes submitted at next budget and finance meeting.
Need a
Which
second?
will be next week. Next week.
Second. Ben, Kevin, question. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
14. Opposed? Not voting? 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we have council right after that.
We have council tomorrow and then Monday, so that's why I was wondering if that doesn't allow for anything to be done this month. Which is why I had my hand up for a question.
Yeah.
And that's why I didn't vote.
Yeah, because the new one's done in July.
Yeah, so I understand that we didn't.
To be approved by July, what is?
so if you don't make a decision by July, let's say it comes in July 2nd, we can still work for you. The other broker will get paid, and we're happy to work for free for a year. That is what we're happy to do for you. Yes, we've done it before and we'll do it again. For 12 years, we've been trying to get in front of you. I'm not going to let 1 day or 3 days make an impact.
We gotta give our cups back.
No. Only people that ask hard questions got to get their cups back.
To the 23rd council meeting.
But if a decision's made on July 4th, we will work for you for free.
The information.
As soon as possible, if we had a proposal by the 23rd, I thought.
Okay.
Yeah. We didn't have anything in front of us to even approve today.
That's fine. That's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, let's move on. Okay.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great day.
Handshake. We need to go around and handshake. We're at the end.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Appreciate it.
Thanks for the question.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Good Thank you. Yeah, thank you for allowing us to come. Thank you so much.
We can get that. We'll have it for you. We can hold this. Yeah. Thank you so much. Sorry.
There was an issue brought to my attention by the secretary about the motion that I made earlier. It's probably gonna have need a brief discussion. So I don't know if you want me to rescind my motion and we can circle back later and try to make a new one, or if you wanna have the discussion now quickly about the dates at the election.
Yeah, we'll start with IHS and we'll do it after we're done with them.
Okay, I don't want to rescind that.
Yeah, because it's gonna go into a lengthy discussion. More than likely.
You think it will? Thank you.
Okay, IHS, you wanna? At our last meeting, we had asked for Mr. Matt and the IHS to come here to respond to any questions, give any reports, anything that we need to have addressed and responded to today. So I had put it in your message that if you had questions, to have them prepared today to ask them, because it comes up quite often that we have concerns, complaints that come from the people regarding our Indian Health Service. So go ahead and introduce yourself.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joe Inga. I'm the area director for the Great Plains Area Indian Health Service. And I'm here with several of my team. My chief of staff, Mr. Willie Bearshield. My executive assistant, Chris Peltier. My deputy director, Dale Knudsen. And then from the service unit, we have Callie Raymond, our director of nursing, and our clinical director, Dr. Martin. So, like President Wimnash said at the last meeting where I saw her was in Rapid City at the Chairman's Association. She asked that I come. Said she had some specific issues she wanted to discuss and concerns. And so I think I have the right staff here to answer any of those questions. And I have a couple updates too that I'll talk about when we're done answering your questions. So with that, I'll open it up to any concerns that you have, and we'll get started.
Well, I wanted to first of all thank you for coming and bringing your staff. In the 9 months I've sat here, and in the year I came back to council, the meeting visits here at the council level have been sparse. And it's good to see more than one staff person here. In the past, when we would ask for the for health or IHS to be on the floor, there was always more than one person that came. Other departments came and reported and had that capability of answering questions, because when questions are asked and notes are taken, we have that expectation that we'll get a response to the questions presented, and that doesn't always happen. I myself have never gotten any responses to any of the questions that were asked, where there was follow-up to come back to us. So I just wanted to start with that. I'll go ahead and let the council start with their questions. I have a list of questions as well.
Real quick, if I can answer that. So I'll ensure that when the CEO comes, that she brings the team, and she should be coming every month. There should be a monthly report provided to you also. You get that? No monthly report?
No monthly report, and then the meetings usually that they're having up there. Ever since I've been here, they're usually scheduled around the same time we're having council. And so there's no coordination with that. I myself can attend, our health board chair can attend because we're here in a meeting. And so, I don't know if those meetings can be reformatted.
Absolutely.
Our meetings.
Are you talking about governing board?
Yeah.
So we have a quarterly governing board meeting. Skyla does come. But we'll make sure to schedule, Chris is taking notes of my tasks. We'll make sure to schedule and work with you on a date where you can attend the next GB meeting.
If anybody isn't ready to start yet, I'll start with my first question. The concern of a lot of people is the staff there in your C-suite are still working remotely. And why are they still working remotely? Because isn't all of that, I mean, that was during COVID. COVID is no longer here. So why do we not have staff working from the facility, which they're paid to be doing? And along with that is the inability to have access to go into administration. It's almost like people are forbidden to go in there, and we really need to be able to have that mutual acceptance of any of our tribal members that are at the facility should be able to go in to ask questions or give their concerns, but it's a forbidden, locked up territory anymore, is what's reported, that you don't really have that access anymore, and it gives an uncomfortable feeling to the people when they have concerns. You used to be able to go in there and ask to see whichever one of your administrators was there that they needed to see, and you can't do that anymore. If it's incorrect, then I'd like to hear the response that is going to correct it.
Well, we did correct that, so it's no longer locked. So anyone can go in to add. Callie or Dale, can you speak to those changes of admin and the?
Yeah, I mean, the lock on the door that used to exist, we took that off in 2023. Personally did not like that myself, so when I was there.
Yeah, come on up. Callie, Dr. Mark.
Thank you, Council, for having us. I don't know if you remember me, my hair changes a lot, I'm told, so. But I'm Dale Knutson, I was your acting CEO on 23, and we did remove that lock off the door when I was there as the CEO, and it's not there. And in conferring with Callie, and certainly in my experience going up there, I've not seen the lock back on the door, and generally during business hours, that administration door is locked open. Callie, do you want to speak to that at all?
Yeah, with the remodel that we did, first, thank you for having us. I'm Callie, the Director of Nursing at the hospital now. We did do a remodel, so the keypad or the lock that used to be on the door is no longer there. So it's an open door. So you come through the first door, there's a waiting room now, and then the second door into admin is also open, but we have a clear window that's there, and then Dave sits there and is available. So I thought one suggestion that we could have to check code and stuff, but perhaps we should maybe prop that first door open during business hours to offer a more welcoming scenario, I guess, situation.
Coach?
You know, I had one of my concerns too is the same as Madam Chair. You know, we always hear from you guys, and we don't hear from the heads from the departments. They should be able to come here, and they should be able to talk from all the areas too, because they make things happen. They're part of that family up there. So we should be able to hear that, because after you guys give a report, that we don't hear the exact same thing from the Oyate and from the people. So, and one of the questions was also, Madam Chair brought up remote working. Who's still remote working?
Well, there should be, in the time of COVID, it was opened up for remote work for IHS employees. But even nationwide, only 10% of IHS employees work remotely. It was mostly area and headquarters. There are a few people at the service units that did work remotely, but in January of this year, when the new administration took over, they ended telework, those authorities that came about during COVID. So any employees now for the Indian Health Service that work remotely, it's only because of they have a reasonable accommodation due to an illness. So if someone, for their medical reasons, needs to work from home or periodically has doctor's appointments and needs to be gone routinely throughout the year, that's not something that we control. That's something that is part of the Equal Employee Rights, EEO process. So there is no one anymore working remotely because of the authorities under COVID. That was all.
Okay, and what about the food situation up there? We've been hearing that some of them haven't been getting fed up there, that there's hardly any food for the people up there. So what's going on in the food department?
Well, one issue we have been having in the Great Plains area is with our contracts. And in the last year, we've had a change of our processes, a change of the chief contracting officer at that area. Used to be Craig Wells, now it's Valerie Hartbroker. We've put a lot of time and effort to ensuring all our acquisition process follow the federal law, federal acquisitions part. And so in this process, as well as when January hit and there was a hiring freeze, we've lost a lot of employees. So our ability in the last 6 months to purchase, to have contracts, to do all this stuff has really become inefficient. I don't know exactly what the food is. I'll ask these guys here in a second. But in general, there's really been a bottleneck on acquisitions and purchasing for us. But in the last month, on that hiring freeze, we were able to hire some of our contract specialist positions, 7 of them, and then 2 supervisory positions. So hopefully we can get those positions filled again, and then we can get back to efficiently securing either goods or services. But on specific to food.
Specific to the food contract, we did have some issues with that contract. We're being tasked right now to, as you well know from public media through the Doge, we're asked to do a lot of efficiencies. It's really good work, but we're struggling through it. I think we're making some progress and getting faster through those processes, but it has been a challenge for us since January. And I am happy to report that food contract issue was resolved just last week. So part of that was we have to look at our purchasing, and if we have similar facilities that are purchasing similar things, we're trying to be more efficient and make that one contract avenue versus 5 different hospitals ordering kind of the same stuff and making it more efficient through those processes. So that's some of the transitions that we're going through right now. Another one is purchase cards and the availability of purchase cards, and we're having to really try to work hard to get our purchase card holders, because we have a limit on how many we can have. And we do have some challenges with getting new purchase card holders as well. So we're transitioning through that, but we're trying to also be more efficient because a purchase card holder doesn't have to be just attached to one facility. We can have all of our purchase card holders across the area working with each one of our facilities. That's not a process we've done in the past, but we're trying to move towards something like that. And again, it's a lot of transitions since January that we're working through.
At one point, they reduced all our credit cards to $1. Essentially closing down our ability to use a purchase card. So we have an issue in the kitchen, we need to order something, we can usually just use a credit card. We've had to work through that. Luckily, they did reopen that at reduced amounts, I think.
Right.
But we're trying to do the best we can with these changes in the new image.
You know, we all know that these changes are coming, that they were gonna come. So we get our health care free, and our Oyate that go there and our employees do deserve to be, especially the employees do deserve to be, let them in on the loop on what's going on too. Let's have some good energy up there, some good vibes, because our patients feel it. The Oyate feel it. You know, and I want to give a shout out to the workers up there right now too, because with the construction going on, everything going on up there, and especially those in the ER, the ED. We have some really serious issues here that we all need to work together and tackle. So I hope we can, but, no more bullshitting, no more BSing. Be upfront and honest with us because we serve the people. We need to make things right for our people. For the people, we work for the people. Thank you.
Lila?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome, IHS, and good to see you, Willie. First of all, I wanted to, kind of ask you guys to take a breather and just be with us at this moment. It's really tough because when you work for the federal government, you have to sign away a lot of things you believe in, maybe. Things maybe that, you're not really a fan of, but, you got to work to sign your employment. So being a Native person is tough because the way we live doesn't make sense to the government and it never will. Never. But you guys work here. You are the ones who work here. You are the ones that see what happens there. Whether it's administration, whether it's the patients, whether it's the employees. And I always thank Callie because during COVID time, my mother was up there. And the treatment then wasn't very well. We didn't know what was happening. We didn't know what was going to go on. But, she was, there to help. And I always appreciate that because at that time we had to have the compassion because your life depended on it. We didn't know if we were going to live or die. And what happened? Since we put COVID away, does that mean we put our hearts away too? You guys are on the ground here. You are here in Rosebud. We're not bad people. And be civil to our people. Be good to them. Because we don't know. It's like we get punished for having free health care. Well, that's a treaty that was made and it's here and it's gonna stay. Right now, I've had, people always asking me, what's gonna happen to my medicine? My medicine. Trump's gonna shut us down. What's gonna happen to my medicine? That's from the people out there. IHS is not doing a good job in putting out this information to our people. You guys have a responsibility in also putting those out. And have you guys had any cultural training since you've come to Rosebud? Any kind of cultural training? Anybody give you anything?
Well, we do have an annual orientation. And part of that orientation is cultural training. So people who aren't from here, so Dale, she's from Kadoka. I'm from Pine Ridge. I don't know where Willie's from. He's from some other tribe. But Kelly's from here. Dr. Martin came to us from Eagle Butte. And but when we have, I know what you're saying, when we have contractors that come in or we have people who aren't from here, it does take some level of education that we have to get them to understand whatever community they're in, whether it's Rosebud or Eagle Butte or Belcourt, North Dakota. So, and IHS doesn't always do a good job of that. We are the federal government. We don't do a good job of putting information out there and communicating because we are the federal government. There was a time in January where we weren't able to come and talk at all. So as we have to give up some of who we are a little bit in order to comply with those rules. But the reason we do it, the reason I do it, is so that I can use my experience and who I am as an Indian person to run IHS better than it has in the past.
And it sounds like you're all familiar. But I encourage you guys to get out there. Come to my community. Come down. Come over. We had doctors who lived here and lived with the people. They used to go around, they go to sweats, they went to ceremonies, they did all these things to help themselves understand that we have healers amongst our people here. You guys need to understand that too, because we don't come out and say it, but it's your responsibility to reach out to our people as well. Be yourself. Come to a function, hang out. The people that were there a while back, they retired and left, but they were invested. That word invested is not just something as a personal person. All of us sitting here, we're invested in our people. And people in that world, at that world out there. And it saddens me because I don't live that way. I don't, as that woman said, well, we're all going to die. I can't remember which comic woman said that. And that right there was just like, whoa. We become hard as people. But our people, they're fighting every day for their lives. They're fighting. And, we don't have, and this is what's really getting to me, is I've been advocating since 2015 for mental health help. What the heck? There's none. Now you got to talk to a computer, telehealth, and then that was cut off. And our people here need that help. They do, and I don't know how much to stress that, because I sat in ER with my nephew with special needs. He was there for a week, until somebody came in 5 days later. He was stuck in a room. Couldn't go outside. No one even paid attention to him. That's ED. Well, this is IHS. Well, that's mental health. Well, this is ED. We're contracted this. I don't care about that stuff. These people, when we have special needs or we have somebody go in and they want to take their life, that is serious. But it's blown off. Sometimes they just let them go. And that's wrong. When you feel that in here of a young person doing that, and then they send them off. Okay, we got it for a week now. We'll send them off and they'll be all right. And then they come back. So you guys and us have to work hand in hand to save these lives. It's not always, something we can see. But we have a lot of young people walking around here in pain, emotional pain. And we become numb to that. At one point, I just sat here and they told us, we'll bring you more mental health. You're going to get an OB. It was all BS. There is no OB up there. Our babies should be born here. And maybe that's why these young women don't want prenatal care, because there's no OB here. Those are the things that are priority. It may not be IHS priority, may not be, but if there's no food up there, then pull something out of your pocket. We got to take care of each other. We don't know what's going to happen. Word out there is IHS is going to get shut down. Well, I don't know. But it's upsetting to be a broken record for all these years. It isn't your fault, but treat our people better. Treat them better. Go out, shake that grandpa's hand. See how grandma is. We're not bad people, but we have to make these things, let our people know, hey, anybody out there, you need to talk to somebody, or this mental health component you have does not work. I don't know what that is you have up there, but it does not work. I got into it with two of the people up there. And you know what one said to me, and he's enrolled here? We don't have to do what you tell us to. You're not our boss. And yet, right in front of that patient. That's why I said we gotta have this cultural training. I'll give it to you. There's people here who can come up there and you can say, well, come to one of our morning meetings Monday. You know, invite one of us here to come and sit there. There's closed doors everywhere, but when it comes to our healthcare, we cannot have that. You know, that falls on you and it falls on us. It's no different. If we lose a life, it's your fault and my fault. Because we're not doing enough. You know, there's a group here who falls through the cracks, but there's no mental health. None. And we're just now getting our people to understand it's okay. But because ED's contracted in our behavioral health component, you know, there was a lack of communication. And I read the report. And I'm still upset for my nephew. He didn't deserve that. And come to find out, when they sent him off, he was fine. But he was judged. The other thing is, you know, our security people. We asked here because our law enforcement, when they have an inmate, and I know you're all well aware of this, and pretty much Kelly is, they have to have an officer sit there with these inmates in order to clear them, to take them to jail. We need to work on that. And we asked for a position or somebody, if you can have somebody there, maybe help us with that. Because we are short on police officers. So if somebody in your employment up there can step in, whether it's security or somebody to help sit there with these patients. But our cops have to sit there until they're cleared, and that takes them off the road. And there's a shortage there. So I'm asking for your help with that. If you have any ideas about that, Mr. Amiot, or any of you, Dr. Martin, if you can, you know, maybe email our president and see what we can do about that. And what's the other one? Okay, our wellness. We should have, again, mental health. Pamphlets, whatever you can have. It don't have to be even you walking around if you don't want to, but I'm sure in your time as you're sitting there as an administrator, you know, you can be doing these little things on the side that will make a difference. Put those flyers out. Fill everywhere you can see. Put out those flyers. If you can't be there, then they can at least pick those up and read them. And if somebody is having an urgent situation, we also have medicine men here. You guys need to get in contact with these spiritual people. Have them on call. They can be on call and call for them. That ER is so busy all the time. It's like that's the only place there's active everything. And we can't get in on appointments. They're kind of far out. The other thing I heard is you guys are trying to get rid of the Boston doctors. We can't have that. I don't want that. I don't think any of our people want that because they are helping us. Work with them, please. Work with them. Make it better. And I'm speaking to you today from here. You know, I know all of us, we all have rules and regulations to follow. But when we're living here, we're the ones that are here. Should an emergency happen, something, you know, we're the ones that are going to deal with it, not them up in DC. So I'm asking you, Mr. Amiot, to put these requests out to your higher-ups. Ask them for this, you know, to help us with our mental health program. We need foot doctors, a lot of diabetes. And then they put us in categories, category 1, category 2. Now everyone's getting knee surgery. And then the next phase, everyone was getting their foot cut off. Then we, what's up with that? Find a solution. Do not take, oh, we can't do that right now. We don't have the money. Well, I don't know how much your foot is worth. Is it worth more than my foot? And we need to get that education and work with our health administration so we can better give our people information. CHR, you guys all have to work together, and we'll get on our programs to work better with you. But, these are things that the people have come to me with. And I really appreciate you taking your time to come down here, and I appreciate that, and I hope that we can have this communication flow in a good way. Because healthcare, we don't know what's going to happen, but whatever the government's giving us, at least make it the best for our people. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And I want you to know that I agree with what you're saying is we need to do better. We need to treat our patients better, always. And some of those specific things you talked about in there, Chris will take notes and I will respond. But one issue that is a big issue that I want to bring up is the behavioral health transports. And when we do have an inmate at the ED, that COPS time in staying with that is a jurisdictional issue. And we can't assume jurisdiction of a prisoner and watch that prisoner. The police have to maintain that. And so what ways can we do around that to make it so they're not spending so much time, or transports happen faster? So even though we can't assume jurisdiction of that inmate because we're not law enforcement, I think there are ways. And we did, I think it was a year ago or maybe a year and a half ago, have a meeting set up with the court, who was all on there, the jail, I can't remember, but we were having a meeting periodically to discuss all these different, because there's a lot of aspects that we can work together to improve. And then it kind of fell apart. You know what I'm talking about, Dale and Cal?
Yeah, we used to have a routine meeting with, monthly meeting with the federal police and the court. Is that still current?
It is not.
Okay, then we'll resurrect that.
That's one thing we need to resurrect.
Yes, please.
Yep.
And then we can work on all those different issues to make it better. We can't fix that one.
Yeah.
But
time management.
yeah, transportation, those kind of things we can. You talked about the Boston doctors. So your ED is not contracted. We run the ED, but the staff are contracted. So some. And we are working to get more permanent employees in the ED. And there might be a fear of the Boston doctors that means they're not going to be needed. But we have a hard time filling ED docs. We have a hard time filling hospitalists. We have MDs are hard to come by nowadays. So I don't ever see a time where we won't need them, but we are absolutely trying to fill our positions permanently. And have people come here and stay here, and continuity of care and all those aspects of why we want permanent employees. And we are doing different things to be able to do that, and offering different kind of shifts, offering half-time positions, because doctors who work in other areas are interested in coming. They don't want to work full-time because they have a job somewhere else or they live somewhere else. But they want to come work, 20 hours on a weekend, or different ways that we can increase our ways to recruit. So, but all those questions that you have, I will do a formal response and get back.
One more thing is our employees, a lot of them are from here, and there was a lot of fear of them just being written off. And it'd be good if, we develop something and work with our employees to, whatever's happening up there, be open with them. Tell them. A lot of them they're not going to come to you. because of that fear. You know, the government did that. You guys didn't do that. The government did. But open that communication door with them and start from there. And that would be really appreciated because the people that work up there, they dedicate a lot of years there. So if you can do that as well. Thank you.
Tammy?
Hello. Mr. Amia, a lot of these problems that we're having with our IHS, I'm unsure if you are fully aware of them because a lot of them have to do with your administration staff. We have had 7 people, from my understanding, that were forced to resign or terminated. The last time we had a meeting here, I believe Marlene, the deputy CEO, was here. I had asked about the OB person up there and she told me that she had resigned. Well, I had sent her from that OB person and she was terminated. I know we can't go into personal issues, but one of the things that the OB lady did tell me was that she was going above and beyond her basic level of care, which she was told to provide to our OB patients and got in trouble for it. So she would check them for STIs, she would check their, for any autoimmune disorders and other lingering OB that could cause a miscarriage or a early delivery or anything like that. Ultrasounds, things like that, but that was not, she was told she cannot do that. So that's a major issue because we don't have OB clinics up here. We had a pediatric doctor, a good one. She worked, like you said, half-time, part-time or whatever. We worked 2 weeks, I believe, and then she was gone for 2 weeks because she lived elsewhere and that's where her medical treatment was at. She was told to resign and return. So I don't believe we have a pediatric. We have nurses that were forced to resign or be terminated or were rudely treated and driven out. And it all comes back to the chief nurse officer, the complaints that I'm hearing. It's all coming back to there. We have nurses that are hindering, that this individual is hindering and not supporting further education. And that is a tribal member, one of our own tribal members that could be coming back to provide better services. And I'm sorry if I'm this blunt, but I really don't like to sugarcoat anything, you know, especially when it comes to our healthcare. Because a lot of our people are referred out for a lot of underlying causes, a lot of issues. Cancer is one of them. Diabetes is one of them. There's a lot of people recently that have been diagnosed with stage 4 cancer, but when you go back into their medical record, from what they told me and from what I experienced with my own personal family, is that it was seen long time ago, but that's not what you were being referred out for, so we didn't have the obligation to tell you. So I'm wondering, do your people, you know, even know how to read those results, some of them? Do they even know what to look for? Cancer should be pre-screened on everybody. If they see something in there, notify them. These are the complaints that we get, you know, and some that we see ourselves. And you have people that come in there, you know, and they tell our providers, which we don't get to keep for years, because from my understanding, they don't want to come to IHS because it's the end of their career. And then we get a lot of transfers in from other Indian health services where they came from. They were a problematic health provider. Okay, we have let's go back to when you talked about the remote work has quit or whatever. Well, you have a chief quality manager who has not come to work maybe once a month or whatever. You have a deputy CEO who works remote, and that has been consistent. She sat here and she lied to us and said that she's been there and she does that, But when you ask up there, even when you go up there, she's not there. Lila said, fighting every day for their lives, and they are. But when they go there, we don't get the quality of care that we would like. We get the basic quality of care. You have a podiatrist, she brought up feet. You have a podiatrist who sits in admin, who only sees patients to keep her license going. She doesn't need to sit in there. She can be out in there helping our people, doctoring our people. That's her field. She's not going to be able to sit there in the morning and go over these referrals and say, oh, this is not, because her specialty is feet. We have people that aren't doctors, that are making these decisions for our people that need to be referred out. And if some of these people were actually referred out or diagnosed early, they wouldn't be losing their feet. I have a relative who had a fractured foot for 5 weeks. Kept pointing. They didn't do anything for him. Finally, he got referred out. They found out, yes, it is fractured. They seen it down there, IHS level, yada, yada, yada. What did they tell you? What did they get you out? He almost lost his foot. Had another relative who had an infection in his foot. That foot, they sent him out. He got, way better treatment, pressurized treatment. Got to keep that foot. Because all they're doing is swabbing, sending it to the lab and saying, oh, okay, there's no infection there or whatever. That's not how that's supposed to work. You look deeper. So if we have a podiatrist, and if she doesn't want to go into and help our people, then maybe she can go. If these people that claim to be here all the time aren't here, then maybe they can go back to where they came from and work there full time, because they seem to be at home quite a bit when we actually need people here. We have 7 nurses, the 7th one, the lady that helped with the OB patients, and she really did a good job, because I heard a lot of compliments about her. But I also was notified by her that she was let go because she wasn't providing just the basic. She was going above and beyond providing more. So these are my concerns, and nobody wants to, really address them and bring them forth, but, I'm not going to stand here and say thank you for doing a good job and whatnot, when in all reality, a lot of this is internal politics, internal conflicts, with your administration staff and your people in your nursing department. And that needs to stop, because you're driving our people out and you're bringing in people who are basically doing the bare minimum. When our people want to be here and support their family, they know what's wrong with our people, they've been here for years and whatnot. And then you have other administrative issues that are taking place, but everybody up there has a clique, and within that clique, they all defend each other. And that needs to stop. In healthcare, you shouldn't have cliques. You shouldn't be keeping cliques, to defend a bad employee and then force your dividends out. But that's what's going on up there. And Kathy is right. They should be down here. They should be meeting with us once a month. At least we won't bombard you with a lot of questions, or it might look like we're picking on you, but we're not. These are legit concerns. So that's all I have to say. I know my 3 minutes has been up a long time ago, but I would appreciate if you can look into those. And I know with security, you can't force security to sit there with your patients. They're not doctors, they're not mental health specialists, they're not anything like that. And I know it is a jurisdictional issue. Another issue that I have is police officers pulling up into the ER bay and bringing their patients in through the back automatically into the ER. That's another issue, and that was done between, I believe, your chief quality manager and at the time, the chief of police. And that shouldn't have happened anyway, because you have people sitting in the ER wanting to be seen, but you might have an inmate or an arrestee or somebody that just needs to get cleared really quick. Another issue, I'll just stop with my issues right now, like the rest of them. But those are my issues, okay? And I'm sorry, you know, if I came out real rude, but really, I'm not gonna stand here and sugarcoat something and then try to work around it or whatever. I just want you to know what's going on. You specifically, because you oversee the administration.
Thank you, and that's a lot also, a lot of different aspects of that. And so I appreciate your honesty and your candor. That's the only way we're going to fix anything. We don't need to sugarcoat it. It is serious stuff. Any specific experiences of a patient you want to send me, I will investigate every one. So you talk about this person and this and this and this. In general, we work every day to ensure proper standards of care are followed. It's Dr. Martin's job. That's us as governing board chair members. I'm the chair. All the processes we do. So if there is a standard of care issue, that's something that we take very seriously and we work on every day to ensure that doesn't happen. If anything specific you want to give me, I will investigate everyone.
I will email you a lot of the concerns that I have because I'll just leave it.
And so I just want to say though, it's illegal to force anyone to retire or resign. So also, if you have any instances of that happening, let me know and then I will investigate each one of those too, because that is illegal. We can't force, I can't even ask Dr. Martin, you know, if anything like, are you going to resign? Are you going to retire? You know, anything that he could think that I'm pushing him out, then he could file a grievance on me. And in the federal government, everyone has a lot of rights. It's really hard to fire someone. And so we got to be careful of how we talk and what we say because we can't do those things. So if someone feels they've been illegally pushed out and discriminated against, I will investigate.
Okay, well, see, that is where you have your click up there. And I'll email you, okay?
And my click is everybody. And so my job is to follow processes, policies, to ensure that everyone is treated fairly because discrimination, again, is illegal for us. You can't discriminate against anyone based on race and gender and disability and all that kind of stuff. And so what we try to do as a team is build our processes, build our policies, follow those so there isn't discrimination. There aren't cliques. And as you know, in our facilities, we have groups, no matter what facility we're talking about. But our legal obligation as employees, our ethical obligation as employees is to follow the rules and ensure those patients are getting the best care that we can get. That's what we strive for. So if it's not happening and you can send me something specific, I will investigate.
Ben.
Hey, thank you. My name is Ben Blackford, the Sioux Council representative. I guess I kind of start out a lot of these things saying that I wouldn't be doing my job if I wouldn't be, speaking up, because we are voted in by the people on behalf of the people. So for me, I think for all of you, I'm glad that you guys are, moving up, especially with the government jobs. I know in the past, it was really kind of frowned upon because of how I guess, stern and it's just kind of bad how the government worked all the time, I guess. So, but I'm glad that we have people of our own culture to get in there. So I do appreciate you guys being involved in that. The other thing too, like we did here, we volunteered to get into these positions. So we are going to take on those responsibilities to make sure that we take care of not only our people, our community, but our tribe. So I feel that that's something as, government type people would probably do too, because I can always say that we infiltrated, the government, so we're able to have our people working there, so it's a good opportunity. And just like the BIA, I say the same thing too. We have people that are working there that are from here, that are tribal members, and their education and their advancement of training should be able to push them up into these positions. So they can be a facility manager. They could be, in a bigger position to help run these organizations. So, but for me, I guess just like what the BIA, I said, when we have these people that are thriving to try to earn a living at the same time too, love their jobs, be able to advance. And of course, I think for us, I sit on the health board. So we hear quite a few complaints from the hospital about a lot of things. And for me, I'm one of those guys that would say, well, let's see if the process was followed. Let's see if something, and if it wasn't followed, then what do we do from there? So this is really one of the opportunities that we can, being, the Aberdeen area office is here and also some of the people from the hospital. But I guess for me, I want to make sure that, a lot of our people that are up there, we just had some retirees happen and nothing happened for them. They didn't do anything to them, is what I was told. That's what I said, but I had to bring it up. I'm not going to take the gossip that quick to say, well, I heard this, I heard that. To me, it's more factual stuff.
Excuse her.
But when we were up there, and you don't see that, then I have a concern of what we are doing. So as native people, it's the same thing too, that you are here, you understand our process, you understand our culture, you understand our respect. So those were the concerning things to me, was that when I didn't see that, those are people who I know are elderly people who end up having to retire. We had a pretty big celebration for them here. We were able to give them the opportunity to kind of give them what they said about how they were educated, how they're able to get, and I think back then it was really hard because of how, again, they were prejudiced, racism, a lot of our outstanding areas where the education part had to come in. So, I really, I guess, supported them in that sense, because they were able to come back here and say, I'm going to work here. Now we have our younger generation now that are doing that. A lot of them want to become nurses, a lot of them want to become, maybe doctors, senators, things to that effect. I've heard a lot of that. And a lot of them say, oh, they laugh about it. Well, back then they laughed about it because, we didn't have that opportunity. Now we have that opportunity. So again, like us, I think you guys would have that same, I guess, responsibility, so that if something happens, it's your job to make sure that it doesn't happen again, or even, fix it so it doesn't happen again. A lot of stuff that happens up at the IHS, it's really tough. I know I mentioned this several times with law enforcement, we have a lot of issues with that. I was told, from Pioneer that kind of looked into it, that they did contract their security department up there. Is that a possibility? Just so our law enforceement can get there. Now we're having a problem with our own law enforcement, because again, we have to get that retention and also law enforcement back into the our law enforcement program to help secure our safety of our communities. But that's something, again, to work with us, to help us to try to get some solutions to this, not just get mad at you all the time and say, you guys are doing this, So to me, that's what I would like to see, is for us to work together to be able to get to these solutions, so we can help our people, so we can make it safer. I don't know how this is working. I know in the past, right now with the BIA too, I talked to Mr. Hart, superintendent, about how, what's going on with the administration. We have enough people there who's been there long enough, should understand and adjust to these things that are coming down from the administration, especially now, whether it's financial, whether it's, I guess with whatever's coming down. But a lot of the stuff that's coming up that was said by my colleague here, we hear that too a lot. A lot of these people, 20 council reps know that too. So what are we doing? Where do we go to? Who do we talk to about that? There was a lady here that came, I think, I don't know where she's at. I asked a couple of my colleagues where she's at. I think Marlene, I think is her name. She came down here several times. So I don't know if she's still up there or if
She's the CEO.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. I don't know where she's at. Because we asked her several times to get a lot of things, I guess, looked into, maybe find out what became of them, but she's not here either. So see where that coming from with that communication process. I don't know where that. So I know she came down a few times with her, but so now that you're here, I am praying that you are able to get that information to her, and that communication can be bridged enough to say, well, we have some concerns up there, what's going on. So you guys can fix those, or maybe even make it better. And what's going down, because they're saying with the administration, the federal administration, it's causing a lot of problems right now, which is understandable. We're dealing with that here also, so with the BIA. So we're trying to all work together. If we're doing our own things and we're not telling anybody, then what do? I would like to see that communication, only because I represent a community, and the people who voted me in, I would like to get them that information to say, this is what's happening out there. So if there is a shortage in the food deal, I understand you guys don't want to put your business out there, but it's still at least some understanding of what we can do to help, to alleviate some of that stress of people calling you all the time to say, what are we doing? What's going on here? What's happening up there? So again, we still have some of our elders, some of our traditional people who don't want to go up to you guys because they feel that you guys have that responsibility to make it better, and not be scolded at anymore. So those are things that I'm concerned about, especially with IHS. So I do believe that communication should be one of the more better things happening, especially with our administration. I think with your part of it, you have a lot to deal with, recreational, but with our, facility here, that's what we are looking at right now. So, but those are just my concerns, and I want to make sure that we are able to, I stay within my 30 minutes. I was on a radio, so I talk pretty fast. But I started taking staying within my 30 minutes, I guess. But so those are just my concerns, and again, I wouldn't be doing my job if I wasn't elected here to be able to speak up on behalf of our tribal members and stuff. So I'm just praying that we're able to connect that communication problem and take that responsibility, as we would take that responsibility too. If something messes up, take that responsibility, say, okay, we messed up, we'll fix it, we'll do what we can to try to help out. Because you're in that position now. I mean, if it was somebody else from New York or California who wasn't part of our tribe, we wouldn't know. We're not going to trust them. So now that you guys are in here, I feel a lot more comfortable, so you understand what we're dealing with. And a lot of our families who are, I guess, experiencing a lot of the concerns they have, not only with the administration, but with the healthcare. So that's just my concern as a health board member also too. But thank you for coming. I appreciate it, and I hope we can continue our communication. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the words, and the theme I'm gathering from the three so far is an increased communication. So CEO Dr. Marlene Wakefield should be here every month. There should be a monthly report that's provided to all you and to the executive side. And so we'll make sure that we get more of the C-suite team, which is Dr. Martin, Callie, Tommy as quality manager, whoever else, but some of those program managers too that can come. And so improved communications is one of the big things I think that can help. And I'm trying to be general because I know it's, you guys got a full agenda like you said, but some of these issues, I know my team is jumping to be able to answer these questions. Because they do know the answers, and they can say, well, that's not exactly true because of this. But to me, that's not what's the most important right now. We just want to hear you. Moving forward, we'll do a formal response to some of these questions that we can't answer, and then we'll just work to keep improving things. So.
And is Ms. Wakefield, excuse me, detailed out to Winnebago?
No, she's at a doctor's appointment today that she had scheduled before we had the schedule, but our deputy CEO here is detailed to the drug dependency unit in Winnebago, south of Sioux. She's on a 60-day detail that ends this Friday, so she'll be back next week. I know President Woodknife did tell me her concerns. We have our own needs here. We need to have our staff here. In this time of the new administration and in COVID, our Great Plains area is a system. We have 11 service units that we operate, and we have 11 that are tribal. And when something comes up, I do move people around. We did have to move ambulance drivers from other service units to Pine Ridge a couple weeks ago. We often have to move around administrators. Someone quits, something happens, problem. So then we got to move people around to fix that. So that's not saying anything that she's not needed here at Rosebud, but Francine was sent to DBU because they were having a crisis that we needed to fix. So that's something we often do in the Great Plains area, is move people around when we have to. Because we couldn't hire, we had all these excuses why that position over there was empty and they were in crisis, so we had to do it. But we don't take those lightly. We try to do everything we could to fix it within the service unit. Anything we could bring someone in from area to, and then that kind of plan C or D is moving around from the service unit.
Skill sets also. Sometimes we move people for that because they have a particular skill set that we need for a short amount of time to make something more efficient at that service unit.
Emily.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you guys for being here. If it's okay, I'm going to sit down. I have lots of notes on my computer. My name is Emily Boy-Belanja. I'm our Parmalee community representative for council. I'm also our house chair. So I do have a lot of questions or concerns. Many of them have already been stated, so I won't give too many detail on that. I just will reiterate some of the things, so sorry for the redundancy, but some things like communication I think are worth repeating. So I don't want to go much too far in there other than to talk about common courtesy and just respect. If we're in this together, we should be in this together. If we really are here to serve our people and help the health of our people, we should want to talk to those people, especially the leaders of those people. And so to not have the respect to show up at meetings, I think should be on record. I think to have even the courtesy of having a monthly update so that not only do our people, but us as leaders should not have to guess. We should not have to base our decisions or thoughts or ideas or anything based on rumors or hearsay. So I think just having the basic common respect between a tribal nation that you're here to serve and be part of, and then your role as IHS and providing that much needed service. I just want to start there. That should just be a basic respect, and we're not getting that. So along those same lines, I've heard things about a report. I was gonna suggest that, but to know that it should already be happening, I will request that and we will follow up if we need to do that as a council. Those should include things like changes, like construction, like issues that we should be aware of, that we could also take back to the people. We're not expecting names, we're not expecting who's hired and fired or anything, but just basic common updates about the facility, about the use of that facility, access to the facility, anything of that nature would be extremely helpful.
We do have that.
We are not getting that, so
But
that's not happening.
Making sure we get it distributed correctly is what we'll need to do.
Yes.
We do have a monthly report.
And as we saw this morning, I'm sure you're witness to, we are not perfect in the communication department, but I know that many of us, if not all of us here, that is one of our one priorities, is getting better at that. Making sure that we are communicating what knowledge we have to our people so that they know they're part of it, so that they know what is being done to address the issues as well as those that we've heard. To go along with kind of the better communication, I guess, would be how can we support you in things like recruitment, retention. We've had a meeting that I thought was really successful for a first meeting, but then it just stopped. There was no follow-up, there was no nothing. We continue to hear about loss of services, about things like that from our people or from our patients or from the streets or online, however you want to say that. And so to have, again, that common courtesy to say, we are no longer going to be providing this service would be really meaningful. To go to something Tammy said about the loss of the pediatrician, that was a loss not just for IHS and not for our families, but for the area. She was one of the only pediatrician doctors in a several, I think 100 miles or more radius of that area. And you might say you didn't make her retire, but the fact of the matter is she is no longer here due to actions by that facility up there. So whether she was pushed out, forced out, however, the fact of the matter is it happened, and our people having, you want to talk about continuity of care, I think that was one of the only continuity of care that any of our families had for a very long time. And to know that that was pushed out, it's almost like we're sabotaging our own facility. And that's really disheartening to know, because I know that there's people that work there that love this place, that care for this place, that want better. But to know that so many people who also love that place and care for that place have been pushed out and no longer will work there, how can we push towards recruitment and retention if I wouldn't mind want my own child to work in that facility because of the environment, because of what's going on up there? So again, how can we have these conversations ongoing and meaningful to make sure? So I guess my next follow-up question would be, is the DON leaving? Is the CEO leaving? I think as a nation, we should have privy to that knowledge before it happens.
The CEO did take a position in the Albuquerque area earlier this year, might even been the end of last year. Was exploring that. She was selected from the position. In the end, it came down, she chose not to go. So she declined the opportunity to go to Albuquerque. She's from New York. I think she's Seneca or one of the New York tribes. So she's not out here because of family. She's actually away from her family. So I do know that eventually in her career, she wants to get closer back to her family in New York. But she's not going to Albuquerque. She turned it down. That was like in March or April or something. And so as far as I know, she's committed to staying to Rosebud. And turning that position down to me just proves that. But she easily could have moved to Albuquerque. Which for her, I know, if you're not from here, it's rural here. And so going to your doctor's appointment, going to the airport to fly back home, it's hard on Marley. But she is committed to being here. She is committed to doing a really good job. There's ways that she could do better, obviously communication and tribal relations, and that part we gotta shore up. But there's so many that I get to see every day of Marlene and the team, how well they're doing in these areas. So that's why any of these concerns, we want to give it attention and fix so that you can see the good work that this team does. Okay. And communication, again, is key, so we're going to work on it.
Okay. And so the next one would be telehealth. We've had so many complaints about people finally getting set up for telehealth, having some continuity of care established, and then being told, sorry, everything is on pause right now. Do we have an update on that? How soon that will be revived or reestablished?
So we have several different avenues for telehealth. I think the one you're referring to is a valve for our specialty services. Is that right?
I'm not sure, we got all kinds of complaints specifically on telehealth. Some of it has to do with cancellations, people are getting all the way to Rapid City, they don't even have an appointment because the referral's gone, or, then they're stuck up there and we have to have another person transport them back. We have people that are used to having follow-ups, on telehealth, and now they're telling them that they can't do referrals, well, some can, some can't. I mean, there's just a lot of confusion about that. We have our people listening, so I would just like you to give an explanation, maybe update on that.
So the one I'm aware of with telehealth is Aval. We use Aval for specialty services. So instead of when our primary care provider says you need to see cardiology or rheumatology, I'm trying to think what your specialty services are here with Aval. Dermatology, behavioral health, adult and pediatric, ED, sane nurse. Those are all the things, instead of having to send them, the patient to Sioux Falls or Rapid City or Valentine or wherever they get sent to, that we can do it here. So we really want to put a lot of attention on telehealth as an opportunity for patients not to have to travel somewhere else. We did have a problem with the contract with Aval. We reached capacity of what we could spend on that contract. In the federal government, there's a lot of rules on how we have to spend our money. And so when we do a contract with Aval, say it's for $1 million, we got to have in that contract $1 million. So if we spend $999,999, we can't spend anymore. The contract has to stop until that next period. So that's what happened with Aval. So the last 2 months, we had to stop because we were at capacity, and I believe in the next week, we should be able to start using Aval again. And so one of the fixes, that's not necessarily a new administration or a DOJ thing, that's kind of our fault, because we did put $1.5 million. So we put $1 million, we thought that was fair, that prior years, this is what we've been spending. Telehealth is good, we have this contract in place, we can only spend that much. So we'll work to fix that in the future too, to ensure there's more on there. We do better on our projections, but it's kind of hard. But that is a failure on us. There's no one other's fault but us on that Aval contract.
Thank you for that. That's great to have some reason behind that. So the next thing I wanted to kind of touch on was, and again, people have already touched on it, so I don't want to be too redundant, but so kind of be a two-part. The first part is, what services do we currently still retain up there that are currently active? And then do you have any active strategies right now to recruit or retain or improve, as far as, we have an airport that's kind of a one-way outgoing airport, but is there any talks of flying in help for us? I know that's been very successful at places like Valentine. They don't have housing, they don't have people long-term. You mentioned there's kind of people with free weekends here and there. Like, how realistic or how soon would we be able to tackle or approach something that would utilize our airport or utilize some other strategy to get a specialty or to get some of these people in, versus spending so many referral doctors tied up in those flights out? And then also, how many services are we retained right now and actively providing?
So that recruitment aspect of what we do is very important. And we did recently last year hire a recruiter for the area office, Philip. And so he's been doing more with retention and taking a look at how we can build all these different aspects, change schedules, to make sure the pay is commensurate with the outside, all these different things. And we also have a nurse recruiter. You asked earlier, what can Rosebud do to help with recruitment? And other reservations do things like hunting licenses at the same cost as tribal members, allowing non-beneficiary employees to be seen at the hospital. So that is part of the law. We do that here.
We don't do it here. They do it
If the tribe agrees, if you guys agree, we could see our non-Indian employees, give them care at the hospital. So that would help them be able to, if they got to get a shot, they can't get it here. They got to go to wherever, take leave, be gone.
Employees.
Yes.
Employees.
Non-tribal member.
Non-eligible.
But on the same line. Like,
And
if they're
the
employees of
IHS
the IHS, how come they can't have services at IHS?
They can, but the tribe has to agree. So if you guys would agree to that, that's a big thing for recruitment. That
That's
makes,
how others have, by resolution.
It's by resolution.
Would you be able to share something as a template to see what other tribes have
Yep,
done?
we can.
And I know for the hunting licenses, that if you work here and you're not a tribal citizen for Rosebud, but you're a tribal citizen elsewhere, or if you work for IHS or one of the local schools or a few other things, you are called a affiliated tribal member, so you get a reduction in that. So that one is already.
so those kind of things happen, but how do people know that? We got to do, again, a better job at communication and that. I'm gonna let Philip know so that, he can tell people as he's recruiting doctors, here's what Rosebud's doing. And so, but when you're a non-union patient and you work at the hospital and you can't get seen there, it matters to them. Once they can be seen and feel like they're part of the team and part of, it really matters. It doesn't really take away capacity from us. Because they're there, they can go get, squeezed in whenever someone doesn't show or whatever, so. And then, they really take a look at how the tribe treats the area director, so the nicer you are to me, that will help.
Emily, before you move on, I would like to interject something. In the past, Game Fish and Parks did have a clause in there that provided to the non-tribal members that worked with the Indian Health Service.
They're considered affiliated tribal members if they work for IHS or any of the school districts. So there's like 5 things in there. I'll have to look at that.
And the other thing I wanted to say, as a part of what you're asking him, is that I wanted to ask you how much is expended on what is being offered for recruitment and retention versus to those off reservation and non-tribal versus what is offered locally to our own tribal members, because we do have tribal members that can fulfill some of these positions, but we're bringing in so many from other tribes and non-members that are coming in. I'm not just talking medical, but I'm also talking other capacities at the facility. It's a part of what you're saying, so I wanted to put it out now, because that is a question for
Absolutely.
for
There's
that.
a lot of ways our own tribal members don't have the same benefits, because to be eligible for housing, you gotta be in a priority position. You gotta come from farther than 100 miles away, or there's different rules on our hospital quarters. So that's something that the more quarters that we can get, the more we can offer it to our local people. So that's one thing we're working on. Rosebud's getting, I think a triplex or a duplex, 2 duplexes to increase quarters. And I'm drawing like what else was there?
So that
Okay.
versus the recruitment and retention of our own tribal members here at home. There are some of them, or there were in the past, I don't know if it's still being allowed, but our own tribal members also have housing there. But for us to have our own tribal members that are trained, certified, or educated, and that can work for the Indian Health Service, what are we doing to recruit them instead of going beyond the reservation and bringing in non-tribal members or tribal members from other reservations to our facility when we have a lot of people that can be working up there?
I hope that there's no difference in what we're doing for our locals as opposed to outside. Because if there is a difference, that's discrimination.
It is.
I can't,
And you probably have some that would.
I cannot exclude a Rosebud person and say we want people outside there, but I can't also exclude Eagle Buter and say you can't come here because we want Rosebud. Can't do that. When we get a job announcement out there and we get a panel, we get that from HR, not from the administration, not from the hospital, from HR above us. So they give us a panel that might have 5 people on there. HR says all those people are qualified. We have to interview, do reference checks, and then make a selection. As for the higher positions, we have a team. So there should be no discrimination. We shouldn't know and be considering their tribal affiliation. I shouldn't know if they're a Rosebud or a Pine Ranger. But we do, we're from the same communities. But if there's any discrimination going on, that is illegal.
In the past, when I sat on health board, we, the chair of health board, and also the president, were allowed to sit in on those interviews. We could not vote, but we could sit in on them. So I just wanted to.
There's 2 positions where the tribe has a policy right for consultation. That's the CEO and the area director. And so when I was hired, Scott Herman was on that team, as every tribe in the Great Plains area had a rep. When we go to the service unit and hire the CEO, we reach out to the tribal chairman, and the chairman decides who from the tribe will be on that interview panel. But for those other positions, it's an inherently federal function, and so we don't have the tribe involved except for those two.
So if you start in the future including those two positions I just mentioned, to sit in on these, that gives transparency and it gives more belief that things are being done appropriately. I'm sorry for taking your time, Emily.
No, that's okay. I'll consolidate to two more things. I have more points, but I'll consolidate. I just also want to say thank you for taking this time. I hope that we can do this more. I would have hoped that this could have been like a day-long meeting and then more than one meeting. So if we can somehow facilitate that.
Come back anytime.
Yes, and whoever's available. But okay, so the two things that I wanted to touch on, the two things that I wanted to touch on quickly were, one of them first is, how can we better support the relationship between our health administration and our ambulance and the IHS? We're hearing lots of stressful things regarding medication fulfillment from the pharmacy. We're hearing lots of overburdening, burnout on our ambulance drivers, specifically regarding the suicide idealization, which I'm not trying to downplay in any situation, but I feel that it needs to have a game plan maybe of how we're addressing that. Because if we're losing 4 to 6 employees in less than 2 months, just because they're simply driver burnout, and by the time they get there, that person's actually making it back to the res before they do, because there's a whole new assessment process, and boom, they're cleared like that. We all know what's going on, but I just wanted to address that, get that on the record, that this is an issue that I'd really like to address. If we could set up some meetings, if we could set up some ways to address that. There's also some agreements right now that were in the past between our ACF, our JDC, other law enforcement type facilities, where they are legally required by their contract to provide health services, but they are not health providers, so they cannot hire anybody. Previously, we had this agreement with IHS. Now we're told that due to IHS staffing and other restrictions and other things like that, they are no longer able to fulfill those obligations or what was in those agreements. And so how can we then mitigate that, have meetings, come to the table? Because I still feel we really are all into this together. We're still in the same area. I just didn't know how one day those agreements can be null and void without our knowledge. I'll stop there so you can answer that one, and then I have one more thing.
I'm not familiar with that one, so I'm going to need more information on that, and then we can respond.
Yeah, because when I was on health board before, that was in place.
Okay.
Yep, so there's requirements for anytime somebody's taken into custody, whether they're juvenile or adult, there's specific times if you're in here for longer than 10 days, less than 10 days, you have to get this and that or whatever. Those agreements had always been with IHS, where they would provide either somebody at site or we would bring somebody in. That also overflows into the need for a medical detox. We had been planning and pushing, and we finally got a detox, but we don't have it staffed to the level to be medical cleared. So now we still have the issue when you go to detox or when you go to ER, it is almost overwhelmingly full with sometimes non-medical, emergent, I should say. And so is there any opportunity for us to get in talks of that and how we can address that? And utilize what we have for resources on the tribal side, but also filling the gap, because it's not safe, it's not sanitary. There's a lot of issues that go on when you're cramming that many people in there, and then you have law enforcement and all the things that we already talked about.
We can definitely have a meeting and discuss and make things better.
And if we can include things like mothers on meth and the meth in general and loss of services. I don't know if I got a direct answer on what services we still provide up there, but those are the types of things that we want to plan, because regardless, we talked about compacting, contracting, leave IHS, take away all this, no matter what, our people deserve better health care. Whether it's the federal government, whether it's us, however we're going to do that, we have to be at the same table so we can have a better plan and how we're going to provide those services. And things like getting formulas based on who can go to our IHS versus, that formula should be for all of our enrollment. That should be enrollment based on our people. And so those kind of conversations, I think, need to happen before we can ever come forward with a plan that's going to be meaningful in addressing our needs.
Thank you for very good questions. I will, as part of our response, we'll give you a summary of those services. Something that we have to maintain for accreditation, so it's readily available. But we'll get you a copy of that so you know exactly what's on there. But OB is not on there. And so that's always been a goal and a dream, but it's always just out of reach for this reason. I got 1,000 excuses, but
Because at some time they're saying, oh, we have the funding for it, but that funding's went over here. Like, I just like to see like what's actually
Right
going
now,
on there. It's hard to plan when we don't even know what's going on.
Okay.
Thank you.
So Joe, before I move on to the next person, what I'm going to do is all of these questions you said are being tracked for us right now. So as we go on with all the rest of the questions, I will schedule a special meeting just for you to come back with the responses. Okay. Next person's Wayne.
What is our current budget funding for our Rosebud IHS? Our whole operational budget?
the whole budget is about, just off the top of my head, it's about 40 million, recurring and third party.
These behavioral transports that are going on, and they're really taking up a lot of our time, and then like Emily was saying, our driver burnout. Is there a possibility that because no matter what, they're still getting billed, IHS gets billed for the transports, like you could outfit some like CHR vehicles with like cages to protect the driver, and then that way the CHR can do the some of the transports?
There's been some work on that, so I'll ask Dale to answer.
Even if it was 5 out of 10, that's 5 more transports that the ambulance drivers don't have to take, and then don't have to be off the streets here.
We have been looking at that. There are different routes that we can take. With behavioral health transports, there are certain safety mechanisms that we have to put in place. And so if it's a female, we try to make sure there's a female, there's 2 chaperones, a driver and a chaperone. We like to have one of those people be the same sex of the person. So we have very specific parameters that are required for that. These distances are a long ways away. We do run into some jurisdictional issues when we have a tribal order and we get off of the reservation boundaries. I think some of you are aware of those where people have, stopped to the bathroom, whatever, and have to go during the transport. So those are all things that we have to try to consider and resolve, and they're hard issues, but there have to look at different capacity. There are some contract companies that offer some of these services, very, very expensive. So then we've looked at, right now we're in the process of looking at just what you're talking about. How or can we, within government regulation, utilize certain vehicles that allow for that? Earlier you brought up Pine Ridge, so I'm just going to use them as an example. They did several years ago 638, the security mechanism, and they do run the ambulance as well. They are able to, because those security officers are part of the police system over there, and they do have those types of vehicles available. They are able, with our staff, to provide those transports. So there is a lot of learning that we can do from our other facilities and how they do things, and we can sit down and talk about technical issues. We have the Office of Tribal Affairs at the area, so any of those questions that you guys have, you had mentioned earlier, is that a program we can take? Absolutely, under 638, you can take those programs if you choose to. You don't have to. We can work together to come up with solutions too. But we also have different scopes of work for things like that provide us technical assistance.
Okay, another one, you were talking about, and Lila even touched on it. We have police officers that are having to always be off the street with a inmate at the facility. Is there, you have security guards, but you said they can't detain, but what if we commissioned them? Is that a possibility?
Can check into that. I don't know how that would work as a federal employee or as a healthcare employee. It matters, and I think the judge has to make the decision.
Because we get a class C and then even an E where it's not necessarily like carrying guns or anything like that.
Yeah.
But you have it.
I don't believe we can accept that authority of jurisdiction over that inmate. It has to be whoever the judge decides. And in a case here at Rosebud years ago, the judge handed over that authority to IHS. To force us to be with that patient. But that we did go through legal, we met with the tribe, we went through all that because that was not appropriate.
Okay. Another thing, are we looking into moving ahead as fast as possible to have the women's wing is working, right? But we don't have the birthing on the Rosebud here. And right now we have, our Southern Hospital down here literally being overworked. They can't really take very many in. And you got winter that's already canceled for birth. And I mean, that leaves it, basically, we need that here. Is that on the horizon shortly?
Well, the big hurdle right now is the remodel of that area. And so we can't do anything until it's remodeled. And then after that,
That would be the plan,
That
is
would
to
be the
get the
plan.
staffing and the education, that takes
competence.
competence. And because we've been without for so long, our current staff we wouldn't be able to hold them to that standard, so then we would have to implement the training and the competence requirements to make sure that care is safe and up to current standards. But yes, the construction piece has to happen first, because that's gonna remodel and give us some capacity to have birthing rooms. And so it's definitely in the plan. It's a phased approach.
Okay. There's some rumors that are also floating around that the area office, your guys' positions will be moved to Rapid City instead of Aberdeen. Is that true, or?
Well, I work out of Rapid City. We have a new office on 5th Street. And so all positions in the Great Plains area positions are now advertised Aberdeen or Rapid City. The people who are in Aberdeen will stay in Aberdeen until they retire or leave, however. And it's kind of another recruitment, because when we do advertise, most people want to come to Rapid City. We're not hiring a lot in Aberdeen versus Rapid City, but Rapid City, we're hiring more and more. I got this building, but I'm going to be at capacity pretty soon. The Great Plains Tribal Leaders Association, or Tribal Chairman Association, purchased the building for us to rent. And in a year, I might be full. What's that?
You have all those offices downstairs.
Got all those offices, they're gonna be full pretty soon, so.
Can I add?
But
I just wanted to add to Wayne's question about the OB potentially opening at the joint meeting that we had a few months ago, I can't remember how long ago, up at IHS. That question was asked, and we were told as health board that the OB or the possibility is not likely to ever happen in the current facility, because they said that the facility is not up to par as far as like the humidity and having like a clean room for surgery. And if you can't have a surgery, you can't have babies, because you need to have that on standby. And so we were told at that meeting that OB is not possible at the current facility without having. So I said, well, what if we built our own facility and have an OB?
is that the remodel you were talking about?
OB, whatever. And they said, well, you would have to have an operating ER with the operating ability to do surgery, and we don't have those two things, right? So even if we had.
Yeah, we would have to build all that capacity, all that takes funding
So I
and
just
money
wanted
and
to correct
plans
that.
and contractors.
They told us it is not possible at that current facility or even a new facility if we don't have capacity.
That's not accurate.
Okay, I just want to say that's what was told to us at the last
It is
meeting.
possible.
Because they said that facility is not clean or cannot be a surgery room because of the humidity and other environmental
And
factors.
we have dehumidifiers, we have.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify, because that's what was told to House Board at that last meeting.
Well, the HVAC system has been
It's
another
been an
piece
issue.
of our
There's
phased
issues.
construction.
Any issue that comes up, we can work through it. So it's absolutely 100% is possible. Is it probable? Is probably the question. So that's what we'll have to work through after the renovation. You could fix anything if you have enough money. So on those issues, budget is going to play a part in what we can stand at.
Okay.
There is also the opportunity of maybe a birthing center where less risk keepers are having there. That may be. So there are different ways we could do this, but we have to complete that renovation first.
Okay, I just wanted clarification because I was told different. Thank you for that.
The biggest detriment that ever came to our facility was the past plan to just make our OB side and our ER side. I felt like that was a lot of wasted money to try to turn those all into offices rather than what they were originally constructed to be in that facility.
Okay.
Wayne, do you have any more?
The other thing is, it's constantly being asked of us, and no matter what, we can talk to our blue in the face, but I want to see if you can actually clear this up. The lawsuit that we won, did it make specific policy changes in IHS, and did it currently make the budget expanded? Okay, thank you. The other thing is Lila and Emily, I think, or maybe it was Tammy that talked about it, like kind of patient care, kind of having a better relationship with the patients, you know, and it made me, this call came up and I forgot about it a few months ago. There's been a couple patients, but actually what the call I got was from an employee up there. And I didn't know that you guys offered like sack lunches or some sort of emergency dinner things for like people that work up there and they're having long shifts, can't really leave, things close here in Rosebud, there's nowhere to go. And also patients that I was actually there, it's been months and months ago. And I was there and there was actually a person where they were having inconclusive blood tests and I could hear them through the curtain. And then basically the woman was basically saying, I just need something to eat. And she said, I've been here for 10 hours. Now legitimately, like a patient being there that long, I mean, should be offered a snack of some sort. I mean, just because no one usually prepares except for Indians to go to a hospital and wait 10 hours. You know, I mean, it's a normal thing to be there 4 hours. And so those are things that for patient care, and I mean, it bleeds into employee care too. Those kind of things I think you should go back to offering, because I guess it was at one time and it's basically been cut. And then also just, I'll leave it with here, housekeeping. The hospital is filthy. If you could do something about that. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My list started going further and further down as everybody was talking, so I don't want to be repetitive, but one of the questions that I got asked from one of our people is, why are the inmates being seen before people in the ER?
That should never happen. Any ER is based on the acuity and how the sickness, and Callie and Dale can.
It does happen though, because although I got a question, it did happen to me and my mom. We sat there and we saw inmates going in before her that were walking fine and seeing before elders that were actually in pain, having a hard time. So it does happen. I know it happens.
The emergency room is based on ESI accuracy. So based on presenting symptoms that the individual comes with. Law enforcement, with being short-staffed, they can't leave an individual just in the waiting room. So they will bring them to the back. We have triaged them before to where their acuity is not as high as others. So they will wait to be seen.
But that's not how it was, because I sat there for 2 hours before I saw an elder get called back, but 3 inmates went before. So just to let you know that although that's probably the way it should be, it's not. And I've seen it myself.
We'll check into that and make sure that doesn't happen.
And then another issue is the like everyone else has. The hospital is dirty. Are we short-staffed on housekeepers? Or why is it so filthy?
I'll go up there right when we leave here and I'll walk through and see what you mean by filthy. And we'll make sure
Even those ER rooms, I mean, when a person is done being seen and they take the patient leaves, all they do is come in and tear off that paper. They don't clean the room. I mean, you could sit in there and you can see how dirty it is. There's dried up blood on the floor. It's filthy.
I'll make sure that changes.
Along with air vents.
What's that?
Along with the air vents. If you sit in the ER and look up at the air vents, they're very full of debris and dust.
It's very dirty.
That's an easy fix. We can fix that and we will.
I hope so. So with all of the budget cuts and everything that are coming, somebody up there that monitors the PCP list to make sure that the patients are on Medicaid and that IHS is the PCP, so we're getting that funding.
Yeah, we have benefits coordinators
But are they monitoring the list?
every time. They're supposed to be monitoring this, yes.
Because I was advised yesterday that a lot of people are being cut off and they're not knowing that, they don't know that they're being cut off. And it's also a part of the, I don't even like saying it, the big beautiful bill. They're going to be doing automatic address checking. So when they send a letter out and people don't respond, they're going to be cutting them off of their Medicaid. So that's going to have a huge impact on our IHS and the funding as well. So something to keep an eye on. There is assistance to help provide to enroll people on Medicaid. They have the training in Pure on June 24th. I don't know if IHS sends anybody up there to help enroll people into Medicaid and to educate them on how important it is that they utilize that service. I had received some complaints from people when they're being referred out from IHS, they get asked, do you qualify for Medicaid? Rather than asking them, do you qualify? I educate them as to the importance of it. Like, we're getting cut off. Our funding is getting cut. It's important that you at least check to see that you. Instead, it came off as offensive. Like, they're asking me if I qualify. Why is it their business if I qualify for Medicaid?
Noted.
Educate them as to why it's important. I guess I had the similar questions as far as the telemedicine contract, the law services, the tribal energy contract. I think that's all I have right now. I guess we'll just look forward to your report when you come back.
Chris.
I forgot, Roseman. Good afternoon. Thank you guys for coming here. So after everything that we heard and listened to, just a few things. So who can we guarantee out of all you guys to be here consistently with to communicate to us?
I'll come back anytime you invite me, but the CEO and the service unit staff should be here every month at your council meetings.
And then all it is just an invite to if we want you to be
For
here.
me?
Yeah. Okay.
I know we gotta get it scheduled, and that's sometimes hard, but anytime I'm asked, I'll work to get it.
Yeah, I know, because I know that a lot of our discussions always take a lot of time when they come here because, like we said, all of this should happen in house court, but unfortunately, obviously, no one shows up on your guys' side. It might not be your fault, it might not, but it is what it is. That's how it is, and that's how a lot of other programs are too. So that's why the discussions go really long here. And it's really unfair to all the other people that we have sitting here on the agenda as well. So I'm trying to be brief. Going forward though, if you can try to like show up, have someone from your team, the CEO or whoever she is, someone stay consistent, reach out to our chairwoman so that there is a consistency there. You know, just a simple email. Hi, I don't know. I'm young, so it's easy for me to send a text. But another thing though, we're going back to the very beginning. I overheard a thingy about our behavioral health with IHS. Do you guys have do you guys still have a mental health specialist?
Yeah, currently in our behavioral health department, we have Dr. Aisha Hill. She's the psychologist supervisor. And then we have a LPC, like a licensed professional counselor. We have a social worker. We have a psychiatrist that works remotely. And there's a nurse practitioner psychiatry that works there in-house.
Okay, yeah, because you know, there's a lot of things to work on, and I'm pretty sure that they could use some more help. But I will say this though: before I got on council in 2023, I needed help. I needed mental health help, and I reached out to people that I knew were specialists within the tribe, and I told them what was going on, and they told me I need mental health help. At the time, I mean, it's funny now, but at the time I was like, yeah. And so they referred me to you guys, but they said that it might be a couple weeks out before I get seen because that's the way it is. There's only so many people there that can be seen. I got lucky though because someone didn't show up, and so they took me that same day, and they saved my life. They I don't know what's going on now. I don't know if I got lucky. I don't know if the timing was right, but behavioral health at IHS did save my life, and I truly believe that if we could get more access to that, a lot more young men can be saved too. Another thing on top of that as well, though, there's some stuff I do hear as to the people that choose not to take your behavioral health. And it happens. I get it. We can't control what everybody does, you know. Even with us, there's people that we'll tell them to do something, they'll just not do it. But this is a serious issue in the sense of some kids don't want to go to behavioral health at IHS. First off, is because they don't want what is inside of here coming out to be told back to them throughout the grapevine somewhere. And sometimes people talk, and that's how it gets out. I know that can be corrected really easily, and I know that you know that it happens too. It's just the way it is. But it doesn't have to be like that. And that's where we start there. That's where all this communication comes in, is to stop that part from coming out to the public, because that is private information that those kids want to trust someone for. And that's the biggest thing, is we don't trust. That's where all these youth get failed at, is we don't know who to trust. We want to go to you guys. We want to go to some place that will listen to us, that will hear us out. But again, you know, it's hard to trust someone. So we'll come over here. They'll come to our leaders because we want to trust someone. But then as time goes on, those same leaders will use what we told them against us, because we don't know how to handle certain situations. And so, yeah, that's probably my only complaint and question is behavioral health. I love it. I'm grateful for it. It saved my life. It's just we could definitely work a little bit better on making sure that information stays with those specialists, you know, and to really try to figure out how we can get some extra help in this, that there can be more than just one or two people listening to our problems at a time. But other than that, like I said, we have a really big packed schedule. It's already 1 o'clock. We're already an hour behind, a couple hours behind. And so I'm not trying to end the conversation. I'm sure we have a lot more people talking, but at the same time too, though, if you can guarantee one of your guys to show up to this health board, to send the chair an email, at least an email weekly, to know what's going on, to stay up to date, we can really move forward in a good way, a much better way. And that way we can address these issues in other avenues, so that we're not taking too much time away from these people that are, you know, been sitting here since this morning. Thank you.
Okay, before I go on to totes, Michelle didn't finish her question.
Oh yeah, I just have one more quick. When Marlene was here reporting, she said that a lot of the funding is being drained because of the flyouts. So is there a plan, or is there work in progress to, I guess, see, because a lot of people get flown out for things and then they're just released wherever they're flown to, and then families have to struggle to go get their relative from wherever they're being flown to.
Well, that's definitely an issue here that maybe we can talk about at health committee or whatever, but EMS just last week wasn't doing any transports. So we had to fly out then. We routinely fly out behavioral health. So anything we can do to improve that behavioral health transport will definitely help. I did ask for $2.5 million last year, emergency funds for your EMS program. That was approved. And so the more we can do in the space of EMS, the more we won't have to fly out, the more we won't have to spend our PRC dollars.
Well, how about reinstating a lot of those services that are lost, so people won't have to get flown
Reinstating
out?
services, that's another way we can reduce that. But
and then also, why is it so hard to get into IHS? Why is it so hard to be seen? Why do people have such a hard time getting into dental? I mean, why is optometry never open? Nobody ever answers the call. I mean, it's like you have to go sit there for hours just to be seen. Why is it so hard to get seen?
I guess it's probably staffing, but can you answer that?
Yeah, that's the main thing, is we only have one optometrist. We do have another position we've been trying to hire for years, and we haven't been successful in getting a second optometrist. With that optometrist, he mainly focuses on the diabetes patients because that takes up almost all his time. So unfortunately, he can see a few walk-ins each day, but the patient would have to come there and wait for that.
So how do we handle the need PRC?
Yeah, well, we definitely refer a lot of people out. Even when he sees patients, they need to see an ophthalmologist, so then he refers them out too. So a lot of patients even get referred out by him. But we handle the PRC for basically any other thing that we can't handle in-house, which does unfortunately result in people, having to try to get rides back from Rapid or, Sanford or wherever they get sent to. As far as adding other services, I mean, we do have the special, the telehealth that we're going to probably be getting started back up in a week or so. That should maybe decrease some of that transfer on. But as far as the ER goes, I mean, if you're talking about a lot of people that get transferred out need like ICU level care, and I mean, for us to open up ICU, that would take a lot.
That's not what I mean. I mean, a lot of them aren't even ICU. If they get flown out, then they're released that same day, like within an hour of wherever they're going. Obviously, that's not an ICU situation.
Yeah, I guess I would have to know more about it. Most of the ones that I see, in our reviews on the ER are patients that need like an ICU or like some kind of surgery, cardiology workup or something like that. I have heard of some of the SI, the suicidal patients that would get to like Rapid and then they would evaluate them and discharge them from the ER, which is unfortunate, but I haven't heard that happen.
And what about dental? Why is it so hard to get into dental?
Well, we have 2 dentists. One resigned a few months ago, so we did have 3 for like a short period of time. The main issue with dental is the assistants. We only have like 2 assistants, so there's only so many. The dentist needs the assistant to help them see the patient. So unfortunately, if we could get more assistants, which isn't like, they don't necessarily have to have any training. The dentists, they can teach them right there in-house. So
The process to be seen at dental is you don't even get to make an appointment. You have to just come and sit and hope that you can get in on that day.
They're everywhere. There's no appointments anywhere.
Within the whole hospital,
Yeah,
right?
They're
You
not
can't
taking
get in.
appointments anywhere.
I have to look into that closer. I mean, I was aware that in the morning they do like a walk-in first, and then they do it in the afternoon they do appointments. So I have to look into that further.
Yeah, but the only way you're gonna get an appointment is if you go through that walk-in process where you sit there for hours.
You sit
And
there
hope
from
you get
9
in.
to 4. Or if you get flown out and then you need a referral, then you're already in the system. But for anybody who just needs a call.
Consistently over the last couple of months, we've had on average 7 or 8 providers out there, so it's actually been better than usual. And that's with getting more contractors to come in. So we definitely see that we want to have 8 on average every day is our goal.
And you have appointments for outpatient, correct? As well as a standby or walk-in type.
Yeah, we have appointments out there. I mean, if it's an acute issue, we try to get people in quicker, but, on average, it's not unheard of for, like if I call I go to the VA, if I call them for an appointment, it's probably going to be a month out. I mean, 28 days isn't unheard of for people to get an appointment for like a chronic repeat follow-up, you know what I mean?
We don't even have that option though. I would take a 28-day out. At least I know I could.
How many days out are we?
0. They're not taking appointments.
Can you look into that and provide
Yeah.
some information on that as well? Because
Yes, so
these answers always sound so good, but it's not like that for the people.
So,
The ED really needs to have a plan too, because that's where the overflow goes. You call to make an appointment, you can't even get in. And they just say, no, we're booked, you have to try again. So you need to have a plan there. And we really need to do something with the ED and have a plan, because it's hard when you have someone who's really sick and who needs care. But the ED is so packed with those with addictions, with the meth and the alcohol. So we need to find a solution, maybe put another piece on the ED and tend to those ones in that area. We can't deny services. I'm not saying to deny their services, but place them somewhere else so those that are really sick, that don't have an addiction, can be seen immediately, because we're flying them out. And then with this referral process, we need to let the people know that when you do a referral to them, it expires. So when we have our patients go to an appointment, And they're like, oh no, we can't see you. You traveled all the way to Rapid City or Sioux Falls, and your referral expired just yesterday. Because we have some patients that don't have the time to come back all the way home, so they still get seen. But yet up in Aberdeen, they're denying that because they were not informed that their referrals expire. So we need to get PSAs out there. We need to get more information. And you know, there's a lack of communication everywhere. We need to make it better for the people so they don't have to go through what they're going through. And Wayne brought up earlier about the meals. We do need to let the people know if they're sitting there. And we know they signed in at 8:30 and they're still here at 4 o'clock. Get them a meal. We should be able to do that. We need to have customer service, our desk area somewhere, because I see a table there where there's all sorts of information about applying for Medicaid, all different things. But you know what? Our people aren't going to go. I don't even go up. I did go check it out. But how many people are going to really stop and look and see what's at that table? And that they even help you with Social Security cards. You know, so we need to have someone sitting there to say, hey, and in a good, friendly way, you know, we need to be better relatives to one another all the way around. But we really need to do that. We need to figure a way out to help the ED out, because that overflow is overwhelming. You know, they can't get into clinic, so they go just to ED for something simple that could have been taken care of at clinic. So we really need to look at that. Another colleague brought up cancer. You know what? If there's a family with a history of cancer, we need to make everybody in that family be aware that, hey, you can get tested to see if you have that gene. So that way, when you're diagnosed, you're not at 4 and you're fighting for your life. So we need to do that. And we also need to test our water or do something, because it's overwhelming with the way our people are getting cancer here and being diagnosed. You know, so there's just a lot that we need to do. We need to have the plan. We need to have a time frame, because we should be delivering our babies here. Because if we were able to have an OBGYN clinic up there and be able to deliver, maybe those that are that have an addiction, we can help them in their first trimester rather than them coming into the ED and delivering a baby who is high on meth and then flying them out. You know, that we have a lot to work at. We can do it if we all communicate together and get on the same page. So you got a lot to answer. So we'll see you next time. But remember, we work for the Oyate. We provide services for the people. None of us would have a job if it weren't for the people and all of this funding. We have to fight for everything that we have out there right now. We do. Thank you.
We have, oh, go ahead, you can respond.
Just want to make sure that you got everything, Chris?
Took about 15 pages.
Okay, good. I'll work on a report and I will come back as soon as we're done, maybe in 3 weeks to respond back to everything that's brought up, or everything that Chris wrote down, one of the two.
We have Tammy, and then after that, we're to the end, but before we, oh, Marion, did you still want the floor after that? Did you still want the floor after Tammy?
Yeah.
Okay. And then after that, I have a little thing here that I'm going to read off to you for stuff to bring back. Okay, so go ahead, Tammy.
Okay, we talked about referrals really quick. Cancer patient referrals, because the process of actually getting into the clinic to get that referral done over and over again, it has recently been changed to 3 months. So cancer patients are having to go in every 3 months to get a new referral to continue their treatment. I believe that needs to be extended because, like Michelle said, and we all know, getting your appointment into a doctor to actually get that referral done takes forever. Sometimes they can't get in, they just, you know, whatever. Another one, reinstating services. That was another issue that was brought up. Even if it's just minimal, I know we can't have OBGYN, but we can have prenatal services here. However, we need to bring back somebody. And in my opinion, I recommend that we bring back that tax. Simply because she's a 15-year veteran, an OBGYN. She's done a lot, and she's brought out a lot of stuff with Sioux in England that IHS doesn't have, like policies for OB. They're still 2013 policies and they should be updated with other, etc. Okay, so that's that one. And then, the emergency department, I know they get crowded with everything up there, but putting people in the hallways, speaking to them, about, you know, why they're there and whatever, to me, I think it's not right, you know, setting up beds in the hallways, whatever, but, okay, that's it, I'm done.
Marion.
I'd like to give my time to Lila, please.
Thank you. I have a couple things here that you can probably jot down and, bring back to work. Okay, the ER contract's gonna end on June 30th. Is that happening? No?
No, the ER contract is in place. That's not,
Okay, the other thing was, Amy out sat in the meeting earlier and said we we're gonna have an OB, and it didn't happen. So, maybe you can just give us an overview of that whole process. And the other thing was, are we gonna work with Cherry Todd, sorry.
Cherry County?
Cherry County, for our OB, have you guys contacted them?
Who's Cherry County?
Cherry County.
That's the hospital that we often.
Yep.
Babies.
Yeah,
They work with us.
so Suzanne had come down. More than 3 weeks ago. She met
Suzanne
with him.
England, our area maternal child health.
Yeah, and she went down to Valentine, and her and I traveled to Winter.
Okay.
To talk about, that was prior to Winter's
Yeah.
announcement.
It was really sad because we couldn't do nothing about winter. And that's where a lot of our babies are born, but it's good to know you're working with Perry County because, you know, they do a really good job there.
Yeah.
So maybe you can kind of let us know where you're at with that.
So what they do is, and I don't want to misspeak, so jump in anytime. My understanding is when Suzanne came down the last time, she went with the OB nurse in the clinic. They went through every patient that they knew of to make sure that those referrals were in place, so when they need to be transferred down there, that's already in place through the whole prenatal list that we are aware of. Now, there probably are some patients sometimes that we aren't aware of that are pregnant.
Yeah.
And then we work that most likely through our ER or our case managers to try to get those services done. But we are trying to stay on top of that in light of the challenges that are going on.
One other thing, and this is probably out of your scope, but I'm gonna ask you, because you're the man in charge, you know. But we have a nurse here who recently retired, gave over 40 years of her life to IHS. And they have to move out. They give them a month. There's no housing here. And I'm asking you to look into this because as of right now, July 1st is coming. And this person, you know, I'll give you the name and everything. If there's a way you could help her get an extension on that, because I don't know who up there works with the housing issues and everything, but she's lived there and worked at the hospital and now she's retired. And, you know, to me, it's a slap in the face when you're retired, you're out of there, poof, boom, you're gone. You don't exist anymore. That has to change, you know, and there are people, it's like, but she's from here. Her roots are here. Why don't we check on them? You know, hey, you know, you're doing good. Did you get your placement? And they get a letter and that's it. But it doesn't work that way here. When you're from here, you gotta find a home. You have to find a place to go. And during that process, and she's in a process right now, and maybe if the IHS gods above you would look at that and grant an extension. Maybe, and I'll give you the name after, you know, we leave here. And, you know, things like that, it's really hard, and we live in this rural area, and the housing issue, housing, you know, it's real sad for me because, you know, I always think, gee, you know, I wish we could find a way to get our people who are employed here, and because they're gonna stay, you know, but it is hard. So a lot of our people live in Valentine, they'll drive to work here, you know, but somebody giving her whole life working there, you know, I think that really says something about the dedication and, you know, the hard work that's been done there. So I'm gonna ask you to try to help her if you could possibly.
I will absolutely help her.
Okay.
I can give her an extension. On our quarters units, we do follow the state of South Dakota housing laws.
Yeah.
And I don't believe we can ask them to leave before 3 months.
Okay.
So if it's July, it must have been, July 1st must have been 3 months before that she left.
Yeah.
But we could give her an extension. We often do, but at the same time, we need the house.
Yes.
We can't, for too extended amount of time.
That's
Support her to stay
understandable.
there.
That's understandable.
She has to find her place and she has
Yeah.
to get a plan,
And
but
there
I'll
is.
check into it.
Yeah, there is a plan. So during that process, and it's in process now. So I don't think it'll be like too much time. So if we're just asking that for our tribal member, you know, a lot of times our own people, you know, we're here and we're in a different world here, you know, and all these, like employment at IHS, we try to get our own people to apply there. There have been a few people who have applied for the maintenance department, very well qualified, and I'm blown away that they were not hired. It just blew me. And I'm like, wow. So who can be more qualified than qualified? I don't know who looks at all those applications, but they were really disappointed, you know, and I don't know. So that's just another thing that, you know, I got here. The contract with the Boston doctors, again, I'm gonna bring that up because I got some texts and people are very worried about that. You know, I don't know if it started rumor or what, but, you know, they really do good work with our people, and we built the trust issue. Dr. Toby has been here helping our people for years, you know, and we don't want to see that be gone, you know. It's really important when our people start trusting somebody, you know, and building that work and them coming here. It's a win-win situation, you know, for us, it's a win-win situation because having them here is alleviating, you know, some of that stress to have the doctors here. I myself see one and, you know, it's good. So you guys are overloaded. I know you can try to fix some things, but at least you can send the message up to Senator Brasso. Is that his name?
Senator in Wyoming.
Yeah, he sits on the appropriations committee and he's the surgeon, the orthopedic surgeon. He sits on that committee, so somehow maybe word will get to him.
Well, that's one of the reasons when we come, and we can't lobby Congress, but you guys can.
But we can. So in health board, we can get a letter and put it together and maybe send it to you guys and then do the process and get to those people, you know, so. But thank you, I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm gonna give you a list of requested information that I'm gonna ask you whatever is available to give to us that you bring to the special meeting that I will set up. And before I do that, I have one question that came to me. Why isn't Dr. Martin seeing patients?
I can answer that. I mean, I do see patients in a roundabout way because I sign all the PHM stuff, all the orders and all the notes that they give me, so.
Have you seen any since you've been here?
Other than those notes.
What is his title? Clinical director.
So on a facility the size of Rosebud, the C-suite administrators, there's not a lot of free time for Dr. Martin to see patients. That's not what we hired him for. What we hired him for is to be the administrator, to make sure all the providers below and all the work that has to happen and to ensure standards of care and quality of care and all those things are happening. So if it was a smaller facility, there might be time. But even our smaller facilities are usually 100% admin to see some patients. But I wouldn't be concerned about that from my perspective, that Dr. Martin's 100% admin, because it's the same as our other larger facilities.
All right, thank you for the response. One of the suggestions I'd like to make is, at one point in time, our facility was having the same issues that are being discussed here today with patients in the ER having to wait because our the people that are the officers are bringing in, they have to have that clearance before they can go to the adult correction facility. At one point in time, there was an area that was utilized for either for the urgent care patients. A nurse came out or an MSA came out and checked to see the quality level of the urgency of their need. And the ones that were urgent were like, there was a priority set where the ones that needed to go in right away went to one section of the ER and the other ones went, like the ones that I'm talking about, the ones that are holding up, feeling that congestion, we're seeing at another section. So that would be my suggestion, is maybe both in the day clinic and the ER, maybe put together a plan to, I know our facility is small and limited, but if you can have the ones that are really sick in the day clinics be in one section and the ones that are just coming for refills or, the minor be in another section, and the same in the ER. I mean, it's just a suggestion I'm putting out to, maybe you guys can toss that around. But the reports I'm going to ask for is our record taker over there by the door. Can we have the financial reports for Rosebud, the staffing plan, a list of vacancies, permanent hires versus contract, comparisons of salaries now versus 4 years ago, including the overtime, a list of contracts and amount of the contracts, vacancies by department, utilized, and a question was, why aren't we, or are we using our Cynthia Gillespie nursing program to bring nurses in? But those are some of the things that I wanted to bring up.
Okay, we have those, and that's all in the monthly report, not all, but it's in there, most of it. The other thing I really want to encourage you guys to do is to come to our governing board meeting. We have one quarterly, and we talk about all the details of this. And so that's another way. Skyla comes. Anyone else comes from?
Well, that's what I told you earlier. We can't come because they're scheduled when we're having these.
We'll reschedule around you, and we'll.
And we hear about them after the fact, but I've been on council for almost 2 years and I've been trying to get to, been told all about it, but we've yet to get an invitation prior to the meeting.
I will send it for the next 3 governing body meetings. Then we could reschedule.
Are they still on Thursdays? Because our health board is by ordinance, and our ordinance states that we meet on Thursdays, and so it was just a little bit kind of, again, slap in the face to know that the meetings is on the same day that ours is by ordinance, which is.
It changes every.
Okay, that's what I was told, and then I was also told that the reason why they don't come to health board is because they're only required to come to council, not the committee, which I understand, but just in good faith, I thought if we ask to come to council, the committee, it might be more meaningful to have a planning discussion, and we don't get representation at council meetings either, so maybe somewhere would work.
Yeah, it needs to be coordinated.
I will ensure that CEO attends all your committee meetings.
Thank you.
If that's all the questions, I will, our tourism people have been patiently waiting. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'd rather have those feds than comfortable.
Okay, so I will contact you and do that special request. You're approved to come. If you give me some dates that you can come back with this response, then I will schedule a special
I don't need
meeting.
approval to come, I'll come, I got it.
Okay,
So,
you're
anytime you
okay.
want me, I'm okay.
Okay, so,
Anytime we can schedule.
we'll give you time to get responses for all today's
Yeah.
questions, and I'll
It'll take
schedule
you
a
some
special meeting sometime in July.
Okay, perfect.
Okay? If that's all, Wayne? Yeah,
So I'm just gonna go.
yeah, start here. Don't be backwards.
Standard report, but. No. Is it everything?
Thank you.
Thank
you.
Sarah, number.
Thank you for coming, appreciate it. Thank you for being here.
What?
First and third, Thursday, however. Thank you so much. Meeting on chair, we didn't meet regularly, but this new term, we've been meeting really regularly. Thank you.
You ready for this?
I'm just
Fast enough.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you. Sorry. I need to be here because we need that presentation. Here, I have my other notes if you want to address that.
Take a picture of this and back?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. 1 hour?
Good to see you.
Half hour. 1 hour or a half hour?
2 hours.
How much time do you guys want? Half hour, hour?
45 minutes, meet in the middle.
45 minutes?
All right, 45 minutes, you guys.
Recess for 45 minutes.
Super.
He did that when we were at
My relative, it's good to meet you. I hope you guys had a good meal. We're not the Bureau of Indirect Answers or inconsistent healthcare, but we're here to give you guys an update on what the SDNG has been doing and where we're at with our organization and how far we've come since 2019. I am currently the chairman of South Dakota Native Tourism Alliance. Started off in October 18th of 2019 with a chance meeting at Lac Chicha up in Fort Pierce, South Dakota. And you have some material in front of you right now, kind of showcasing what our mission is, what we've been doing. And we also have a brochure in front of you as well, which is a draft for what we plan on giving to some of our guests here from your tours. So, but we've been pretty busy behind the scenes, going and meeting with tribal councils, and I think next week is Pine Ridge. But we do have representation from all 9 tribes here in South Dakota, and our board is currently Rosebud heavy. We do have Sarah, myself, Teddy Herman, Marla Bolbert, and Sean Gordon. So there's more than just a few people working on tourism here for the Rosebud Sioux Reservation. So what we do want to do is to make sure that our tribal people have an avenue for economic development as far as using what they've been taught by their ancestors to cook their traditional meals, to tan a hide, maybe even go out and get that bow. I know how to make that bow. So there's a lot of things that our people can do to help facilitate this project with us and carry it on into the future and give our youth and our reservation here a boost in a little bit of money coming into our reservation through taxation of our goings on with the native tourism on it. I'd like to introduce Sarah Kilsenwater and Ray Waldman, who is our executive director, currently with Maximum Strategies, which is a firm that we hired to help us get through this first year, maybe a little longer, so we can get set up as an organization. Which this year we just received our 501c3 status as an actual nonprofit. So we're kind of ready to roll here when it comes to bringing tourism to the reservation. But I'll let Ray speak.
Thank you so much for having us today. I'm really excited to be here. As Frank mentioned, my name is Raina Waldman. I am with Max Strat. I'm currently a client executive. I've been with the South Dakota Native Tourism Alliance since 2020. So just a couple of months after the first meeting. I was on the board as one of the 3 at-large members that are non-tribal as a liaison, and because I've been in that role for that long, it just happened to be fortuitous that at the time when we were looking for someone to take on some of the operational pieces, I was available, and it made sense that I jump in. I'm by no means the face of the organization, you know that. That's why we have all of our board members that are representatives of the 9 tribal nations. But the big thing that what we're trying to do is really focusing on cultural revitalization and economic development. And so the reason that we are right now traveling to all of the reservations and talking to the tribal councils is really to make sure that we can align our efforts with the priorities and with the challenges and the needs of every one of the tribal nations. You all know you're all very, very different and the challenges are very different. Rosebud has been spearheading the efforts in tourism by far, specifically because of Sarah Kilsenwater. I have to say that she has been an absolutely phenomenal representative on the board and representative of the tribe, really moving things forward, developing itineraries, bringing tourist groups to Rosebud, which has been absolutely phenomenal. But we want to make sure that now that we are incorporated and that we are really figuring out what are the next years of our organization looking like, going for some of those bigger brands, how can we work together with you all to make sure that we are aligning? Because we want to do this for you. We're not an island. We're not trying to do anything without the approval of tribal council and really the leadership to guide us where you would like to go. We know that tourism is sometimes a tricky business to start with. And again, the main focus that we have is really about the cultural revitalization piece, making sure we can utilize tourism and the billions of dollars that are coming into South Dakota in tourism, that tribal nations get their piece, because you should, it's your own. And so we want to make sure that we can at least reestablish some of the balance and make sure that you can utilize tourism in a way that works for you. We are working on figuring out what every nation needs, and specifically, how can we better support your entrepreneurs, your businesses? What is needed on that end? How can we help? Can we write grants together? Can we work together to make something happen and make a big impact and make sure, again, some of those dollars flow where they are? I would invite Sarah to, I know that you've probably all heard from Sarah and the fantastic things that are happening here, but if you can highlight a little bit some of the things that have happened over the last year and the.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. And I know those of you on economic development have heard me give this presentation or some of the updates to the work that we've been doing. But for the rest of you, I'm happy to provide an update. I'm gonna start with last year. Let's go back a little bit further than last year. When in 2023, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe received the Tribal Tourism Grant from the Department of Interior. We used that grant to conduct a feasibility study here. And part of that feasibility study was going out and doing outreach into 6 of our tribal communities to kind of assess their community readiness, see what their thoughts were on how we should be moving forward, if tourism is even feasible here. So we used that grant to do a lot of community outreach and try to educate our people exactly what cultural heritage tourism was. And during this process, and Emily went to a couple of them, but I'm sure she can attest to some of the change that we've seen in our people through this process. Like when we first go in, they're sitting there, they're looking at everything, not really understanding what we're trying to talk to them about, until we start educating them a little bit more about what the opportunities are that exist with cultural tourism. We're always moving forward with the protective factors, right? We always want to protect certain things. And so we wanted to learn from our people, what are those things that we should be protecting? And so, but through this process, I started to see little light bulbs turn on in our community members' heads. They started to have ideas and dreams again. For our people who have been oppressed for so long, to see somebody have that little light bulb light up, it's just, it gives you goosebumps. It gave me goosebumps. And so to me, it kind of started to motivate, well, maybe we need to be helping our people build businesses. Maybe that's the first thing we need to do, because just this year I went to International Roundup. It was my first time going, and I represented SDNTA. And at the conference, and there's people from all over the world who come, and then there's people who have tour offerings like SDNTA, who are invited to attend and try to sell our product to these international visitors. And one of the things that stood out to me the most at this one, like in previously, and really kind of reinforced our need to help build local businesses that are tourism related, was these tour operators, even though they had this cool flyer, and we're offering to custom build tours based on what your visitors want, right? We can custom build whatever you want to build. And what we found out was that these tour operators, they wanted actual products developed, packages, tour packages that are the itineraries. And I have some itineraries if any of you would like to see on some of the itineraries that we have been doing here. But they needed to see these itineraries packaged and priced. And we're not there yet. All we can do is say, we're going to custom build you a tour based off what you guys want to experience. And so that kind of reinforced our efforts and thought that we need to be focusing a lot of our efforts in building up our tribal members, bringing them along, teaching them what it is to be a business owner, taxation laws, all this kind of stuff, and then ultimately connect them with resources for small business startup, right? And then SDNTA, once our people are trained up, have their businesses established, then we can work with them on product development. So maybe Chris has a teepee excursion stay where he wants to do teepee stays overnight and provide a meal and stories and things like that. We'll help him develop and time that itinerary out and help him to price it. Then SDNTA turns around and we market that for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, because we don't have a tourism department, And so because of that, and we're not the only tribe with that one. I think Ogallala is the only one who has one. and standing up. And so the rest of the tribes in the region do not have tourism offices either. So we're filling a gap that exists because the tribes do not have the infrastructure at the current time to effectively market these products that our people want to develop. And so
we have 13 Sioux Nation tour guides trained through our organization, which is also recognized by the state of South Dakota. Not the other way around. A lot of times we have to get certified with the state to do things here on the reservation. But we made an agreement with the state tourism that when we certify tour guides to the SDNTA, they recognize it on the state level. So that means our tour guides are now, the 13 of them are now ready to go to tours in the Black Hills if asked by an operator to be a step-on guide or even on their own. So we do have 13 tour guides trained here.
That we plan on beginning a repository for on our website. So on our website that's currently under construction, you'll see there's a tab for tour guides. That somebody who's coming to visit South Dakota, they can click on the tour guide tab, and all of a sudden, all of these certified cultural heritage tourism guides pop up. And it might have their specialties, a little bit about that tour guide and what they can offer. So then people can select which tour guide they want to work with or whatever. Then SDNTA would kind of manage that. That's how I see it moving, but that's why we're here to see what the tribe wants to see. You know, and a lot of these are coming from me. A lot of these ideas, I'm not saying all of them, but a lot of them come from me because I'm working in it here and I need help. I need support. Many times I come to leadership and I'm asking for input. I'm asking for support, and all I get back from everybody is, well, you're the tourism professional, but that's not what I want. I'm trying to get input and feedback from you guys on how I should be moving forward with this organization. So that way, you know, there's no confusion on what you guys expect me to do or what you expect from the SDMTA. So like Craig said, we started out with 19 tour guides last summer in the training, and 13 of them completed. 13 actually received certification, and we continue to offer continuing education for those tour guides. Just in our last meeting, we did a session on storytelling, on how to make your stories impactful to visitors. And so we continue to do that work. And I don't know where else I'm at.
Can I jump in?
Jump in, please.
I'm going to jump in very, very quickly. So what Sarah was saying is really important there. There are two aspects to the story of tourism, right? We have tourists that want to come here. They don't know how to do it. They don't know where to go. Some of them are still afraid to go to the reservation because it's dangerous, and then we have proclamations that don't help, other things that happen. But we have people that are really interested in it. If they don't have to see what is out there, they won't come. If they come here, but they realize there's no infrastructure, I can't stay here, I don't know where to go, there isn't enough for me to actually do, they're not going to come back. But on the other hand, you have entrepreneurs and businesses that need the money to make it sustainable from visitors to come in and actually stay here. And so there's those two different aspects that are really, really important. SDNTA is trying to work on both of them. We work with tour operators and bigger companies internationally to make sure we know what are they looking for, what is the market looking like, and connecting to those folks. But then again, the biggest work that for us is close to our heart is making sure that each of the tribal nations is ready in the way that you want to. How you want to tell your story, what does the story look like, how can you support your people and get the most out of it? And again, this is where we're here for. When we trained the entrepreneurs or the guides, a big thing for us was that they said, okay, well, I'm trained now, what is the next step? And we're kind of flying the plane, building the plane as we're flying it a little bit, because this is a partnership. SDNTA relies on all the partners and the communities to work with us because we don't know what the needs are. And sometimes they come up. So we make sure that we keep that conversation open, that we have open communications to really learn what is it right now that is the issue, where's the sticking point, how can we move forward with that and how can we respond to that? And that is the nice thing about a nonprofit. Nonprofits are nimble, so we have the opportunity to go after grants that some other entities cannot do. We can make sure that we shift because there's not a lot of bureaucracy behind it. So that's what we're here for, to really listen and get ideas from you to say, how can you see working with SDNPA? What can we do for you to help you empower your businesses and entrepreneurs and get some of the tourism industry to Rosebud in the way that you want to?
So with the pamphlet that you have in front of you, Yankton Sioux Tribe at our last meeting created something similar to that. They went out and they looked at what they had on their reservation. And we did a fam tour with them, with Derek Marks, and Faith, a lot of people. And it was pretty impactful to show, for us to see what they have to show. And as you look at that pamphlet there, that brochure, actually gives you an idea of what's available here already. And like I told my youth worker, my JTPA worker, I said, you know, this is all we got left. The United States government took a lot from us. They took land, they took people, and they took a lot of things from us. So what we have left is what we need to work together to keep it beautiful. Let's make it beautiful. Let's provide knowledge and let's provide these things for our guests who are coming so they know that when they come here, you have to keep the place beautiful. You're not taking artifacts. You're not throwing your trash on the ground. And it's also up to our people to help instill that into our guests and our visitors, or as I like to call them, our long-lost relatives who return to them. And it's a way for us to make sure that future generations have that idea in mind that this is what we got left. Let's make the most out of it. Let's make it beautiful. Let's make it a place to be. Let's make it a destination, because that's what's going to help in the long run with tourism, is to make sure that we're providing not only a service, but we're providing cultural knowledge to these people who are seeking it out. Like Sarah said, like at IRU, we got plenty of demand, but no crime. And that's where we're at. We got tons of demand from all over the world. We met with 63, 64 different tour operators from around the world. And they want to come see. They want to come see culture from the people. They don't want to read it from a pamphlet in Black Hills where some Washington is telling them that this is what Crazy Horse did at his time here. They want to get it from us. So as we go through and develop this, we do need input from our tribal council and our communities to understand what they're ready and what they're capable of doing and what they're ready for. So a lot of this can be had and can be done with what's in front of us now.
Chris, and then Emily.
First off, good evening, or good afternoon, I should say, my bad. I'm really grateful that you guys had the patience to hang out with us all day. It's council. So, I guess one thing that I'm real curious about too, kind of goes into effect of all this is, like, what time of summer do you guys plan on having these tours? You know, like what area? Because obviously there's a lot to offer on the reservation if you live here and you know what to look for. But also at the same time too, though, like one of our biggest thing is our fair. That's in August, and that's towards the end of this touring season. And so I'm curious to I'm just curious to know, when do you guys usually have your tours?
And I will let you jump in with Trafalgar here in a second, but what I want to say is there are tour operators. We're working with one tour operator out of, they're located in the UK and Australia. And they said, tell us when, and we will find people to come. So they're actually looking at shoulder season because there is so much going on in the summer that a lot of people that want to come specifically to see indigenous culture are not your general run-of-the-mill tourists that are doing smack middle of the summer. And so it can be whenever. They basically say, tell us when you want people and we're going to bring them. But there is a tour going on right now. So.
Yeah, so typically the tour company Trafalgar that we've been working with over the past 3 years, past 3 summers, their first tour starts in May, and then usually it's the last tour is in October. But it's been challenging working with this company. I think I've expressed some of my concerns to some of you. And I don't think that these large tour groups are for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. I don't think it's something that we should be doing anymore, dealing with these types of businesses that have no interest in leaving any kind of financial impact here. They will come and look at everything and then they get bussed right off, right? They're not staying here. There's no financial impact. So for all intents and purposes, we are now exploring smaller groups. Last summer, we hosted a group of 5 from Italy. And it was supposed to culminate into another one that may still happen this summer. So we do have been working with smaller groups, and that's where I feel really comfortable at, because, you know, we're bringing in just a small group of people, not these big busloads that kind of overwhelm people whenever they're getting off the bus. But more importantly, it's due to the professionalism of these companies and them not willing to stay here and spend their dollars here. And for that reason, I feel like, with your support, of course, that we would like to kind of pull away from these large tour groups right now until we're in a better place maybe to handle this. But right now, the professionalism exhibited by them leaves a lot to be desired. You know, you'd expect a company like that to be very prompt and professional and everything, and they just weren't. And I don't appreciate working with people when we're trying to mobilize and build things here who are not respecting the efforts we're putting in. So because of that, I'm going to kind of be pulling away from Trafalgar. I know I was supposed to do that this year, but they called me and they said, hey, we got this group coming on June 4th, and this was May 20th. They called me and I said, we don't even have a signed contract. And you guys want me to, but then they had these people who already paid to come see us. So that's why we went ahead and I went and requested permission to go ahead and do that tour. There's going to be 2 tours this summer, but due to the recent stabbing in Pine Ridge and the state of emergency by Rosebud Sioux Tribe, they canceled the final tour of the season. So we will not be seeing any more big tour buses, and I hope you guys are okay with that. But you know, there's reasons behind that why I don't feel it's in our best interest. I will say in fiscal year 23, we brought in $1,935 from that tour bus. That was one tour in May. And FY24, we had 3 tour groups that came in and 99 guests total. And this year in 25, we had 22 guests on that one bus and it brought in $2,079. So altogether, in the 3 years we've been working with them, we've been able to bring in $12,674 to the tribe and provided cultural experiences to 144 guests from around the world and around this country. But there was a $9,475 in expenses. That includes paying all of our vendors, everybody who's partners with us, our tour guides, people who make the little muffins. You know, there's a whole bunch of things that go into this, and every tour costs me costs the tribe between $1,700 and $1,800. That comes out of this tourism revenue. And right now, with all expenses gone, in the 3 years we've been able to, I'm sitting at $3,402 in revenue that I would like to take and get these printed, you know, things like that, get some little things going here locally, but still kind of being conservative with it because we don't know what's down the pipe. And I want to make sure I have money available in case we do get another small group and I'm able to pay our vendors up front. So I do keep a small reserve there for those guys.
Okay, and then the other part to it is I guess you kind of started talking about it a little. What kind of people come on these tours? Are they citizens of the United States or are they international?
I'll turn that over to Frank.
Okay, so I've done a couple of tours with Trafalgar as a step-on guide. I usually step on out in the Corn Creek and ride with them all the way through the tour until they leave our reservation. And we meet with people there was people from New Zealand, there was Orientals from Japan, there was Germans, there was Switzerland, and all over the United States, from Boston to Arizona to Washington and Oregon and California. Now these people are traveling from these well-defined cities and states with plenty to do, but they come here because of their general knowledge and what they want to know about us. And they want to experience what it's like to be on a reservation. And getting back to your question about the powwow, you know, that's a really big thing for me as well, is that our powwow commemorates the victory at Greasy Grass, which this year is our 149th annual. Next year, the United States turns 250, and that's 150 years for our victory at Greasy Grass that we should really be wrapping up for Rosebud Fair next year. Because this is what these tour buses want to see. They want to see why we celebrate, how we celebrate, and they want to see the people. Because these people on these tour buses, one of them asked me, we come to St. Francis, and that's where I'm from. A kid from the rough streets of St. Francis. But any given time, there's people all over them streets. At any time these buses come through, they didn't see anybody. Well, that was one of their questions. Well, where's the people? Where are they at? So we started realizing and looking at that, well, we need to be centering these tours around gatherings, around powwow season, around Rosebud Fair, and making sure that they know why we have Crazy Horse Canyon. They know why we're tied to that monument out there in the Black Hills. Because when they come here, that's one of the first things I tell them. It's that Crazy Horse's parents lived there. Crazy Horse used to come here and hunt. Those were his hunting grounds. So these are things that these guests, they want to know. And a lot of them, we have actually put out an etiquette guide to the reservations. And a lot of them have read this before they come here. So they know not to take pictures of our sun dances. They know that through the training, our tour guides have also been trained to answer the tough questions. The questions that are, tough to answer, like my last tour. One of these guys asked me, what's your alcoholism rate on the reservation? I said, well, I don't know, they buy about 2 million cases of beer a year, so you go figure from there. But he wanted to know what it was like. And lo and behold, we were at the Recovery Center in St. Francis. Then we took him over here to the Veterans Building where the Youth Council put on a presentation and they talked about it. So it covered his bases as well. So there's a lot that we have to offer as a people and as a reservation right now that's very, very much on people's mind, not only nationally, but globally. So we are in that global spotlight right now when it comes to tourism. And this is an opportunity we cannot waste. I mean, last year, $5.3 billion came through the Black Hills in visitor spending. How much of that did we get? A fraction of a percent. And that's just them traveling through and putting gas in their gas stations or buying a pump. So there's billions of dollars out there to be had by all. And besides that, those are our secret lands up there. And there's money being generated there that we have no tour guides up there, nobody bringing that money back to the reservations. So what we're doing is really important on the grounds of future generations having that foothold in this industry that generates billions of dollars globally. And, it's just getting that support from our tribes is really tough right now because in some circles, tourism is a 4-letter word. And it's really hard to get people to understand unless they actually see the impact for themselves. And that impact is going to come from our entrepreneurs and a taxation of those dollars that they're getting. So if this individual is making $5,000 during the tourism season, then that taxation goes back to our tribe. We get enough entrepreneurs into this business, and our tribe makes that money in that sense. So there's a lot we could be doing here, not only as people, but as a reservation to provide that cultural enrichment for our guests from around the world.
And our people.
And our people, yes.
Okay. So the last thing is, me anyways, until I think of other ones, is, okay, so for the rest of this year, 2025, there's gonna be no tourists, but for 2026, you guys are,
We have a pending tour in October. We're developing with the U.S. History Tours group that Rhea had mentioned earlier. They're a group from England and New Zealand that have they've been working with us for about a year. Australia. And so we've been building an itinerary. I've been waiting for one tribal member to get me an itinerary. I'm still waiting on Miss Gail to get me hers, but that's going to fill out Rosebud's itinerary for them coming through. But this group is going to be no larger than 16 people. They're staying at our casino hotels all along the route. They're staying at all the tribal casinos. And that's the benefit of working with smaller groups. They're willing to come and stay here. If we had teepee lodges somewhere that we could stay, like up in Custer, they'd be staying there for $350 a person a night. That's what they're paying to stay in a hold on the floor in Navajo Nation. So these are some of the things that we could be doing, our people could be doing. This is like something we want to build our people up. It's not about anything else but creating that opportunity for our tribal members to participate in this very but always maintaining that the protective factors. And that's something that's all across all the 9 tribes. But like in Rosebud, it was weird because every other tribe said, our ceremonies, our sun dances are off limits. Nobody's allowed. But when we did the outreach in Rosebud, they didn't say protect those places. They didn't say keep people away from those places.
I did.
I know, Emily, but the majority of them didn't. I think we had like 2 or 3 people on the survey that said that those should be protected. The rest of it was left blank. You know, people didn't know how to respond to that, I think. It's not that I think they just didn't understand the question or something, but to me it was weird because every other tribe said, let's protect these. And then in Rosebud, it was like left blank. It was kind of strange for me to see.
Well, yeah, that's probably because we already have a lot of people from all over the world coming to these events already as is. Now, my grandpa would tell me something like, the more people that know our history, the better. The more people that see our history, the better. Because, you know, we spent so many years trying to, having to hide it, that we don't have to hide it no more. So definitely, it is still ours though. But anyways, no one will ever take that either. But going forward though, so the crew for the October tour, yeah, I'm hearing myself. The crew for the October tour, so we're thinking about, you're still getting your itinerary and everything together, still trying to figure all that stuff out. But you do have guarantees on that they're gonna stay here, they're gonna stick around here. So obviously we have some time to get an actual concrete plan together for them. Because when I hear tours, just like you guys were saying, when I hear tours of people coming here, they want to experience what it means to be El Punta. And I'm pretty sure if all of us of the tribe, not just in this room, but our tribal members, the ones that do have the businesses and everything else, if they were, someone whispered in their ear, let them know, or if the little birdie came out and let them know that, you know, around this time our tours are coming, then maybe I could have something a little bit better for them. I'm just thinking, but I think we might be able to have something better for them if we knew exactly when they were coming.
I know last year Scott Herman, or President Herman did that. He knew that the tour bus was coming, and it was right before our cleanups were gonna start. So it was happening in May. And he sent them out and made sure that the route that the bus was gonna go on was free of litter. Because he knew that, you know, the bus was gonna come through. And so he made that extra effort last year to make sure that whoever went out and cleaned it up, thank you, but it really looked nice.
See, yeah, and then the route, that's the best thing too that I've heard is finding out which path they're taking so that these entrepreneurs can be set up in certain sites, certain areas, so that they'll be ready. I know it sounds cliche, or it sounds fake, or it sounds like we're all putting a mask on for them. But for the most part, I know for a fact that you go to a powwow, it doesn't matter who's coming to your stand. We're excited to sell our item. We're excited to show what our work is, what we're putting our heart into. And so I know that we just need to form that communication with them. And so I think that
they really want to see who we are. They don't want us to be this facade Indian in a war bonnet and everything, standing in front of them, acting like we're like whatever they expect. You know, I don't know. They want to see him standing there in his t-shirt, making jokes. They want to know who we are as a people, who we are today. You know, they don't want to know, I mean, they still want to know the historical stuff, of course.
But you're saying it's both, right?
Yeah.
There's the historical piece
Yeah.
that they absolutely want to know, but it's also important that they know who you are and people today.
Yeah, definitely.
That's why when we come to St. Francis, you know, a lot of us know that we have some dangerous communities on this reservation, and St. Francis is one of them. You know, I don't tell them that they are entering a war zone, but I let them know that, hey, this is where I come from, you know? Hey, I can navigate these streets better than anybody else. But they know that I'm coming to them as a real person. I'm letting them know from firsthand experience of what it's like to live on this reservation. And it really touches them and it's impactful for them to see that, hey, there's a kid from St. Francis, coming from one of the poorest counties in the United States, but yet he was here in front of us telling their story. And it really brings out the best in them, because they not only want to put their best foot forward, but they also want to see the resiliency in us as a people. They want to see the beauty of our reservation as far as being able to see from horizon to horizon. A lot of these people come from cities, and all they're looking at is buildings 24/7. There was a couple that came, and were just standing there and they were amazed because they could actually see a sunset. And to me, we see it all the time. We're like, hey, babe, check that out. Oh, there's a fire up there. You know, but we look at it in different eyes. And when these people come, they see something. They see the beauty in it. And that's where I got my thought, my mindset for that is that, hey, they see beauty in something that we don't. Why don't we see it from the same view as them? So I started thinking about our reservation and what we do here. So I go out and I try to do things with, you know, I work at the WIC office. I'm a maintenance guy. I don't do anything too glamorous up there, but I take care of things. So what I've done, I've gone out in early May and I mowed our polo grounds. I mowed our ball fields. I've done all those things up there for the last few months just to keep the place clean, just to keep it nice. And my JTPA worker, and I told him the same thing. This is what we got left, brother. This is what, let's make it beautiful. Let's spend a few hours out of our day going out, picking up the trash. Let's go mow that kid's ball field. Let's go do these things. And that's the type of movement that through tourism and cultural revitalization, that's what we can instill into people. Instill that confidence that, hey, we're named after a rosebud. Hell, I mean, roses are some of the most beautiful flowers in the world, right? So let's make it and keep it beautiful for our people, for future generations. Oh.
Thank you for your question.
Sorry, I was busy listening. I'm like,
Oh, sorry, so was I. Thank you. Hi, guys. I'm gonna sit down in a minute because I have a whole bunch of questions. Sarah knows me. She's probably giving you a heads up.
I was so afraid she's gonna answer these ones.
Yeah. And again, I just want to start with, I come across critical in this thing only because I have some experience and background in it, and I just want the best for our people. So I'm just going to start by saying that because sometimes it can come across a little critical. So the first thing I wanted to ask is, Sarah, your capacities for here, you seem to pull you in all these different ways. And so like, has that had any clarity for you as far as your role in tourism? Do you have any more interest in taking a more permanent role with tourism? I'm asking that first because all of my other questions are really solely about, this is beautiful, this is amazing at this level, but in order for it to really work for Rosebud, we need local. That means we need training, we need education, we need policy, we need a chamber of commerce, we need a local task force, we need a lot of things here local in order to make this work for Rosebud, right? And so that's why I wanted to start with that question, because I feel like we put a lot on you with all of your other things that you do, and you do this. I'm not saying you're not doing a good job, you are, but I'm starting with that because if we can establish a tourism office, if we can establish even a basic position right now to allow you to go after grants, to build whatever, I wanted to start with that because having a nonprofit is amazing. Having these partners is amazing. But in order for that to infiltrate and be amazing here for Rosebud and meet Rosebud's needs as part of this, we really need that local support team.
I think for me, I've been kicking this ever since I got involved in 2019 and I started to reconnect to who we are and our history that I was never taught in any of our schools. Even at Synthé, I took all the required Lakota language classes, everything, and I didn't learn half of the things that I've learned since I've been involved in tourism. And learning these stories that our elders hold that are not taught in our school systems. So after learning and getting involved in this work, it's become a passion of mine. It's my passion project that when I have time, that's what I'm spending it on. And I do see myself, just to prepare you guys, stepping away from the tribe soon, maybe at some point, whenever we get enough funding for the SBNTA. I see myself kind of rising. Did we say rising? Kind of like rising throughout our state and throughout our region. People recognize me when I go anywhere. So I've been considering, when Rhea's job is done, I've been considering taking the executive director role of the South Dakota Native Tourism Alliance.
And I'm really just there to make it happen so that she doesn't get burned out and people like her.
Well, thank you for answering that, and I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but I had to ask it.
I didn't even tell boss that yet, so Pam, I'm sorry.
But the reason why I'm asking is because of the things that I said before, is because that's amazing for South Dakota Native Tourism Alliance. They're going to be gaining such an amazing asset. I'm sure they know. Very big congratulations. But then that still leaves what about Rosebud? Because then you'd be taking so much of what we built here and knowledge with you for that. So another thing that I'm wondering is, we're talking about training and getting people certified and having tour guides. But what are they, we have no standards for Rosebud locally. So what are we training them? What standard are we have a potential pamphlet here, which is an amazing start, right? But so when you look at things like do not enter ceremonial or restricted areas, those aren't marked. There's no signage. If you first time being here, you're not even gonna know what that's talking about. A medicinal plant, like, again, if you're not from here, you're not gonna know what that's talking about. So this is more for like our local people or a tribal member or something like that. When I think of something like a protocol or something like that, that's something that's established before this step, right? So I heard you say we're piecing things together as we go, which is fine. Yes, it's getting momentum. But at the same time, if we know better, let's do better. So the fact that we know that there's better examples and better ways to do this, how can we incorporate that? So for example, hunting and fishing, that's our first form of real-time, right now tourism. And it's not even anywhere, there's not even a mention of it. So like leaving that whole thing out is kind of problematic. Another thing is if we were able to pair tourism with something like conservation or something like protection of our land, not only does that help us reconnect, it helps us our identity, it helps bring in money to, again, to solve some issues that we have. And then we're able to externalize that and say, okay, we did this for us, we're healing us, we're reconnecting us. Now if there's any revenue, then we can, and then that way you're not just gearing towards what is this non-member willing to pay for us? We were then therefore setting ourselves up for, we already have it. We already have something worth value for us, for our people, and now we're willing to share a part of it, right? But we didn't even establish what parts of us are ready to share. We didn't even, like those stories Sarah's talking about, it's almost disrespectful for us to sit here and sell our stories to non-members when we don't even for free to our own people. So those are the types of things. And so to give a survey out talking about cultural, tourism or all these things when our people don't even know what those words mean in that context, it is not going to give us any kind of input that's meaningful without that education, without that outreach. So I say all this because when you look at places that do it in a good way, they still had learning experiences. And one of the things that they did was if they rush it, you're leaving your own people behind. The only ones who are going to get a benefit are the ones who already have bank notes and who can already go to a bank and who already have an education, who already have, support with a business plan. So if we set it up in a way that we're identifying that for our people, we're building that for our people, then our people can rise and we can actually benefit from that. Because what I don't want is I don't want to have this opportunity and 0 to 1% of our people are the ones that are the tour operators or the hotel operators or whatever, because there's opportunity here right now, as she said, but it's going to take maybe changing some laws. It's going to take maybe, whatever. And speaking of laws, law enforcement, what if somebody got hurt? What's our hospital situation? How far are they from? There's so many different levels of insurance, of waivers, of so many. I'm not even reading on my notes anymore, but the reason why I'm bringing all this.
We've gone through that.
But Rosebud has not gone through any of that.
We're working on that with Rosebud.
So I have not seen any of that come through us in order for it to be official. And I'm not saying anything against Sarah. I know she does wonderful work. But if you and Sarah go out there, you have knowledge. You already have that. Our people don't. And so that already puts you guys at another level above our own people. So that's all I'm trying to throw is I want our people to come along with us and understand that this is for them. And if we don't even identify what our needs are, what our goals are, how are we going to ever reach them?
Absolutely. Can I quickly, I will take you. So there's two aspects to this, and I absolutely agree with what you're saying. So thank you for bringing it up, and I love that you're thinking critically about setting this right. Two aspects to this. So one is from the SDNTA side. That's what I'm hearing. That's why I want to listen and see where are we and where can we support. We have been working with George Washington University, their International Tourism Studies, because they have done a lot of different tourism development in rural communities and tribal communities in different states, in different countries. So they have done a lot of that research. And that's the tour guide training, for example, that we utilize.
I should have told you I was part of this for a little bit, and I have the certification through George Washington University.
But for everyone else that doesn't know that. So that is where we have based our work on, so that it is not something that we just come up with. It is something that is in a program that we're working with. I absolutely agree when you're saying, right now we have hunting and fishing. Absolutely. This for sure is not for every tourist. This is focused specifically on indigenous and cultural tourism. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't, again, bring it up and say, why don't we package this?
The tour guides that we're working with right now are not the people, no one comes to hunting and fishing here internationally from Australia. They come here because they want to know about indigenous people. They want to know about First Nations. And that is right now our thinking cap that we have, and that's how we are looking at those pieces and itineraries. Again, conservation, fantastic. I think it would be wonderful if we actually package something and say, follow the path of the buffalo, and you can learn all about how the buffalo is actually helping with agricultural practices and with the ecosystem. Like, all those things would be fantastic. That needs to develop depending on who wants to take it. To where Rosebud is, that, and I will let you answer that, because Sarah has done a lot of that outreach, and everything that we have done here was from feedback from the people.
So I think, as far as your developing etiquette guides to certain concerns, the South Dakota Native Tourism Alliance, we've worked together collaboratively to develop an etiquette guide. We need to update it because right now it's kind of still focused on the COVID pandemic and, you know, some of those limitations that were in place. We need to have it re-recorded with our etiquette guide on what visitors, how they're expected to visit respectfully our tribal nations. But on to the other thing, when you talk about signage and having game fish and parks on this, I don't have them on there because they haven't been a responsive partner. I'm not going to put somebody on there who's not ready to be listed as a partner. And they even talked to me about how they had to cut back on the number of tags and everything that were being issued because the numbers were down. So I didn't want to put nothing in there about our hunting and fishing, knowing that we're kind of under a restriction kind of thing or whatever. And plus, it's been really hard to work with Matt. He's pulled in 1,000 different directions, and working with him on this has been challenging. He's interested, but it's just challenging, like with our time schedules and things like that, to really sit down and have a meaningful discussion, because tourism is by tribal resolution set up under natural resources. That's where the tourism department is supposed to reside. And I imagine that's like that because natural resources was bringing in all the tourism revenue at that time. You know, but when we look at establishing a tourism department specifically for Rosebud that can address a lot of these legal issues, and they're all, I have them all in a plan, but it hasn't been run through. Like, we like to send things through attorneys and things like that. What I'm learning through our organization is to make sure that, you know, so I'm learning to send things through attorneys and things, but, you know, there's still so many things unanswered here in Rosebud due to minimal partnerships. You know, I will say, like, Gail's program, she's showing an interest in wanting to partner with the language stuff, the protective, the sacred information that they have out there that's on YouTube for anybody to look at. You know, so, like, how can we partner with her so we can use that, you know, that information to educate our tribal members on our stories? Because
I think if we had that local team, even if it was one person to start with, if we had that local team or a task force, we would be able to help, because you're right, everybody's pulled in a different direction, which is another reason why we need more people in a local team that could be focused solely on this, because then they can go meet with these people full time, get that information and package it for them, and then they don't have to do any more work than what they're already doing within their department. And the reason why I say that is, you mentioned Pine Ridge. Pine Ridge has probably, you know, several years ahead of us, you know, having a chamber of commerce, having these groups involved. Yeah. But I just say that because if we don't even have our local team, like, where's TIPO involved in this? Where's, you know, I don't know, our law enforcement involved in this? Where are all these people involved in it? And so that's what I'm just trying to say is, in order for this to really work for Rosebud and meet needs of Rosebud, where we're not repeating history of selling our culture or just bringing people in there, because when you look at the climate of the world, tourism, Hawaii, Europe, it's overcrowded. They're saying, please don't come here. Some of our indigenous nations don't want tourism, yet the tourism non-Hawaiian are forcing it anyway. You have some buildings in Europe and all over that were not designed for the overwhelming amount. And so I just want us to be prepared. I don't want us to have, like you mentioned, these extractive practices, because we don't have any standard in place. We don't have any policy in place. So then people are able just to take from us, and we're paying non-members a fair value where our members aren't getting that equal value. And so there's lots of things that I feel if we were able to establish local, if we were able to get these grant funds to establish the O&M, to establish the office, then everything else is gonna connect, right? But I just feel the more we're focusing up here, the farther that divide gets from our people.
But for us to have gotten there, we started here. We went through all the communities and we asked them personally, what do you guys think? What story should we tell? How should we tell it? Does your family have a story? Do we have all these? So a lot of the information that's gone into the development has come from tribal elders from different reservations, our reservations, and as well as input from external partners. And what Sarah's saying is that we need these partners to be at these meetings because we've called half a dozen meetings and never had law enforcement show up. We've never had game fishing parties show up. We've never had council reps show up but once or twice. So all the work that we have been doing has been going ongoing, and a lot of times we're so critical, we talk ourselves out of things. You know, and I won't go into that, but we do talk ourselves out of things on more occasions than one. We go into all of these details and all of a sudden, oh, this is too big. We don't want to do that. Where do we get? How do we get there? Well, a lot of times that I think involvement in this would help people to see how far we've actually come, how far we've actually, and what it took to get here. I got 2 more years this August or July, actually coming up on a year as my term as chairman. I got 2 more years here in this organization as chairman. And I do want to see a lot of this evolve and grow into what the overall vision is. And that's, you know, kind of be a DMO, a destination management organization, to where if there's tourism going on in Indian country, we have our hand in it. We know what's going on. We know how to create those etiquette guides for the other reservations on how they want to operate, because it's not cookie cutter. Far from it. Every reservation has their own set of policies and their own elders who have their input on how that tourism is growing on that reservation. And one thing about the Chamber of Commerce in Pine Ridge, it's about ready to implode. They gave it a hell of a run, but they couldn't manage it and keep it either. So when we think of key partnerships, Chamber of Commerce, yeah, they're going to be key in that, but it's the sustainability of that Chamber of Commerce that's going to make tourism have that impact. And again, it comes down to the entrepreneurs and the taxation end of that, to where if we have enough entrepreneurs working in this field here, then our tribe gets that taxation end of that. And that's where that extra money comes from. And as far as policies and everything like that goes, yes, they are being developed sort of as we go, but that's because we're taking the time and effort to get input from our other reservations right now. And since we still haven't been to all reservations like we are approaching this council, there's still a lot more input that has to go into the whole matrix that does make up the SDNTA. So we are working towards these goals as far as an organization to make sure that we have the policy, to make sure that we have the training going on. And there is more than one person working on this on reservation. We do have 5 people. You know, me, Sarah, Sean, Teddy, and Marla Goldberg. Which Marla does run the LYD, so she's been in tourism in that field for, you know, the better half of a decade or longer. So there is things that our people do here that, you know, that's, if we are building the plane as we fly, or, you know, the horse and the cart are head to head right now, and so be it. That's the way things have to go until we really get this nailed down and we have all the input. We have all the critical thinking, and we have all the traditional input from our, not only our communities, but our tribal leaders as well. And that's how we're building this. We're building this for the people, by the people, or by the Oyante, or the Oyante as well. So there's a lot more components to this than just needing policy here on Rosebud, because if we're going to oversee tourism throughout our 9 tribes, we really have to be zeroed in on what Rosebud needs, what Yankton and Lower Brule and Crow Creek need too. We can't just take this model and go and adapt it to Pine Ridge. We can't take Pine Ridge as a model and adapt it to Yankton. There's a lot of ebb and flow that goes into creating not only these itineraries, but also creating our tour guides, giving them the proper training. And that's what we've done. We've taken time to understand what the limitations are of that tour guide, whether he or she is even capable of standing in front of 20 people and telling a story. So a lot is going into this thought process of creating not only our tour guides, but a viable industry on all our reservations. So there's a lot more work that does need to go into it. And again, sometimes we think so critically of things, we talk ourselves out of it. So we just kind of really need to work together on this and make sure that, yeah, we are going in the right direction and that we are utilizing all our resources that are given to us and that are available.
To kind of go off what he was saying, but not really. Back to your question. I just wanted to let you guys know that, last year, because we did do that 2023 feasibility study grant successfully, it was successfully implemented. That made us eligible for the last year's round of Tribal Tourism Grant Program funding, in which we were informally awarded. We were notified that we were awarded, but the Department of Interior is still holding on to those funds. They haven't been released yet. Once those funds are released, that grant is a wayfinding grant. We're gonna get signage throughout our reservation, new signage. I have it for every community to get a sign. Our recreational areas will get new signs, but more importantly, it's going to activate our community action teams that whenever we were doing this feasibility study, our people said that they wanted to be able to meet on tourism related stuff. And then afterwards they wanted to go out and do a community beautification project. So I wrote that into the grant. And I also wrote in South Dakota Native Tourism Alliance to come down and provide the product development studio here for our people again, to teach them, especially the ones, there's 13 of them who are certified, but still even the people who are not certified tour guides who may have a tourism related business, right? Somebody who, like she talked about, I think Wayne even talked about a cool one about having a drive-through, people can look at his agriculture, things like that. It's giving people the resource for them to build their own dream, and we want to help them bring it to life, so then that way we can help them sell it. But that grant is going to include those three main components. We'll have a viable community action team that's going to be representation from all of our communities, whoever's interested. And we were going to move it from location, from community to community every time we meet. Those kinds of things. Those things were discussed in our earlier planning meeting, so I included them into this grant. And it is awarded. We're just waiting for BIA to release these funds. And once they do, then I'd like to, come back to you guys and see if you guys would like to come help and roll this cool program out. But I think it addresses a lot of those things, Emily, because our tourism, our community action teams will be working with, I already talked to Gail about it, with her Elder Advisory Committee, and to develop more Rosebud specific documents, I guess, rules, guidance, policies, those kinds of things. Those two organizations will work together. There'll be the Community Action Team and the Elder Advisory Committee working together to develop those types of things that you would like to see. I do listen, and I know it shouldn't come from me, and it should come from our people, so that's why I put it into a grant, and let's see what comes of it. I really hope there's some good that comes out of it. If you guys can lobby up at Department of Interior for them to release those funds, that would be appreciated as well. But
Phelps.
Good afternoon. No, I know you've been at this for a while, Sarah. And I see your heart has changed. You really have a passion for it. And you want to make it bigger and better. But I want the listeners to know that they have a choice also to know about our way of life and our culture, but they choose not to. Our communities look the way they do because of some of our oyate don't know how to take care of it. We do have programs here that provide that information. Get on YouTube, go see Gail's program. Diabetes has classes every month too, so our people do have a choice. And it's time that they start learning who we really are. Because we have a meth, alcohol, everything here. So we need to start outweighing the negative and bringing all these things back in, and your collaboration with the programs is really good. I hope that Game Fish and Parks does get involved because they play a big part in this too. Monitoring our areas, ghost hawk, we could be a money-making thing. And yes, it does involve revenue, and we can bring revenue in if it's done right. And you guys have it in your heart to do that. And and our entrepreneurs, bringing them in with all their talent that they have, selling their stuff. And I think what would really be good too is St. Francis really has a good program over there. They, with their seniors, maybe you should have a class with them. Maybe we have some students that are interested in tour guides and learning more about our way of life. Danny, Miss Walking Eagle is just open to all that as long as it's for the kids. So I would look for that too. And, the people just need to remember who we are and where we come from. And I think this is going to really work, but we also need to support you too. And we need to be at the table with you guys. And Danny's always said this over at the school, especially with all the teachers and stuff. Tell your story before someone else tells it for you. And that's what you're trying to do here. You're trying to tell our story. So keep up the good work, and for the Oyate out there, help us start having pride in who we are, and for all the programs, the entrepreneurs, everybody to collaborate, not only with this, but with everything. Good things can happen here for our people. So keep up the good work. Thanks.
I got all excited. I want Rhea to tell you the good news. When you talked about youth, her and I worked on a grant.
One of the big things you all know, as a new nonprofit, money is always the biggest thing, and making sure we're sustainable. So we're writing a lot of grants right now. One of the grants that we have identified it's called the JM Capital Innovation Prize. It's out of New York. And it really needed a person in front of an organization to do something. And Sarah was gracious enough to be that person. So she's right now our poster child of the application. And we were selected to advance to the second round. We had 4,000 applicants. They selected somewhere around 200 to advance to the next round, and we're one of them. So be proud of Sarah. She's phenomenal, and we're in wish us luck.
It's going to be oriented to youth, though. So all the youth, all the tour guide training, all the business entrepreneurship training is going to be targeted to youth.
Yep.
We're even talking about partnering with the Lakota Nation and hosting a prize for the best tourism business plan. And, and those kinds of things, just trying to get our kids thinking about different types of businesses, right? So this grant, if awarded, will be totally youth-centered to Lakota youth throughout the state.
And specifically working with middle schoolers to see if they can create their own business, because at that point in time, it's a low risk, high reward, right? You can't lose anything. You don't have to rely on your income, hopefully, quite yet. So hopefully those middle schoolers have a chance to do it without having to jeopardize their family and other things, so they can try to see, can they start their own business, and if they're successful, fantastic. We're young entrepreneurs, so we're really excited about that one.
Yeah, super excited.
Thanks.
Yeah, so as far as our
I just want to say thank you for coming and presenting. I really wasn't aware of all the stuff that you guys have done with it. And what we talked about earlier, about I got home that day and there was some people that were shooting down the river. Maybe look into a little bit more of that, work with Parks and Recreation.
Well, if the council's fine with it, I mean, it was something I wanted to submit a one-time funding request for to the Department of Interior to see if they would fund see if they would fund an excursion type project where, we start maybe at Spring Creek and we just start tubing, just a group. Maybe we're taking a TIPO person or taking people with the expertise to kind of really assess the safety and everything of the river. Even somebody to test the water samples as we go along to see if there's any kind of contamination, those kinds of things. But I was going to submit it until I started to do research on recreation on rivers with high sediment. High sediment. So, we have it poses a huge safety risk for visitors if they were to go down that and not see the cars or the fences or the down trees or whatever else is lurking underneath that river that maybe we know how to identify, but a visitor's not going to be able to. So I kind of wanted to see how that would go, but I wasn't sure how this body would kind of feel about that. I know there's some people who have range units down there. So there's cattle fences across the river that pose a significant safety issue. So there's all these things that are going on down there that I wasn't really ready to poke the bear on that one, but it's always been in the back of my mind.
Callie, can I say something about that question? I just wanted to, in case anybody didn't know, in the past, when this got brought up a few years ago, and I think we were down in Grass Mountain community whenever this really got big, but it was discussed down there about the tubing aspect, and there were pros and cons on both sides. And at that time, it was suggested to look at the park, Ghost Hawk Park Range Unit, because it is controlled by one entity, and that entity is the tribal program. And so if we were gonna look at feasibility or waivers or anything like that, it was suggested to look there because there's a potential to also not only fence out that river corridor, but you could then piggyback on the hunting or the package hunts, or you can get cabins out there. There's a lot of aspects that could then help. That's why I really wish Game Fish and Parks could be able to be part of that conversation, because that would then help them with their revenue streams and things like that. But I just mentioning that because if you had one unit where you didn't have the multiple users, you didn't have fences, you didn't have so many cultural sites. There's so many cultural sites. There's a lot of native medicinal plants along the river. There's just so much aspects about that. Some people would want to, alcohol, no alcohol, those all types of things in that area was just maybe not rush to that area first, and maybe if we started small. So I just wanted to throw that out there that you could possibly look at that stretch of the river to do something in the future.
I think that's one area Ken had recommended too, because he said they could fence it off and they could see the buffalo as they're shooting down the river.
That would be so popular.
Yeah. So.
Tammy, did you have any more?
No.
I just had one more thing here, Joe. When we talk about our partnerships, right now, when we had the meeting in 2019 in Fort Pierre, I was standing next to a little skinny white guy, joking up, having a laugh with him and smiling and laughing, and didn't realize I was standing next to the Secretary of Tourism for the state of South Dakota. And I built a good relationship with him, and at our last meeting at IRU, I actually approached Governor Larry Roden and asked him to sit down at the same table and talk about what indigenous-led tourism looks like in the state of South Dakota. So I laid a bug in his ear, and hopefully that grows to fruition, and that we're able to sit at the table with the state and talk about what indigenous tourism really looks like for the state of South Dakota and what it looks like for our reservation. So I've done a little bit of legwork on that end for our people and talking to the individuals who can make those decisions and can partner with us. So hopefully on the lines is something real good when it comes to the state. They did do a lot of help for the first 5 years of SDNTA, and they continue to be a big supporter of what we're doing. And they do offer free marketing for us, not only limited to TV and media, but also the Guide to Tribal Nations. We're allowed to put any kind of content we want in there, and it's free to us. So we do have these partnerships that are really key in not only the marketing strategies, but when we want to get into the different types of tourism, recreational, cultural, agro-tourism, and there's a few more out there that our people can really do. And you can have the horseback riding, and you can have the plants out there, you can have all that. And those are things that on a state level, they're willing to help us with. So there's a lot going on behind the scenes.
It's not that easy though.
Yeah, it's not that easy. We make it sound easy, but I'm a dreamer. I tend to have these visions and have a whole team behind me and a whole board that really makes things happen. So it's a really amazing time right now for the SDNTA and the direction that we're going, and having tribal support from our elders is really key to the future development of what we're doing and how we're trying to do it in a good way. So.
Thank you so much for having us.
Well, yeah, thank you guys for coming, appreciate it. I kind of curious, I kind of worked, I guess, over in the St. Francis Mission area, so I do quite a bit of, I guess when I was working for them, actually went out to see a lot of people, a lot of areas, I guess. The tourism is one of the biggest things that people wanted to know, is finding out, being on a plane with somebody, sitting next to somebody, asking where you're from, where you're at, things to that effect. Also, even being in some of these areas where there's presentations about reservations. The places I've been at in Washington where they did presentations depicted reservations as drunks, and addiction problems, things to that effect. The people who are doing it were not even from the reservation area. They were just somebody from somewhere else that came in and said, "Oh, I can do this really quick, and I'm gonna do a presentation on it," which they did. So you know, we were sitting there and I was like, hey, I got some questions. Well, can we wait until you get all the questions after the presentation? It's like, okay, let's see what happens. So they depicted it as a really bad place. You know, it wasn't here, it was in Pine Ridge. But, you know, at that time, I was really kind of upset because I was thinking, gee, that's not how we are. That's not what we're living. That's not what's going on out here. So they don't even know. They don't even understand that stuff. After realizing that, you know, this guy just coming from, I think he was from, I don't know, Seattle or something like that, just wanted to come in and say, this is how the reservations are. You know, they depict him to come in and do that stuff. And I was like, who's doing these, who's bringing these people in to put this type of information out there about our reservation? You know, I said, here I am from the reservation coming here, and that's not the way the reservation is. You know, I said, it is, but we are trying to do what we can to make it better. You know, because we grew up on a reservation, we saw what's going on there, and I get that even to this day to say, you know, why do you stay here? Why do you want to stay here? Why do you want to stay on a reservation? You can go somewhere else. You can go to a big city. You can go to Rapid City. You can go to Sioux Falls. You can make a better living. I said, yes, I probably can. I said, I have that drive to do that. I said, but I want to stay here to be able to help our tribe and our reservation in a better place for our younger generation to come up in a better place, like I did, you know? And right now, we're losing, as we could say, we're losing. We're in the battlefield area. We know how that works out. I deal with it almost on a daily basis. So, but these are things, again, that is being depicted out there with outside the reservation area. And when people come in, they want to see this stuff, you know. Well, that's not the better part of what our reservation is about. The better part of our reservation is our culture, our understanding, our resilience of our younger generations, try to lift above that. So the tourism part of it, I believe, I always want to say that we should probably get something, I guess, that shows our reservation and what we're proud of, but also say we are having some addiction, you know, the addiction issues. Because again, the proclamation that came out, you know, a lot of stuff that happened, it happens everywhere. But here, you know, we're in a bigger area where we're all related. That's what we always say, that we're all related in a sense, which we all know. Something happens, we're all aware of it. So that's what my take on these, with the tourism part of it is to, you know, I think, when was it? Just, well, we go out there still and let people know. We had some youth group come in, Body, Mind, and Soul Camp for the mission. And they come from different areas. They're high school kids. They don't know about our reservation. They don't know about, you know, the boarding school days. They don't know anything about that, you know. So we're able to give them that. And the museum up here, I know you see it on, you have it on here. The museum gives that a lot of information to that. So, but I guess what I'm getting at is a lot of people out there don't know what the reservation is about. And if we are bringing people here, we should have them we should get that information about how it is, but at the same time too, what we're trying to do to make it better. You know? And that's kind of where I believe a lot of our stories, you know, a lot of our, I guess, of our elders, the people are still here, because I talked to, I think my wife, she had a friend over there in Pine Ridge. She wanted to find out something about her family tree, or even her culture wise. She said she didn't have anybody. Her grandparents are gone, her aunties are gone, they all passed away. So she don't know where to go, who to turn to about her family tree. And I was like, yeah, that's pretty interesting. I said, man, this is where you have to start realizing, especially with our older generation, you know, that we have to start understanding what our culture is, what we're at. And I always told my kids this: you should understand where you're at first, because me being in the military, that was shocking to them. Because I brought it up several times to say, your name Black Bear? You're Black Bear? Yeah, really? I want to see your driver's license. Yeah, my driver's license. Everything on there says Black Bear. And then the sergeant was like, well, you know, where did you get your name? Did you have to tackle a bear? And I was like, no. So where'd you get your name? I got it from my dad. I said, that's where I got my name from too. I said, hey, you know, how about that? But I said, there's some things that they don't understand, you know, like peyote. You guys do peyote over there? Peyote? I was like, no, that's not us. That's a whole different area. So again, the misunderstanding, misconception, the miseducation, all these, you know, all our native, they kind of categorize us all in one area, you know, but again, we're different, you know, as Lakotas, you know, Sichangu, Walalas. So those are things I would like to see as it comes in with the tourism part of it, at least to see let them know what's going on. I mean, there's even a couple, I think, of police that said, hey, with our church up there, you know, hey, they're wrong. That's wrong. That's the wrong area. This, you know, that painting is wrong. I said, so you're telling me that you're right, even though you didn't even grew up here, you're right that that's wrong. No, that's been there for over 100 years now, over 50 some years. It's been up there. So how can you tell me that's wrong? You know, somebody else coming from somewhere else telling me that it's wrong. You know, I mean, all they know is what they read in books, what they were told, you know. They're not like, that's not the way that works. You know, so from us here, I was encourage our younger generation to be able to understand where we're coming from and to get that determination to say, this is where we're from, this is what we're doing. So I think with tourism is one of the major factors that we do need to be able to let people know what's happening out there. But I think it was last week I was trying to get some information, you know, and it's really hard with our enrollment. I just said on enrollment, you know, to try to get not exact number, but a number of enrollment members that we have. So that way we have an idea where we're coming from, the land base. It's really hard to get that too. I asked TLE, they said, no.
All of that information.
I see, that's what I said too. I was like, I think I need to get to get to Sarah, because I think she knows that from the SRD. I think they all have that. But even trying to get that information from TLE, they said, well, BIA is the one that was supposed to give us stuff, and they never gave it to me. And I was like, so you're waiting for them? Yeah. Then the guy retired, and I'm like, holy smokes.
It depends on who you ask, on how much our land base is.
And then, so that's one of the biggest issues too, is that even the information being put out there, is that the right information, you know? So these are a lot of things that come into play. So I'm just like, man, this is crazy. So even for me, being here, trying to get that information or that knowledge, it's like hard to get it for me to get that. You know? So again, I guess letting other people know from different places to come in and see our area. I'm like, yeah, I think there's well over 4,000. I'm not sure. And here I am. I can get that information, but who do you know? Who can I talk to about that? You know. But I think with the tourism department, with these pamphlets, I mean, getting a lot of information out there should be a little more accurate, so we all know what it is and we can put it out there. So that would be my take on it. So if somebody was to go out there and do a presentation somewhere else, they would have accurate information about what's going on and stuff. But again, with our battle with addiction, I mean, that's really a tough battle right now. We're losing. I would say we're losing, but to fight back, and that's one of the reasons why I'm here. We're not going to be on this earth forever, but if we can at least instill those to our younger generation to keep fighting, to make sure that, you know, they're in a better place, especially here on the reservation. We have so many people outside the reservation. I don't have the reservation because it's a bad area. Well, that's probably why, but we're trying to make it better. I would like to see this better, you know, because I grew up in St. Francis, I grew up in Two Strikes. So I want to make sure those places are better, you know, so for our younger generation, my grandkids. So, but those are just one of the things I want to say about the tourism part of it. And I mean, you guys are doing a great job, especially getting information, putting it out there in the state. We're battling with the state too, so that's a big achievement. You know, 'cause that's something that we are dealing with no matter what on a daily basis with a lot of things. So, but anyway, I just want to say that, let you guys know you guys do a great job. I'd like to be a part of it. I'd like to see it in like the next couple months, you know, years, whatever. But let me know.
You guys are always, every time we have a meeting, I send an email out to all council. Feel free to hop on the Zoom. We have in-person meetings once every quarter. Usually a tribe hosts us, and when a tribe hosts us, they put on the whole tour for us. So you get to see what tourism looks like for that tribal nation at that point in time, right? And we're trying to help them grow that. So it's always a great opportunity, if you guys are interested in sharing or lending your voices and ideas to our organization. I encourage you to please hop on one of the Zoom calls or show up to one of our in-person meetings. Even better.
Or get in touch with me. My contact information, cell phone, and email are on this one. So please, at any point in time, don't ever hesitate to reach out. And yeah, we have virtual meetings or in person, so whatever works out, we would love to have you. And whenever you have a question, please reach out.
We have one last council rep that has a question, and then we have a Narc is on next for you to.
Yeah, real briefly, I remember tourism back in the 90s. And then it was mentioned that that office, they did a lot of research, and they had a lot of BIA grants. And they did research, and they went out to elderly, and they identified plans, and then they created a template to teach students at SGU, and then they wanted to build a resource center to, I don't know if it was botany or what the grants consisted of, but it was a cultural resource. And they had a pamphlet like this, but they had like behaviors how to, when you go to powwows or any other spiritual ceremony. They had a grant, and they had a cultural resource plan. I'm not sure where a lot of that is today, but I don't know who would remember that in the 90s. Maybe Wayne, do you remember that cultural resource plan that tourism office they presented here?
I'm aware of it. I've actually researched all of the documents that gone. The only thing that's living out of that whole project is the cultural resource management code. That was developed through the tourism office at that time. So that's the only living document that's remaining out of all that work that was done. I've been looking, searching.
I can check to see if it's in some of the documents and see.
Okay, because I looked at all of our servers, everything, and there's nothing left of it.
That was a lot of grant money too. Yeah.
I looked, I knew there was a lot of work that was done in the past before we even started looking at this, but there was nothing left. And all I was told, the only thing that's still existing out of that whole grant contract was the cultural resource management code that we still go by today. That was drafted to that project.
Before we get out of here, I do like to invite everybody. We have a tourism summit coming up, being hosted by Crazy Horse Monument in November. Coming up in November, and if
5th and 6th.
November 5th and 6th. So we are inviting you guys to come to the Black Hills as council reps or in your own capacity to come see the first. I guess it's going to be our very first tourism summit in the Black Hills for tourism for Indigenous nations in South Dakota. So I really hope to see as many of theirs that can be there if you got time. And we'd like to see you guys there for that very important meeting that we're going to have. So personally inviting you and everybody here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you guys. All right, warm up. All right, myself.
Yeah, good job.
No, right on, guys. Right on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, good job.
Thank you for the great question.
I think I get some information from you.
Yeah, I got that.
Okay.
Well, if you need a biologist, you're coming with us down that river.
Thank you for your question.
Thank you so much. And I really do appreciate all your guys' support, even though sometimes I come.
I know, I feel afraid you're gonna answer the question. I feel like I give you the same answer every time.
Hopefully, I wasn't too long-winded there.
Always are.
Thank you, Roy.
All right.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Pay attention. Coming in? Is somebody in there?
Yeah, someone's in there.
Do we need to go out there?
Yeah, no, we need to.
Let me.
But the receiver.
I think they said they're ready for the Zoom. Are they on? Ready? Okay, can they hear it? They see the doing?
Do you want to explain it, Wayne? Do you want to explain it?
He said she's on there, so she just has to,
Samantha, are you on?
there she is.
Hi, Samantha.
Hi, good evening.
Eric's on his way in, so I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with this, so I'll just let you have the floor and you can explain what's going on.
Sure, absolutely. Good evening. My name is Samantha Blinky. I'm a senior staff attorney with the Native American Rights Fund. I manage the DC office and I'm a member of NARF's voting team. So you may have heard several tribes across South Dakota are petitioning counties for equitable access to absentee voting. The state allows a 46-day absentee voting period. But the issue is that most tribal members have to travel long distances, often to the county seats, often located off reservation, to access voting services and registration services. So this creates a disproportionate burden between Native voters, especially considering high rates of poverty and lack of vehicle access, limited mail and broadband infrastructure. At the same time, a lot of predominantly white counties have established satellite offices to improve access for rural residents, but counties with majority Native populations lack that access. So there is funding that counties can apply for this absentee voting access through the Help America Vote Act to cover the cost of a satellite office on the reservation. Time is of the essence here. Counties have to apply for that HAVA funding by July 1st of this year in order to open a satellite office for the 2026 election. So I have taken a look at Rosebud's coverage here, specifically Todd County. We'll start with Todd County. Todd County operates a satellite office. I've listed there in your briefing sheet, kind of a history of the operation of that office. And then down towards the middle of the page, the hours that office is open. You can, excuse me, was there a question?
Is that a separate document?
Okay. Yeah, do you all have that? It says, Todd County Satellite Election Office, key facts at the top.
Or we just have the resolution and the contract.
Okay. Okay, how about, let me see if I could, can I share my screen here?
Yes.
Okay. I'll do that. I'm not sure if you'll be able to see this or not. It might be too small for you, but. Can you see this? I'll also go over it.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah? Large enough?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So of course, Todd County's entirely within the Rosebud Reservation. It's unorganized. Services are administrated by another county, by TRIP, and the county seat functions are in Winter. That's a long ways from Rosebud. We had an expert look at the distance that Native voters must travel compared to white voters. It's almost 4 times farther to reach the county seat, which is important because if you don't have an absentee voting satellite location, you have to travel to the county seat. So here's the history of what's happened. There was a temporary site in 2004. It was partially open in 2008. Four Directions has helped with funding, partially open in 2010. During 2012, the full absentee coverage was secured. And then they expanded operations this past year and had really great coverage. So you'll see listed here, I have the primary hours and the general election hours. And this is out of the full hours that it would be available, 279 hours. So the primary was satellite office in 18 was open about 26% of the time. Also the general in 2020, primary was not open. Of course, that was COVID. General was open about 26% of the time. 2022, same, about 26% of the total available hours. 2024 was great. They increased to about 78% of the full time and for the primary and 80%. And so we'd like to see that continue and the county not fall back down or even increase that amount to 100%. Like I mentioned, the county can apply for HAVA funding, and then it would be the state, not the county, that would pay for that. We testified before the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights, and there was a great report. I'm happy to share that with anybody, but the commission actually encouraged the use of HAVA funds. It encouraged that counties apply for these HAVA funds for satellite offices. Of course, this is supported by demographic data within the county. The Native voting age population is about 85%. So there's a great need. The poverty rates for Natives compared to whites is about 65% compared to about 7%. White residents are about 18% more likely to own a vehicle, which again is important when you have to travel that by vast distance to the county seat to vote. So I've prepared a draft letter, and sent it to Eric. You guys are, welcome to take a look at it. It essentially covers this detail here and asks for the same access or even increased access for the 2026 election. So I'll stop there and see if there are any questions or if you guys have any thoughts there.
Anybody have any questions for him?
Okay, I'm going to move on to Millette. I took a look at Millette just so I could share this with you. You probably don't have as great, if you weren't, like to consider litigation or something, I don't think you would have as great a case against Millette. But this is simply starting with a letter to the counties to request this office. Millette does not have a satellite office. The drive time to the county seat is actually a little bit less for Natives than it is for white residents. So of course there is almost a majority Native voting age population in Millette. The poverty rate is more. White residents are more likely to own a vehicle. So that's something for you to consider. I do recommend, considering that and taking a look at it for now. But I would at least start with Todd County. Millette, I think, is more up for discussion. We are, our voting work is grant funded, so we're offering our services pro bono. I'm not licensed to practice law in South Dakota, so I talked to Eric, this letter would either be signed by the chairperson or by Eric, someone licensed in South Dakota, or we can work with a private firm like Robbins Kaplan. We've done that in the past. That said, I would help in the background, with any type of negotiation with the county. And what we're aiming for here is an agreement that they will fully staff the satellite office for the full absentee voting period for some period of years. And that could be negotiated, maybe 10 years. So that's the goal. I think you need increased absentee voting services. And yeah, I'm here for questions and thoughts and anything else you might have.
So this is just to basically allow us to try to argue to keep the polling area for absentee voting?
Exactly. Yeah. The satellite office.
Yeah, we definitely need it. I mean, especially with all the purging that's going on the voting rolls in South Dakota. At least if you went there earlier than the day of voting, you might actually find out you're purged from the rolls.
Yes, you're exactly right. There's also registration at the absentee voting site, satellite location. It would be essentially the same services that you would get at the county seat.
I'm assuming that this agreement would allow you guys to do those conversations or negotiations, and then that would come back to us for approval or acceptance or something like that.
Exactly, right. Yeah, any agreement would be subject to your approval, of course. We would hope for the full period, but there may be reasons to negotiate below that. What we're building on here is that I worked with DOJ last year to negotiate a similar agreement in Bennett County for their Allen precinct. And it was successful and they have an agreement. So I thought it made sense, now that we don't really have a functioning DOJ, it made sense for NARF to continue that work with other counties and to get that increased access. And so we could also model the agreement based on what DOJ has already established, which gives us another foundational support for this. One thing is we may sort of, say in the letter that we're considering litigation or considering legal options. That said, I'm not sure if you're keeping up with the state of affairs of the Voting Rights Act in the 8th Circuit. It's not good right now. There's a case, Turtle Mountain and Spirit Lake out of the 8th Circuit that essentially is gutting the Voting Rights Act. It's still making its way through the courts, and we remain hopeful that there will be a way for tribes to bring cases. But as it stands, there's not a way for tribes to bring cases. So that may be something the county pushes back on and says, no, you're actually not going to consider any legal options because you don't have that right now. But, who knows what will happen 6 months, a year down the road. And this may have a favorable decision out of the 8th Circuit. Or if we have to go to the Supreme Court, I'm hopeful that we'll have a favorable decision there. So that said, even absent litigation, the county has a legal obligation, I think even a moral obligation to provide full access to absentee voting services for tribes when the funding is there. It's a very short form, very easy for them to apply for it, and they can staff that office.
Anyone on governmental affairs?
Somebody bring it on? I'll move for emergency legislation.
Second.
Question.
All in favor? Question? Michelle, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1.
Thank you.
Does that have a number? And I'll move for resolution 2025 146. Move for resolution 2025 146.
So smooth. Second to me. I'm gonna need to get a second.
Okay, should I read it in? Yeah, okay.
Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe agrees to assign NARP any and all right allowable by law to attorney fees, litigation expenses, court costs, and attorney fees from the opposing party. Wait, no, sorry, I'll start at the fourth one. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the legal representation agreement for the Native American Rights Fund, NARP, legal assistance and representation for the provisions of certain legal services to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe to increase absentee voting in Todd and Millette County, South Dakota. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe agrees to assign to NARP any and all right allowable by law to attorney fees, litigation expenses, court costs, and attorney fees from the opposing party or parties, and agrees that if the court allows the tribe to recover costs and/or expenses paid directly to NARP for the costs and expenses, or the party advancing those costs and expenses. And whereas nothing in the legal representation agreement shall be deemed a waiver of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, and is officers and employees sovereign immunity from suit arising from the performance of their official duties. And therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes and approves the legal representation agreement with NARP, legal assistance and representation for the provision of certain legal services to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe to represent the tribe in legal matters related to legal assistance and representation for the provision of certain legal services to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe to increase absentee voting in Todd and Millette County, South Dakota. And be it further resolved that the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe is authorized and directed to sign and execute the legal representation agreement and any other supporting document.
Any discussion? If not, I need a question. Wayne, question. Tammy, second. Never mind. All in favor?
Second question.
She said a long day.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I look forward to working with you all again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I know everybody's probably really tired of being here all day, but, we have some resolutions that need to go through, and, ones that the chair asked to put on, are you the chair, Wayne? Yeah. Is the land and natural meeting resolutions first? We all use their binders.
Oh, land and natural?
Yeah.
I thought they would say, they handed me all these ones for econ dev because they said they were time sensitive.
Oh, I thought you meant you, one of these ones. You want
Well,
those
there's
ones?
one in land and natural for math, for a fine schedule.
Well, while she's handing those out, why don't you bring the econ dev up?
I was just wondering if I could address the motion that you said we get to later, either to rescind or amend. I still need to rescind or amend my motion regarding the election.
We better
and
do
affair.
that first, yeah.
So I was informed by our secretary that the ordinance that sets up the election is going to be harder to change than the ordinance that sets up the fair. The fair ordinance allows council to decide that date. So I would need to either amend my motion to make the election date match the fair date, or rescind that one and then have two separate ones.
Are you confused?
Yeah.
So the motion that I made was to have them coincide on the date of the fair, right?
Yeah.
So then we would.
Oh, because it's a week later.
But the ordinance that sets up the election is harder to change. We have to change it if we wanted to change that date. Whereas the ordinance that sets up our Rosebud Fair says council can change that date. So that's the date. If we wanted to coincide, we'd have to move the fair date to match up to the election date. Whereas my previous motion had the election matching up with the fair date.
So you either have to,
have two separate ones or together on the.
Have the fair on this date. And,
So either have the fair coincide with the election, so they're together, or have them on the two separate dates.
yeah, because the election one is an ordinance, so we can't change that. It's got to stay.
They both
Otherwise,
are.
there's more process.
They're both ordinances, but the ordinance for the fair allows council to amend, and the ordinance for the election doesn't. You'd have to amend the actual election.
So you guys need to make it to.
So right now, then the fair is the 22nd,
Yeah.
because it's the fourth Friday, because the first is on a Friday. And then the election is the fourth Thursday, which brings it down a week.
Wait.
So earlier when I opposed it, the reason that I opposed it was I kind of thought it would be interesting that whenever we have our elections at the fair, we actually do have a horrible turnout. We always have a horrible turnout on all of our elections. But it'd be kind of interesting that if it was the only thing on people's minds was an election versus I'm running around all week getting prepared for the fair and then I got to remember to go vote. And so that's why I opposed it earlier. But I think it would be nice to try it after the fair.
I think it was done before. There was one time Kim was saying that happened like that.
Cause it's what, 2 seats?
So I either amend my motion or rescind it and allow 2 separate dates, or I can amend it to allow them to be in the same. Actually, that motion would probably stand, but then we're gonna get a motion.
It's up to them how they want to do it. Tammy?
So the fair would normally, the fourth Friday would be the 22nd, and then the Thursday after would be the elections. Why can't we just leave it the way it is?
That's an option. Then I would rescind my motion and then we would just have 2 separate dates.
I
So
mean,
that's what I was asking.
That's why you need to have a discussion on it so you guys are set on what we're gonna do because
I think, did we determine whether the community officers would still be going on at this time as well or not? Because normally the community officers go with the tribal.
Yeah.
Well, it's in the ordinance that.
Oh, I know, but there was a motion or something going around that we give those elections back to the communities. That's why I was asking, because I don't know if that officially got passed or not.
They don't have money for that.
Yeah, okay, so it must not have passed then. Okay, I just wanted to check.
Any more, anybody else have any input? Totes?
Just leave it, go with the 2 separate, do the community and the school board elections at the same time as we usually do.
No, we're discussing whether or not we're going to move the
fair,
election.
but leave it, so have the fair originally the way it is, and then do the election the week after.
Week after?
See how the turnout is, maybe it might help change.
I mean, also considering, people already made their plans and everything like that. Plus, what was the other issue I got that was thrown at me? Slot will get slaughtered for the fair being moved because it's a historical patriot.
So she'll just have to rescind.
And that's from people, so, somebody's.
Leave it.
Yeah.
So if you're going to leave it with the fair person and election, then you need to rescind your motion.
Okay. Well, I didn't hear consensus, but I will make a motion or rescind my motion, and then if it gets voted, then we'll go that way.
So I need to make a motion to rescind the motion?
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
I'll second it.
All in favor? A question? Michelle? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 0.
Not voting?
1.
No, to shift. So we're just leaving it as is. Okay, so just so everybody has the clear understanding, and those that are listening, the Rosebud Fair is going to be the week after the election.
Before.
I mean, the week before. Sorry. Oh my God. Sorry. So you have your resolution ready for economic development?
Let it natural.
Land and natural first? Okay. I don't have it.
So it's 25-84.
Do we need a second? Tammy, question? Are you going to read it in?
I guess.
Read it in, Wayne.
Okay. Fifth whereas, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council has enacted that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Law and Order Code, Chapter 5, Game Fish and Parks, 5-3, 5-1, General Provisions and Definitions, Section A, Intent. It is The intent of the provisions contained herein to provide for an orderly system on the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Reservation for the management, control of wildlife, fishery, forest, outdoor recreation resources on the Rosebud Sioux Reservation. Whereas the RST Law and Order Code, there is hereby recognized and established within the scheme of government of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Department of Natural Resources. Whereas the South Dakota Game Fish and Parks Commission held a meeting March 6th through the 7th to discuss proposals for big game hunting seasons, including a prairie elk hunting season in Millette County on lands adjacent to tribal lands within the jurisdiction of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and on unceded lands within the boundaries of the 51 and 68 treaties of Fort Laramie. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Department of Natural Resources Executive Director made an appearance at the March 6 meetings, hearing to express opposition to the proposed elk hunting season within the boundaries of the Indian Reservation and treaty lands of the Roses of South Dakota. This proposal represents an infringement on sovereign indigenous rights and in disregard long-standing treaties between tribal nations and the federal government. Whereas treaty lands hold deep cultural, spiritual, historical significance to indigenous peoples. These lands are more than just habitats for wildlife. These are essential for preserving cultural practices and sustaining traditional ways of life, including subsistence hunting, and has been passed down through generations. And whereas a landowner in Bennett County who has built his own refuge, planting several food plots to feed and protect elk, he claims to do this to protect his crops from damage. This refuge now holds 400 to 600 elk during the state and tribal hunting season. Over the years, the herds have learned that this area offers a safe haven for food and water and naturally migrate to this location season after season. This artificial refuge skews natural elk migration patterns and undermines wildlife management, creating unfair dynamics for the tribal hunting efforts. And whereas while states have important interests in regulating natural resources, this authority is shared by the federal government, with the federal government exercises its treaty-making power in the 68 Treaty of Laramie explicitly defines these rights and must be honored. Article 2 defines the boundaries of the Sioux Reservation and guarantees its exclusive use by the Sioux and other friendly tribes. Article 11 reserves the right to the Sioux to hunt on certain lands. Article 15 establishes the reservation as the permanent home of the Sioux with the right to hunt as specified. And whereas in the 68 treaty, provisions guarantee indigenous rights to use, hunt, and inhabit these lands without state interference. Any attempt to implement a state-managed elk hunting season within these boundaries disregards the legal framework of these treaty obligations, undermines tribal sovereignty, and whereas the RST Department of Natural Resources and Rosebud Sioux Tribe Land and Natural Resources Committee recommends that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe oppose the proposed South Dakota prairie elk seasons and to request that SDGFP consider this proposal and instead engage in meaningful consultation with tribal leaders to reach agreements that respect treaty rights, uphold tribal sovereignty, and foster cooperative wildlife management practices, and therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council adopts and approves and recommendation of the RST Department of Natural Resources, and the Land and Natural Committee recommends that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe oppose the proposed South Dakota prairie elk seasons and to request that the Game Fish and Parks reconsider the proposal and instead engage in meaningful consultation with tribal leaders to reach agreements that respect treaty rights, uphold tribal sovereignty, and foster cooperative wildlife management practices. And the rest is included.
I have a question. Wait, can you give an update? This was already presented, right? Can you give the update of what happened at that meeting?
So they wanted to they said due to the degradation of crops and other things, the South Dakota wanted to initiate hunting seasons on private lands within Millette County and Bennett County. And so when Matt went up there, he strongly opposed it and said that that was within our jurisdiction. And so now we're going to formally oppose it to the state that they hopefully.
But it was approved of at that date.
But they approved it as a state.
Yeah, so the season was passed at that commission, even though Matt did already present this letter to that meeting that day. I just wanted to update the committee that this meeting, the letter did go to the meeting and the state commission.
Oh, and Todd County.
Did not vote. They voted to still have the season.
Yeah. Any other discussion? If not, need a question? Emily, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Carried. Next one, Lee. One of these go right away.
The programmatic fire plan,
What number is that?
2586. This is the plan, everybody go. Mechanical and prescribed fire plan.
I think he skipped 85, right? Are you going to 86?
85 wasn't time sensitive.
Oh, you just send the time sensitive ones. Motion to approve.
Yes. I'll move to bring 2586 on.
Second, opposed?
Six, whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribe Agency Bureau of Indian Affairs has recommended that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorize entering programmatic agreement, the PA, along with the Rosebud Agency Fire Management, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe for the prescribed fire plan 2024-2029, prepared in accordance with the current standards of fire and fire aviation operations, the Red Book, and Rosebud Agency prescribed fire plan. And whereas the goal of the prescribed fire review is to provide recommendations, identify deficiencies, and specific corrective actions. Review do not have to be associated with a specific incident. Any prescribed fire-related incident that has resource or property damage that may result in a claim or compensation shall initiate a review. The review team and their expertise should be commensurate with the scope and focus of the review. Whereas the RST Land and Natural Committee has recommended that the Rosebud Tribal Council authorize entering into a PA with the Rosebud Agency Fire Management, therefore be resolved that the Rosebud Tribal Council adopts the recommendation of the RST Land and Natural Resources Committee and authorize the Rosebud Tribe to enter into the PA with the Rosebud Agency Fire Management. Be it also resolved that the president of the Rosebud Tribe or their designee, it's typo, delegate are authorized to sign and execute all documents related to the programmatic agreement.
Discussion? If not, I need a question. Charles, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried.
And then 2025-140. It's for groundwater monitoring. 70,000. Move one pager.
Before you start, so you put one in the same.
Yes. One's just for planning.
Yeah, I don't remember. I don't remember. But the one he's talking about, I'm looking for.
140. Fourth whereas?
Mine's missing.
RST received funding for continuation of groundwater monitoring network in an amount of 70,000. And whereas the proposal was modified to reflect the reduced funding of 70,000, and whereas the proposal on surface water quantification project and stream flow gauging has been fully funded at $139,900, and a copy of the proposal is attached. And whereas the projects will be carried out in conjunction with the USGS, and whereas the proposals were reviewed by RST Land and Natural Resources Committee and have recommended approval by Tribal Council. Now therefore be it resolved that the Tribal Council approves the committee recommendations and directs the Tribal President and the Water Resources Director for implementation of proposals with BIA and USGS.
Any discussion? If not, I need a question. Emily? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting? Motion carried. Anything else, Lee?
So, tomorrow, we're gonna hear from the TNC guy, right? So do you wanna wait on this one for tomorrow?
TNC, is that?
The agreement between the TNC and Umpo.
Oh, yeah.
You wanna wait till tomorrow to read it in?
Yeah.
Okay. And, that's all that is time sensitive.
You already do the economic development? Do you have the economic development one, Lee?
Yeah. Mia, yeah.
Okay.
So, Matt said that there's one that should have been waiting, and Eric had OST, RST, proposed health collaboration. Oh, he's done?
Yeah.
He was looking at it earlier.
Oh, okay. The first one here for Yukon Dev is for some of the article homes, which would be Dynamic, Mark, Ojibwe.
Is that emergency legislation? Oh my God, our kids. I know. Your next one. You guys
All this is to be in the back. Everyone, this is amended right here. Instead of having that on the one that you have, on the therefore be it resolved, it has a blank dollar amount. Instead of that, all this one's gonna reiterate is on that other whereas above it, where it says $92.51 a square foot. Otherwise, it's the same, and you'll need the back documents.
So the total project cost is gonna be dependent on the houses themselves, right?
Yeah.
So all we're approving is that.
Square footage.
Okay.
So bring it on as emergency legislation, Wayne.
Move it to emergency legislation.
Second, Ben. Question, codes, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Number?
2025, 147.
147.
Second? Ben? Go ahead, Wayne.
6 whereas, on March 24, 2024, the RST Economic Development Committee recommends that the RST Tribal Council to authorize and adopt the proposed for Phase 1 ARPA Rescue Plan Act of 2021 Housing Development and Housing Development Project to address the housing needs of the Sichangu, Lakota, Oyate, and the Rosa Reservation. Whereas Phase 1 of the Housing Development Project consists of construction of 54 homes to be constructed by Dynamic Homes, which is 30 homes, Mark's Home Repair, 10 homes, and Ojibwe Housing Development Corporation, OHDC, to be sold at a rate of $92.51 per square foot. Whereas the Housing Development Project Initiative is a significant step forward to addressing the lack of affordable housing on the Rosebud Reservation, and therefore be it resolved that the Rosa Sioux Tribal Council adopts and approves the recommendation of RST Economic Development Committee and approves the price of the home through the proposal for Phase 1 ARPA Housing Development to be $92.51 square foot. Be it further resolved that the Rosa Sioux Tribal Council of the Rosa Sioux Tribe delegates authority to the tribal president and his or her authorized delegate to sign any and all related documents related to the authorizing of the housing development project.
Any discussion? Emily?
I'm just a little bit confused in the whereas that talks about the numbers of homes. It says the construction of 54 homes, 10 homes for Mark's Home Repair, 30 for Dynamic, and 3 for OHDC. So I'm wondering why that doesn't add up to 54.
And I took all those numbers out in that amendment resolution. I just put 54 homes because it's gonna change.
Okay, so all those specific ones with the 10 and the 3, we should just take those out?
They take the numbers out.
But the 54 total homes and then that'll determine, okay.
Because there's 30 homes coming from paramedic homes, but right now, we only got a contract for 15 for March, but we can't go up to, we got one for 10, but we can't go up to 15. And OHD has 4 million, it's supposed to be up to 10.
And the rest will be built at our plant.
Rest will be built up here.
So the amended version doesn't have those numbers,
Yeah,
just the 54 total.
Just the 54 total.
Okay, thank you. That's the only question I was confused.
Any other discussion? You want Wayne to calculate how much a house will cost by the time the square footage is done?
I have one more question. So the dynamic homes, did we figure out the cost for the HVAC and the wiring or whatever else wasn't included? Is that going to be included in all of this?
Right. Yes, that last modification you did to the ARPA funds, we obligated all the funds, you obligated money for all that stuff, and separate.
Okay.
So there's amount going to be paid to Dynamic Homes for the shell when it gets here, and there's an amount set aside to put the HVAC and then the rest of the plumbing and stuff in it. So they will be a complete house.
Okay, thank you.
If there's no,
There's one for the COP school violence prevention program.
hold on, we gotta.
I thought we voted on the project. Oh, but.
No, we're in discussion. My question. I need a question. Emily, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed? 0. Not voting?
Oh, what? 13, 0, 1.
1301.
Here you go, Leona.
Okay, Wayne. Now you can, the next one.
This one is amended. You bring it on as emergency legislation.
Which one is it?
You bring it, it's a COPS grant. And that's Sergeant. Take a shot and then breath. That's it.
So bring it on as emergency legislation, Wayne. 25. 25, 148. Question? Ben? Second Ben, question Toads, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Close.
0.
You voting?
0.
Bring it on, Wayne.
Move to bring it
25,
on.
48. Second, Ben? Go ahead, Wayne.
So, 6, whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Law Enforcement Services is seeking authorization to apply for the United States Department of Justice Office of Community Oriented Policing Services, COP School Violence Prevention Program. CFDA number 16.071 in the amount of up to $500,000 with a 36-month project period to improve security at schools, school grounds, Rosebud Reservation in partnership with St. Francis Indian School and Todd County School District. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Law Enforcement Services will be the lead applicant in the partnership with St. Francis Indian School District, Todd County School District, and the Rosebud Sioux Tribe shall remain fully fiduciary responsibility, and therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves and adopts this resolution and authorizes SRD to submit the U.S. Department of Justice Office of Community-Oriented Policing Services FY 2025 COP School Violence Prevention Program application due June 26, 2025 in the amount of $500,000 and a 36-month project period, and be it therefore resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorizes the tribal president or the designated official to sign and execute all applications and all documents thereof.
Discussion? Alvin? Oh, you questioning? Yeah? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting? Yeah. Motion carries.
While she's standing that up.
Motion for emergency legislation 25-149, Wayne.
Move.
Second. Votes. Question. Ben, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion to approve 25-149. Second, Ben.
Pursuant to 25 CFR 900.12, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe will submit the recontracting proposal for the following PL 93-638 Indian self-determination contracts and grants for fiscal year 2025. Whereas Sioux Resource Development is submitting the FY 2026 recontracting proposal budgets to the BIA on July 1, 2025 on behalf of RST. Whereas the PL 93-638 Indian self-determination contracts are identified as the 1, Housing Improvement Program, 2, Safety of Dams. Therefore, it be resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council, pursuant to its authority under the Constitution and bylaws of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, hereby authorizes the submission, acceptance, and implementation of the recontracting and any modifications thereunto, including all base, pro rata, and program-specific special allocation funding awarded to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe by the United States Department of Interior, Bureau of Indian Affairs. 638 Indian Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act for the full 3-year term of the listed contracts, beginning fiscal 2026 and ending fiscal 2028, including any extensions for the proposed of carrying out programs, functions, services, and activities authorized therein on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. Be it further resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorizes the tribal president or the designated official to sign and execute all pertinent applications, contracts, and documents thereunto.
Discussion? Question? Emily, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
You never wait back.
I know.
Or run around.
Wait on.
Yeah.
This had not attended.
Is this still Econ Dev?
Yes.
Wait, question gets around Wayne's. Back in range, wait till she gets to me.
There's 26 departments, at least 638. And that's not a BIA.
Emergency legislation 25-150, Wayne?
Move.
Vote second. Question? Chris, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion to approve.
Needs a number.
25-150.
Fourth whereas, move. Pursuant to 25 CFR 900.12, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe will submit the annual funding agreements for the following PL 93-638 Indian self-determination contracts and grants for fiscal year 2026. And whereas the PL 638 Indian self-determination contracts are identified as the 1, law enforcement services, 2, Wombly, Wachoni, TP, Juvenile Detention Center, 3, JDC operations and maintenance, 4, RST adult corrections, 5, AC operations and maintenance, 6, tribal court services, 7, road maintenance, 8, higher education, 9, infants and toddlers, 10, Todd County JOM, 11, White River Winter JOM, 12, Head Start JOM, 13, Spottail Children's Home, 14, Sicangu Child and Family Services, 15, Indian Child Welfare Act, 16, Procedural Services, 17, Forestry, 18, Natural Resources, 19, Consolidated Tribal Government Program, Enrollment, Tribal Government, Tribal Historic Preservation, Water Resources, Truancy Intervention, 105I Leasing Project, Sicangu Resource and Development. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council, pursuant to its authority under the Constitution and bylaws of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, hereby authorize submission, acceptance, implementation of the annual funding agreement and any modifications thereto, including all base pro rata and programs specific special allocation funding awarded to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe by the U.S. Department of Interior, Bureau of Indian Affairs under PL 93-638 Indian Self-Determination Education Assistance Act for the remaining 2-year term for the listed contract beginning fiscal 2026 and ending fiscal 2027, including any extensions for the purpose of carrying out programs, functions, services, and activities authorized therein on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorizes the president or the designated official to sign and execute all pertinent applications, contracts, and documents thereof.
Any discussion? Question? Chris, all in favor?
Question,
Oh, you have a question?
Can you use 16 again?
Awesome tutorials.
All in favor? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
I voted
0.
Motion carried.
Prosecutor.
Call that your language.
I was trying to read it too, when you went to the side, I was still stuck.
Is that it? Is that all you have, Wayne?
That's it, thank you.
I'm Wayne. I'm lead here on down there. Can I sneak the resolution in? It's for, Resco. We have a lawyer, his name is Gal Lavender, he's switching from a lawyer to a consultant. So they're amending his contract from a lawyer to a consultant.
Thank you. Felt like when Emily read in that 36 page or whatever it was.
You guys zoned out on that one. Thought about something totally different. And I thought, like, what am I even reading?
Did I do it?
Oh my God. Thank you. Yeah. Geez, what's the? I know.
Okay, Wayne, emergency legislation 2025-51. Second. Charles. Who's reading it in?
You said Wayne.
We have to have a question.
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 Oh, sorry. Ben, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
Motion to approve 2025-51, Wayne. Boyd.
Is there a second?
Second. Ben.
All right, afterwards, the fifth whereas. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council requires consulting services to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, Rosebud Energy Services Corporation, RESCO, at the direction of the RESCO Executive Director and our RESCO Board of Directors, for an initial term of 6 months beginning June 1st, 2025 to December 2nd, 2025, and will automatically renew for successive 1-month periods unless either party provide written notice of non-renewal at least 30 days prior to the end of the current term. For $7,500 per month, up to 30 days of service per month, plus reimbursement of reasonable expenses. Whereas the agreement shall be governed by interpreted in accordance with the laws of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. Any disputes shall be first addressed by good faith negotiations of parties, and if unresolved, disputes may be submitted to a mutually agreed upon mediator. If not, then to Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Budget Finance Committee has reviewed and recommends that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approve the consultant agreement with Arrow Creek Law and Mediation, LLP, Donald L. Lavender, attorney, our firm, And we'll go through tribe plan and they set forth in terms of our upon execution. Therefore, be resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes and approves the agreement with the agreement with Arrow Creek Law Mediation is needs to be a correction there. PILP Donald Del Lavender and the Rosebud Sioux Tribe client on the date set forth in the terms of the agreement or upon execution to be billed in amount not to exceed $700. If the resolved, the President of the Rosebud Tribe is authorized to sign and directed to sign and execute the closing agreement, the closing agreement, and other supporting documents on behalf of the tribe.
Any discussion? If not, question? Emily, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. We were going to do enrollment, but it's 5 o'clock, so they're probably all gone, so we'll have to do it tomorrow.
Secretary of Office said that we need one under governmental affairs.
Yeah. Chris?
Oh, 2 things. I just looked this open and I seen budget and finance and I seen something from back in April. If you could get to that too real fast, that'd be cool. But if not, I'll make a quick motion to have solid waste provide a roll up to all the Sundance to the long watch she's throughout the summer in the Rosebud. And then send them to budget and finance later on at a later date to figure out like the pricing thing. But for them to provide in the meantime.
I'll second. Emily, second. Question by Totes. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting? 0. Motion carried. Emily?
So I wasn't here, but one of the other committee members asked if we could address the resolution or the from governmental affairs regarding the election.
Okay.
I wasn't at the meeting, so I don't have notes from it. So if there's any questions, I don't know if anybody else from committee is available to provide input.
So with that, we do this after budget finance. There's only one.
Oh wait, Chris was before me. I'll wait till he's sorry.
That's why I asked if we had time to do the other ones, but, you know, since the ones with the committees that only have 1 or 2 resolutions in them, there's not much. We should just do it.
Okay, I'll wait my turn.
Well, as the vice chair of the budget and finance committee, I have 2 resolutions here. First off, I believe they're both emergency legislation, but one of them already has a number, so we'll use that one. 99 should be.
Motion to approve?
Yeah, motion to approve resolution
Second.
2599.
Totes. Question, Ben? I mean, never mind. Never mind, Ben.
Okay, I'll start with the 5th whereas. The Rosebud Sioux Tribe Adult Corrections developed a policy for short-term loan program for the ACF staff. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Adult Correction is proposing to create a short-term loan line item utilize ACF Revenue Fund 8064 for this endeavor. And the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Adult Corrections Administrator recommends to the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Budget and Finance Committee for approval on April 11th, 2025, and whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Budget and Finance Committee recommends the Rosebud Sioux Tribe to adopt and approve the short-term loan policy, creating a short-term loan line item under ACF Revenue Funding 8064. Now, therefore, be further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the recommendations of the RST Budget and Finance Committee for the RST Adult Corrections to implement the short-term loan program for the ACF staff using a newly created line item under the ACF Revenue Funding 8064. Be it further resolved that the President of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or her designee is authorized to execute any documents required to implement the short-term loan program. And in the back, the attachments are the entire policies and procedures of it. They're limited. They're only going up to a set amount of $50, all the way up to $500.
It shows the service fees, the total loan, number of payments for each one, payment period planned, who's eligible for this and who isn't eligible for this, which is all strictly ACF. And this is more so a pilot project to see if we can do something like this, you know, further on down the road for other travel programs. So it's a pilot project. The administration will not be able to partake in this fund or for this short-term loan program. So it will only be the correctional officers, maintenance, you know, staff, the day-to-day staff, pretty much. But yeah, any other questions?
Discussion. I got a quick question. What's the difference between this and our existing TALC program?
The existing TALC program in this, so this is strictly just for the adult corrections. And so out there at ACF, you know, for the TALC program, it's very hard to maintain a TALC if you're over a certain amount of money and you need more. With this one, it's only, you can only go up to 500. You can't get any more from that. You can't. You have to wait until you pay it back. And then there's also the problem of not being eligible for a TALC loan program either. And so with ACF, there's always shortfalls whenever it comes to programs. Not just ACF, a lot of programs in general, running short on money the last week of payday, getting early pay. So then that last week of that last third week, you're struggling trying to get by. So this would help, you know, quick money fast for the adult corrections people so that they can get to work or whatever it is that they need, versus having to go through a whole process with the TALC loan program and get yourself into a much bigger debt than you would with the ACF. And plus, with the ACF employees, it would be strictly just for them so that their monitors can make sure that they're paying up on time.
Thank you.
Anna?
My question is, how is this gonna be paid? Are they gonna go through finance for a check? Are they gonna keep cash on hand? Are they gonna start their own checking account?
Okay, so the revenue that's going to be used for this is out of the adult corrections revenue fund. Number is 8064. And so they have enough money to do this, and that's why it's only strictly for their employees. Everything that they're going to do is going to be based out of the program out there, out to ACF. Their finance, the lead finance person, Jamie, she's really intelligent when it comes to this stuff. She's really smart, and I know that they're gonna. That's kind of the whole process of this. The whole point of this is for that pilot project to see how this is gonna work out, you know. But yeah.
Is it gonna be parent deducted out of their payroll?
Yeah. That's if you go to the first page of this.
Yes, I've seen that. So they'll have to come down here to the tribe and do a pair deduction?
No. They do it with their own, out of their own revenue, through their own finance people at the ACF.
But the tribe's gonna cut the check, or are they gonna cut the check?
I believe they're gonna cut the check.
They have their own revenue account and their own checking account. But if you want a payroll deduction, it's still gonna have to come down to our payroll office and do payroll deduction. But otherwise, the revenue and the checking account and everything else is not up there. But I do want to tell you that the revenue account is still monitored by a monitor. You still have to have a budget for it before they can expend it. Anything. This came before budget and finance. I really don't have a problem with it. It starts out small, it's their own revenue, and it's a way that they can generate. If it's done properly, they can generate a lot of income.
Michelle?
Are you done? Two things, I guess. One is, nothing personal, but I feel like it's a conflict for Chris to be reading it in on behalf of his mom. And two, they have a revenue stream already. So is that something that the tribe monitors?
Yeah. Yeah, their revenue monitored by our monitors back there, and they have to have a budget.
So they currently don't have a budget for this? It's not added into the budget?
No. as they generate money, and then let's say that they generate $100,000. Once they get $100,000, you have to submit a budget to them, how they're gonna spend that. So if they earn another $100,000 before they can spend it, you have to put them on for how they're gonna spend it. Budget.
Okay, well, I would like to move to table until that's done.
Yeah, well, they can't budget money that's not earned yet. I mean, so, I'm not sure if it's been their problem. For example, they generate a lot of income every month from renting those beds to the kids. 1 month you might get $75,000. And once that check is received, then you have to submit a budget to monitor how they're going to spend that money. Most of the time, it's just put into account, but like right now, it's in account of these foundations they're building out there. Sometimes they use it by equipment, whatever, but they have to have a budget for spending. But they can't budget it without they earn it. So it's like, for example, this one here, they have some money in there and approve this, they're gonna budget X amount of dollars for this program. And so, as this money is earned, the interest they earn off this money, once that builds up, before they spend it, they're gonna have to spend a budget to monitor talent, monitor how they're gonna spend it.
And if I may, before the other questions come up too, that is a really good concern to have too, Michelle, because, you know, as we all know, the director of ACF is my mother. And as I stated, well, hold on, let's go back. Council Representative Wilcox made a statement a couple of months ago asking what does it mean to have a conflict of interest. And the conflict of interest is only if your mother, father, son, daughter, auntie, uncle, however that looks. It's only a conflict of interest if you're making them gain a benefit. If you're doing something so that that person can gain a benefit or you can gain a benefit. This does not touch her. It's for her employees. And again, I still see the conflict, but I'm the vice chair of budget and finance, and no one else will be able to bring it on. But if you look at the bad debt, if you look at pretty much the entire policy and procedure of it, if you really read it, it explains, you know, how they would be eligible, the record keeping, the reporting, all of it, and what they'll be following, you know, who's eligible, who's not eligible, what you're eligible for, bad debt, how it's collected. Of course, I'm pretty sure if you guys want to table it and have them come down and explain better to you guys, I'm pretty sure they will. Okay, next question.
Wait, Tammy.
Question.
I guess this is just kind of concerning for me because, you know, we're facing some budget cuts here and all the revenues that our programs can receive should be set aside for when they need it with these budget cuts. That's what's kind of concerning for me. Plus, you know, I understand it's a pilot project. Once this goes off the ground, I'm pretty sure all the other people that generate revenue will want to come forth with something like this. But in regards to the conflict of interest, what was told to me was we can talk about it, we can bring it forth, but we can't act on it, and we can't, I guess, take action on it. And yeah, this is your mother's program. We understand that. She's the director of it. And it should have, because either way, it does affect that program, her. Either way, I think somebody else should have brought this forth, someone from the committee. Same with all the other motions that were made in budget and finance affecting adult corrections, should have been brought on by somebody else. I'm sorry, but you know, there was other members that stood around this body that had the same concern, and I guess I wasn't just the one to bring it up, but because I don't sit in budget and finance, I don't know what, you know, was being spoken about.
Chris, do you want to withdraw your motion and have someone else read it in, or have Melissa come down?
There's no second, so I will say something else too. If this is what is wrong, you guys have full authority to file ethics.
Wayne, did you have something?
Yeah, I was waiting to see if we were tabling it or not. The fact is that, I just kind of see that even in committee, so if you go back 2015, 16, another department got in trouble for doing this exact same thing when it's not in the tribal coffers and they try to use their own revenue to do payday loans. And we have a hard enough time in our own finance department back here with strict rules to follow our payday loans, let alone every department that has a revenue stream starting to they would be coming in to try to do this. So I just think that it would be great if we did one specific to them, and then it was back here where our treasurer can be blamed for something happening. But instead of away in a CFO officer in another department, because I could see a flood of other departments coming in to try to do this. So I think that if we at least took their money from a revenue stream, put it into another line item back here where the treasurer watches it and then loans it out, because even our own TELP has gotten carried away in the past. And that's just where I felt. And then like in the committee, I said, a department lending their money to their own workers is like that old country and western song where I own my soul to the company store. So that's where I was kind of having trouble with allowing it.
Little off key there, Wayne.
So there wasn't a second to Michelle's vote, so it died. Motion by Michelle to table, second by Wayne. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Opposed?
Zero. Oh, there, yeah, 0.
Not voting?
1, 2, 3, 4.
You're off on your numbers.
26, 706.
13.
Call it again.
Yeah.
Oh, 5, because Alvin's.
That's still not right, that's 12.
Call for the approve again. Do it all again.
Wow.
13 in here.
13 in here and 1 out.
Yeah, there's 13 in here. Let's redo the vote. We'll vote again.
You guys ready?
Just get it clear. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1,
Hold
2,
your hands high.
3, 4, 5.
Now, wait, no, you're still up.
Yeah, I was counting them as 5.
There's 13 in here right
There's
now.
13 in here and that's 12.
Who's not? I'm counting who's raising their hands. Did anybody oppose?
No, either way it stands.
706.
13.
Yeah, either way it stands though, so. no
That's why I
one-
said there's 13 in here, so we're off one.
We shift to 06.
So, 706.
Royal didn't vote, I saw him.
He had his hand.
He has hand up for not voting.
I mean, he's 6.
Okay, so now it's right, it's 706.
Okay, so motion for emergency legislation. One more resolution for budget and finance.
152.
25, 152. Second, votes, question? Ben, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion to approve, 25, 152.
I'll start with
Need a
the fifth.
second?
Oh.
Need a second? Emily? Okay, no,
I'll
Chris.
start with the fifth whereas the United States, that is the fifth, yeah. The United States Department of Justice Office on Violence Against Women is seeking applications for funding under the OBW fiscal year 25 grants to Indian tribal government programs CFDA number 16.587 for up to $1 million for 36 months with a due date of June 26, 2025. Wow. The grant to tribal or Indian tribal program, the grants to Indian tribal government programs referred to as the tribal government program assists tribal governments or their authorized designee to respond to domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, sex trafficking, and stalking in tribal communities. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court will serve as the lead implementing agency and will work with White Buffalo Calf Women's Society to develop and submit an application to the United States Department of Justice under the grants to Indian tribal government programs, and therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves and adopts the recommendations of the RST Budget and Finance Committee and authorizes the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court to submit the application due on June 26, 25. Be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorizes the tribal president or the designated officer to sign, execute all applications and all documents thereof.
Any discussion? If not, I need a question. Wayne, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting? 1. Motion carried. That's the resolutions for today.
Did they do those summer on
Government affairs. Michelle? Thought that was what Wayne, no, that was, no.
I think Emily forgot. Right?
There's 2 in the folder. $25.80. Move for approve emergency legislation.
Second by Phillips. Question? Oh, go ahead, read it. So,
You have to vote for emergency legislation?
it's not, it's got a number already.
Oh, I remember.
2580.
Did this one go to budget and finance?
That's governmental affairs.
The resolution says the budget and finance. Oh, that's just establishing budget and finance. Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? Yeah. I started at 7. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe County Policies and Procedures Manual, ordinance number 2004-05, procurement manual policy statement, page 2, establishes a quote, procurement system to be utilized for providing or acquisition of material and services utilized in conducting the business of the tribe. This system is the minimum requirements of the tribe and compliance therefore is mandatory. Unquote. And whereas the Miller Act 40 U.S.C. subsection 270A-270C 1958 is a federal statute that requires prime contractors on federal construction contracts to furnish payment and performance bonds, requiring prime contractors to post bonds guaranteeing the performance of contractual duties and or the payment of their subcontractors and material suppliers. And whereas performance bonds are a deterrent to contractors' abandonment or other non-performance of a tribal construction contract that may add critical delays and added expense in the procurement process. Payment bonds permit subcontractors and material suppliers to recover costs and expenses for the prime contractor's non-payment on tribal construction projects where sovereign immunity prevents the establishment of a mechanic's lien. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Budget and Finance Committee recommend that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Accounting Policies and Procedures Manual, ordinance number 2003-05 procurement manual be amended to require bonds of contractors of all construction to furnish a performance bond and payment bond, as set out in Exhibit Number 1, attached and incorporated by this reference. And therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe
Full Council hereby amends ordinance number 2003-05 recruitment manual be amended as follows. Rosebud Sioux Tribe recruitment manual be amended to require bonds of contractors of all tribal construction to furnish a performance bond and payment bond as set out in exhibit number 1.
Any discussion? If not, I need a question. Tammy, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried.
I needed one more motion to approve 2025-141.
Second by Tammy. Go ahead.
Third up, Southbound 5. Whereas RST ordinance number 8002, section 7 authorizes the RST Governmental Affairs Committee to review and recommend legislation to the RST Tribal Council. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Election Code ordinance number 8610, amended April 30th, 2020, section 1000, community elections, provides for a community election procedure, section 1001. Community election, committee judges, section 1002. Eligibility of judges, section 1003. Eligibility of community officers. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Election Commission recommends that the RST Governmental Affairs Committee recommend that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council adopt and approve to amend and repeal section 1000 community elections in its entirety, as fully set out in Exhibit 1 attached. And therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council adopts and approves the recommendation of the RST Governmental Affairs Committee and amends and repeals the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Election Code, ordinance number 8610, amended April 30th, 2020, section 1000 community elections provides for community election procedures, section 1001, community election committee judges, section 1002, eligibility of judges, section 1003, eligibility of community officers. And be it also resolved that the effective date of the amendments to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe election ordinance enacted as RST ordinance number 2025-2 shall be final and become effective 10 days after publication in a newspaper designated by the tribal council for that purpose. So like I mentioned earlier, I was not at committee that day that this was discussed. So if there's any questions, hopefully another committee member can be there. I will mention that at the next meeting or at a subsequent meeting that's happened between then, there has been lots of discussion regarding community elections, community happenings, and the need for support. So the Governmental Affairs Committee actually asked Eric to draft some procedural documents for if grievances arise or if complaints arise or something like that. So I just don't know if the timing of this is right now is good. There's also other concerns about payment, and without having a long conversation, there were some concerns about this one. Thank you.
So, discussion.
So did this go through governmental affairs and get passed up?
It did. I just wasn't there at the meeting. And it was previous, and then
Cheryl in the bill
Yeah.
brought it to a second.
So it's through governmental affairs.
Yeah.
we can't approve anything but move it on to council. So nothing was approved at committee other than bringing it forward to council for discussion, and then that's where approval would come.
So if we're approving it, you should have a discussion. Any questions arising from this amendment, you need to do them now, because once you make this decision, it's done.
Yeah, because I think one thing to remember is that the communities don't have the money to afford something like this either, to have their own elections within their own communities, so keep that in mind while we review it.
Tammy?
Eric already went over this with Cheryl and governmental affairs. And the communities normally don't need money for their own elections. Usually they just do it in a community meeting
But it
and
has
they
to go
don't.
person, and they conflict.
And they vote. That's normally how it used to be in the past.
Bill, and then Emily.
But Housekeeping, they announced it, you had like 30 days till the next meeting, and anyone that wanted to put their name in the hat, come to that meeting, and then the community, whoever was there that night, they would vote on it, is how they did it down there. At times, it's hard for someone to come all the way this way sometimes to file. One time it was like a vehicle issue, and the other time was just the filing fee, so I think the last year, no one even filed for chairman, so down there, we just voted him in. We just asked the individual if he was interested, he just said, yeah, so we voted him in. That's who's currently in there now, because I think last year, the only one that fell was the treasurer, he ran unopposed. So the rest of them, we just voted in at a meeting down there, because you only need to file, so. That's that, I mean, I know the bigger communities have probably more, that's how they put that. So.
And like,
Thank you. I just wanted to also add that in the discussion at governmental affairs, this last meeting that we had, one of the things that this came about is the need for having some universal language within the bylaws of the communities. We understand that each of the communities are separate and they should have some form of autonomy, but we're also a tribal nation of communities, and so there needed to be some universal bylaw standard that we could all establish, and then they're allowed to vary off of that. That is still coming through committee. I think Eric just got the first draft, so that draft has not yet come back through committee. So there are some things already in the works, and so I would just hate to rush through on this one with that. Also knowing that there was lots of concerns last year with the processes, because when the tribe does it one way, the grievance process is on the community, not on the election board. And so we are still dealing, like for example, with my community, of things that happened last year that were not, and now just keep continuing to snowball and snowball. And I think we owe it to our people to have better processes to kind of mitigate that type of stuff from happening. So I just wanted to mention that there are a lot of other things going on right now in regards to how that's structured.
so Wayne,
I just was concerned that this has gone to also that Community Chairman's Association. Because they're in charge of their communities. I think they should have at least some understanding of what these elections should be holding, because if they don't know, then they're not going to get
That's
any
nice. We got to ask, do we have enough time to take it back to the community?
So do you want to table it?
If they want to. I would like to table it if we have enough time to take it back.
Wayne made a motion to table. I need a second. And Michelle, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Are you voting?
No.
13.
Opposed?
Carol?
Not voting?
What?
Bill is carried. Wayne?
Yeah, since we're on the topic of election, Tammy put in the secretary thread the other day, she wanted to know why the candidates were not finalized for our current election. So when I asked about it, they said that the backgrounds weren't done. And then I asked about that, and they said they were done, but they haven't been released to the election board. Is that kind of what's going to happen? Or what is going on? Because we kind of got to have our election set up or finalized if there are candidates in each time.
I was told that the backgrounds weren't done, so it's controversial at this point. So if you want me to, then I can contact Mary and let her know that she needs to get the backgrounds done if that's the issue.
I'd like to move to direct the chairman to inquire about candidate verification.
Second? I'll second. Tammy, question, Michelle, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. The other thing that needs to be discussed before you all leave is the revenue office. Oh, revenue? Yeah, the revenue office has been asking whether or not council is going to ban fireworks or not.
Oh, because of the fire ban?
I didn't think we were banning anything.
There's just a burn ban. Yeah, the burn ban is still in place. That's why she's asking this question.
It was just lifted for BIA, I think, to do some type of cleanup or something.
Fuels.
So the burning that has happened is in coordination with BIA, the fire departments, from my knowledge.
Motion that it's okay to start over, so she could start with her license.
So if you make a motion that that fireworks can be sold, then she can start getting the license. So.
Yeah,
What does the BIA say?
Yeah. No, there was a fire on top of Two Strikes Hill. It didn't go very far, very fast. It's all green and all stuff. So I was kind of curious. What's that look like? But yeah, I don't. Ray was put it in here to fight.
Can we wait till tomorrow and when Ray's here?
Okay.
Have that discussion?
Actually, tomorrow, can you bring some of the fire guys down so that they can give us their opinion on it then, too? Since Ray's not a fire guy?
Yeah, we'll do that.
I forgot, this one was a Dropbox like Katie earlier. It's so the tribe can get that drawdown.
Oh, yeah.
Do we want to pass this?
Yeah.
It's the only copy we have. Is everybody comfortable with that?
As long as it doesn't say prosecutorial.
It might be on the
in there.
bottom there.
Is that how you say it?
Still trying to figure it out.
Prosecutorial in there.
Prosecutorial.
Oh, somebody has a legal in their family.
Hey.
That's his son.
He already knew that, he knew what that word was before we got to it.
If you're right with him reading this in, we don't have copies of it right now. He can read it in to get it passed.
So they can
Or
do a $2
drawdown.
million drawdown.
Yeah, for the drawdown. So motion for emergency legislation,
It
25.
has a number.
Oh, does it?
2025-005.
All right then, motion to approve.
I need zero.
I need a second.
007.
Totes.
Move
Hey,
it
Wayne.
emergency legislation.
Read it.
Okay. Six, whereas the following action was taken by the Travel and Enterprise Board of Directors on April 29th, 2025 by rescheduled regular board meeting approving the drawdown of funds for the proceeds of labor account PL 7399709 certificate and land purchase account in the amount of $2 million. The purchase of these funds transfer is so money can be transferred to the Wells Fargo account from TLE, or where TLE has their checking account for future land purchases and administrative and operating and procedures of the Travel and Enterprise. Now be it for resolved the resolution of the TLE Board of Directors authorizes the TLE to draw down the funds from the proceeds of labor account PL 7399709 in the amount of $2 million. Be it further resolved that the Travel and Enterprise Board of Directors hereby requests the approval of the resolution by the Rosebud City Tribal Council in accordance with articles.
What was that? You can find on there.
Be therefore be it found resolved that the President of the Rosebud City Tribe is authorized and directed to sign and execute all legal representations of the agreement and other supporting documents.
Question or discussion question?
Wayne,
I missed it. Can you read it again?
Wayne, can I get that one for the?
Yeah.
I call for a question.
Question by Chris. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0. Michelle. Or Sheila.
Okay.
Yeah.
Motion carried.
Are we recessing till tomorrow? Or
In a minute.
Oh, I was just wondering if we were adjourning or recessing.
Yeah, no, we're recessing.
Madam Chair, while we still have listeners on the radio, can you let them know, inform them about the elder event on Friday?
I don't have anything in front of me, but we'll be having an elder event on Friday. Arlinda was working on a lot of that, but because she had a stroke, they were trying to finish it off today. But there will be posters going out. They're giving the budget to Wayne.
They gave me a budget today, it's 71,000.
Jeez. Well, remember last year we gave them all $50? That's up to you guys.
They said we didn't have it.
This is this is wrong. You're gonna have to do emergency legislation. That's a TLE number.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
That's 005. That's why it's on there.
I was wondering why they're 007.
I want to say that.
Did I retract?
Could you amend it, the number?
You need to retract it.
Yeah,
What do
because
you
we're
think,
gonna have
Ray?
to do emergency legislation, and we'll have to give it a number.
Oh, yeah.
I'll just remove it.
You're gonna move, I'm sorry.
I'll move to, retract that, resolution.
Second. Chris,
have to reread it.
all in favor?
I'll have to do it again tomorrow, but have the right numbers.
Yeah.
So you already read
1,
it
2,
in.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Oh.
Motion carried. So the event will be held on Friday. We'll be serving meals, having entertainment, recognizing some of the elders that are of that centurion, I think it's called, age. And some people have asked whether we're going to grant admin leave. Admin leave will be granted to those that are 60 and over or bringing a parent. And there will be a sign-in sheet. Chris?
Yeah, also, I was curious if there's a possible way you can get a message out about the importance of what Victory Day is for us Lakota people and how it falls into the fair. If you could get a story or something, put it out on the air or something, I think
Sure,
that'd be beneficial.
we can send you up to camp.
We did that last year, remember, I think childcare did it?
Yeah. Yeah, we'll have that done. Thank you.
So did you want to redo this one?
She said tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Okay.
And regarding that, Thursday, so I'll give my report tomorrow. So if you want to give them, the elders, the same bonus as last year, that's the amount. I'll present it at the tomorrow, so you guys think about it.
What was the amount?
$50 a piece you did last year.
But will that number change from anyone that turned 60 between last year and now?
It might go up a little bit, but some pass away.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't want to be lost again.
Before any of you leave,
Okay.
before any of you leave, we have something to discuss, but we need to go into executive session for this discussion.
Move.
So Wayne will put us into executive session, second by Michelle, question by